Wag po gayahin. We're just a bunch of students na nagkakating tapos here we are! De, joke lang. Ano talaga kami mga valedictorian sa school. Lalo na ako, napaka-talino ko. Smart kaya IGL.
Play harder. Don't forget to study hard. And to my friends, watch me grow.
Thank you for supporting us day one until here. Thank you for being there for us, and we will do better in our games.
The aftershock, though, further stalls and drags. Great angle for him to utilize. He gets a second fall up here in the UGNS as well. And next he's holding down to the garage. You shall not pass.
Savvy HK completely punished by the two players. But as soon as you swing out in front of
Hi, I'm Marky.
Hi, I'm Waldorio.
Hello, I'm Nexi.
Hi, I am Georgie.
Hi, I'm Savvy 8K.
Hi, I'm Drax. We are Oasis Gaming.
Excited po kasi yung mga upcoming matches namin, feeling ko malalakas yung mga kalaban namin kaya challenging.
Another achievement for myself, saka another opportunity para mapatunayan namin na kaya namin maging number 1 sa Pinas. Preparations for VCT. We have 3 coaches. We scrim 3 times a day, around like 8 hours, and I made lineups for my role.
One main problem that our team encountered would be chemistry as a whole, since we all came from different teams and we were fairly new. How we overcame them was to just keep practicing and play together. Another issue would be most of us are fairly new players and we don't have like a veteran in the team. So I guess we all just trust each other and learn from our mistakes.
I look forward to compete against Papi Chulo because he clutched us 1v3 last VCT.
To compete against NAOS kasi sa point of view ko, sila lang yung threat sa amin ngayon.
What makes our team unique is our bonding. We sometimes scare each other, we watch some movies, we watch our VODs.
Sabay-sabay kami matulog, sabay-sabay kami kumain, sabay-sabay kami maglaro.
Sometimes we brush our teeth together.
Wala parang connected kasi kami sa outside rin and inside the game.
Siguro yung team namin kasi bago pa lang kami, panigurado madaming struggles na mangyayari. Excited ako kung paano namin malalagpasan yung mga struggles na yun this year. Saka syempre sa mga rising stars this year, excited ako makalaban sila.
peek by here. It does look like they're just kind of sending this. I just want to do a little bit of damage. That might ace. Oh, and he take a few hits from Bobby here. He is trying to bob and weave. Lands one haymaker. Lands a second.
Hi, I'm Papi Chulo.
I am NDG.
I'm Mauger.
I'm Wits. I'm Ja. And we are NAOS.
Yung feeling ko coming dito sa VCT is excited. Excited kasi akong bumawi kasi last VCT run namin is hindi kami nag-champion. So ngayon, confident ako na kaya namin mag-champion ngayon.
Happy ako na makapag-compete ulit ako this Challengers League kasi bagong roster din eh.
I feel extremely excited kasi first time ko pong makapasok sa main event ng VCTPH. And may chance na pong makalaban yung mga big teams dito sa Pilipinas.
Yung preparations na ginawa namin this coming VCT is nagpa-practice kami and scrims. And since bago kaming roster, pinapractice din namin yung team chemistry. And pinapanood din namin yung mga VODs ng mga kalaban namin para may insights naman kami sa mga ginagawa nila.
After nung sa Sibol, nag-usap-usap po kami and it served as a wake-up call. So abangan nyo na lang po kami sa mga next namin na laban sa VCT para mapakita po namin kung paano kami nag-improve sa team.
Our team is a good mix of veterans and new bloods, and our team chemistry bond is like no other. And lastly, I can say our preparations for this tournament is beyond what other teams can commit. And this VCTPH 2023, we will fly high.
Ang masasabi ko lang, ang pinagkaiba namin dun sa ibang teams is dito kasi para kaming magkakapamilya dito. So dito parang alam namin kung ano yung weakness ng isa't isa, alam namin kung ano yung strength ng isa't isa kasi open kami to each others. Ayun. So gusto ko lang sana mag-thank you sa mga fans na nagtitiwala sa NAOS and also sa mga fans ko dati pa. And hindi kayo madi-disappoint sa akin and sa amin kasi gagawin namin yung best namin talaga para madalin yung team na to sa international stage. At saka, don't worry guys, magkakaroon pa tayo ng 8-8 sa future. Yan.
So guys, please support us this coming VCTPH 2023 and hopefully we meet your expectations and we'll do our best as a team.
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Not enough to escape the Puggers. They get the pick off now. Fallex though ready to fight on back end. Who cares about sticking the deep the plant?
Hear him run around. He just has to play for the time here, but the crossfire is going to be enough for GLAB to secure the round. And again, GLAB.
Hi, I'm Boogie.
Hi, I'm Drich.
I'm Fallex.
I'm Chase.
Owen here, and we are
GameLab.Alpha.
Masaya maging part ng VCT this year kasi nagbunga lahat ng pinaghirapan namin. And sa lahat ng problemang dumating, ito na yung naging sagot.
Noong una po, parang it felt unreal for me kasi yung parang unang experiences ko is for fun lang talaga. And now, sa sobrang dami ko na na-sacrifice, parang naisip ko na parang worth it naman talaga to be part of VCT this year.
Ang preparation po na nagawa po namin ngayong VCT is, lagi po kami nagpa-practice ng 2 to 3 scrims per day.
Before, nahirapan kaming makahanap ng legitimate org and dati is nasa bahay-bahay lang kami. And since pangarap namin makapag-bootcamp and now na nasa GameLab.Alpha na kami is nakapag-practice na kami ng matindi at talagang na-improve yung laro namin.
Yung mga struggles talaga na-encounter namin is parang nagkakaroon talaga kami ng bad game and lagi siyang nangyayari. And na-overcome namin siya ng having a better mentality and parang a better environment din.
Ang nilolook forward kong player is si Disrupt kasi kasama ko siya dati mag-compete sa other FPS games. And ngayon mayroon akong chance makalaban siya.
Isang nilulook up ko na player is si Batman po kasi same po kami ng role which is Senti. Ginagaya ko po yung playstyle niya which is aggro and passive at the same time. Kaya siya po gusto ko makalaban.
Para sa akin, mabilis kaming makapag-adapt sa playstyle na pinapakita ng kalaban namin. And also is flexible din po kami sa agent composition. Kaya namin makapagbigay ng 2 to 3 agent composition sa isang map. And especially, Tita Bap.
Most. Oh, Micro. He lets him pass quickly. Could find another. That he does. Could find a third. Not even. Yes, Micro. What?
Fights on back. Big 3v2 right now. It's all about the duels. It's all about Micro getting these shots. And here he goes again.
Hi, I'm Blurred.
Hi, I'm Derek.
Hi, I'm Micro.
Hi, I'm Kevzi.
Hi, my name is Yanagi and we are Action PH.
I just feel excitement more than anything.
I feel so thrilled to compete against with the other teams.
So much has changed throughout the many months I've missed, and I just want to prove that despite being inactive for so long, I still have what it takes to be on top.
Since we are a new team, we mainly focus on our team chemistry.
We focus on our fundamentals, aim, and communication.
Watching VODs together.
Because we only practice less than a month, so we focus more on that, the basics of how we played Valorant.
Find the two, they double up.
Waiting for something to spin. Gets the ace even. Easy picking to make that 3. A highlight wheel from Max.
The operator is the stopper. MDG going for a wide swing. No one really to take damage control here for the side of NAOS.
Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat and welcome to another day of VALORANT Challengers Philippines Playoffs Day number 4? 3? 4. 4? Oh, tama. Ayan.
Hindi ko na kasi alam yung mga days eh.
Ang dami na kasing laro na naganap.
VCT everyday.
Walang kamatayan. We love Valorant dito. By the way, ako nga pala si Likeable, ang inyong host. And of course, ito na naman tayo. Kasama natin ang Tavil araw-araw. Hindi lang Valorant everyday. The mods everyday.
Everyday na tayong nagdada panel.
Kasama
ka. This time kasama ka na.
Kasama ka, da panel ang tawag. Pero yun nga, parang
Tsaka lumapit na tayo, no?
Yun nga, napansin ko, diba?
Natuwa ako.
Kasi sayang naman yung mga makeup natin kasi hindi nakita.
Sayang naman, 3 hours pa naman nagpa-makeup si Vil.
Yung hair pa lang, hirap na hirap na ayusin.
Tsaka syempre, naka-uniform tayo dito. Best ibaba mo ng konti.
Ay, sorry. Sasayaw kami mamaya.
Anong steps nyo? Ganon?
Ganon lang.
Ganon. Ano ba yun?
Yan. Pero dito nga sa araw na to, mainit-init dahil yung unang laban pa lang, minamatahan talaga to. Ito yung rivalry na paulit-ulit pagdating dito sa Philippine scene. Pero bago pa tayo mapalayo dito sa usapan na to, syempre may gusto tayong mga pasalamatan dito. This time around, wala na, bes. Hindi na tayo mapipil pa.
Pagtingin ko. Sino ba yung umuupo dito? Sana pinunasan yung ano?
Ingat-ingat na lang sa paggamit ng mic. Wala naman siyang sinabi. Wala naman siyang reklamo kahapon. Pero mas mabango etong Riot Games sa kayo Rescue Philippines. Kasi Kasi sila yung nagpabango dito sa broadcast natin.
Siyempre, ang bango ng studio nila eh, ang bango ng office nila eh, di ba?
Sure. Ay nako, maraming salamat nga pala sa inyo. At syempre, meron din tayong Grab Unlimited kung saan naman pwede na kayong mag-subscribe dahil free delivery every day and every store. Parang nag-iba na naman ang lahat
Free?
Sa first month, libre na by the way. What? Gamitin nyo lang yung QR code natin dito sa inyong mga screen at kung hindi nyo magamit yan, buksan nyo lang yung app, makikita nyo rin.
Yan, wow. Libre. No?
Na may pa-Valorant points pa nga si Grab Unlimited.
Mamaya sabihin natin and syempre maraming salamat pala sa isa pang mabango, Games and Amusement Board. A big shoutout nga pala kay Miss Cynthia.
Hello! Pero tulad yan ang sinabi ni Vil at ni Terror, may pamigay pa nga tayo ngayon. Meron tayong Valorant Points, aka Vil Points, na pinapamigay dito sa ating broadcast. 790 or 1,650 Valorant Points yung pwede mong makuha, powered of course by Grab Unlimited. Kailangan nyo lang i-like and follow ang Valorant Esports Philippines, pati yung Grab Food PH na Facebook pages. Isama nyo na yung, ano yung mga hashtags natin?
Hashtags VCTPH, hashtag VALORANT Challengers PH, hashtag Grab Unlimited, hashtag maganda si Laika, hashtag gwapo si Vil, hashtag maganda si Terror at gwapo si Terror. Ano sunod, Bes?
And syempre, comment nyo sa live kung sino ba talaga ang sinusuportahan yung team. Yung mga sinasabi naman, mga hashtag na bago, ano yun?
Extra
yung mga
entries.
more chances of winning.
Tama. More ano yun eh, more engagement.
Malay mo, maisip namin isang araw, di ba? Silipin yung hashtag na yan. Tapos may extra akong 1650 Valorant points.
Sakto! Nag-tweet ako.
Ay!
Accepting donations
Ay!
for Oni 2.0.
Vil, hashtag Vil.
Oo, Taylor, love tayo dyan.
Mag-comment na kasi kayo. Ganun lang naman, susundan lang natin yung instructions, malay nyo, sa inyo na mapunta yung 16 dito.
Magpa-panel pala tayo mamaya. Makikicomment man tayo.
Ayan, so abangan nyo yung mga damod sa comment section natin. Pero ito, panoorin muna natin kung ano nga ba yung mga nangyari kahapon kasi kami rin yung nag-panel nun eh. So alamin natin, recap lang tayo kung ano yung kaganapan. Here are yesterday's highlights.
Enter this B side with everyone just funneled through. OEQT is right there, but Phantom Black immediately with a trade. They have to guard this. They have to buy time. Exotic finds Fall X, though. Exotic immediately falls, though. With 7 HP onto Phantom Black, will he get the headshot? No. Chase denies that immediately. It's all up to Hydra here. Don't think this is going to be good, but the flash coming in, that was close. But Chase saves the day with 4 kills in that round. Yeah, he needs to get 1 kill to get locked down at least for this. Okay, playing patiently. There's a lot of util being thrown out to each other. But even his first one to fall, there's the lockdown that we keep talking about. They want to rotate. Look at Rich. He is lying and waiting towards this wall. It was a 50-50. The timing was unfortunate, but it is still a 4v3.
Just swing together, just clear back halls. If they take out Killjoy, it's going to be huge, but Killjoy is not going to fall down that easily. Gets 1, gets 2, gets 3! A huge round coming from Asta, able to secure it. The Sentinel player to come through, cutting off the line of sight. They have not great weapons to spam with, only the Guardians. It's not the most efficient thing, but Fallex is able to get 1, 2, and GLAB is just striking back. It's now 3v2, 2v2. The run it back still available for Exotic. He's going to use it. The Molly might be just enough. They have it though.
He's sticking
in the wrong spot.
He's sticking it.
It's gonna be, oh
no! Crazy! Crazy win coming from GameLab.Alpha. It was so close! They had the hot hands, they had everything, and look at them little dance that GameLab is doing right now. They're so happy! I love it.
He's got some backup. When they do make contact, and the Kage exploded, they still stall onto this. Micro finds the one, Blurred finds a second, a third, and a fourth! Here going PH's way. The last two here with a single shot as well.
He's the one without the rifle, without the Spectre, and then he's the one who gets those kills. Aggressive on the offense, what they want to do. SR Nakage though, they understand that's the call. Patman's ready. You also even have Zin there in position. So as soon as they cross the flames, Zin's already repositioned away. Patman's there. He's still fighting. Patman's not done. He won't be stopped at all. And Patman just brings the ace.
Ngayon, paano nila gagawin ito? Naghahatian na nga ng mundo. Oh no, 2v2. Zin, hindi ka pwede magkamali. Pero it's over. Ladies and gentlemen, APH, sila ang mag-a-advance. And spot as well. Pagdating ng ating
Split 2.
Split 2.
Napakaganda ng mga boses dun ah. Parang familiar.
Hindi naman sa pagkaan.
Teka lang, Bill, napunasan na yung mic. Isihan mo lang.
Isihan mo lang. Kala mo talaga isang clip nga lang tayo tuloy. Sa dulo lang eh.
At least, di ba, nasa highlights na rin talaga ngayon yung Tagalog.
Ganun pala yung feeling.
Oo.
Ganun pala yan.
Ang daming bago no ngayon sa panel. May pa-beatbox si Bill, na-expose na yung mga talents. Tayo, na-expose yung rap god side natin
Hirap po. Hirap pala pag walang talent dito, no? Parang pumasok ako, akala ko magpapanel ako, hindi VCT talent show.
Oo, yun nga.
Ganyan
Valorant
naman
ito yung tunay na
Hindi
Valorant
pwede,
Got Talent.
kasi hindi pwedeng yung mga players lang yung may talent. Tayo rin.
Ano ba ang talent mo, Laika?
Laika?
Ayan ha.
Nahirapan
Yan
ako
ang
bigla.
gumusto ka.
Ano
Sige,
talent mo?
i-introduce mo yung next team habang kumakanta.
Sige. Ay, hindi, bracket muna tayo. Napapa-advance eh.
Grabe ka naman, direct.
Excited. Sige, mamaya ako kakanta. Preparation habang nag-aantay
Di
dyan.
ba baba lang mala Beyonce?
Tulad nga ng sinabi ko. Nako, ito pala. Meron tayong nakikita. May konting pa-spoiler doon. Pero tulad nga ng sinabi ko, brackets muna tayo dito. Guys, stay roared. Mainit-init tong match number 8 natin sa tasa.
Ay, nako. Yung upper bracket natin dyan. May isang babagsak for today's video. NAOS versus Oasis nga yung nasa taas na yan. And para naman sa ating lower bracket, kung saan they're fighting for their lives, ando naman ang GLAB and APH best. Ano sa tingin mo naman sa lower bracket?
Well, sa totoo lang, ito lower bracket natin. Ito yung magandang Cinderella story na nakikita natin.
Prediction
ngayon,
nga.
Pero
mamaya.
Hindi kasi kami magkakasmamaya niyan eh.
Ang prediction, APH ako.
APH ka makakapasok. GameLab ako
GameLab
mamaya.
ka. Pero yun nga, di ba? Yung pareho sila may Cinderella story kasi yung mga both nung games nga nila natalo. So all the way papunta nga sa lower bracket, babangon sila papuntang grand finals. Pero syempre, andyan pa yung laban ng NAOS and Oasis Gaming, which is mangyayari yan buka. Ay,
mamaya.
Kung sino mang matatalo sa NAOS Oasis Gaming, ang makakalaban nila is yung panalo doon sa match 7, which is magkakaroon ba tayo ng Cinderella story o mauulit lang ulit itong sa match 8 natin sa grand finals?
Yan na nga yung tanong natin eh. Ang nakakatuwa din dun sa brackets natin kanina, kung mapapansin nyo, kung sino ba yung nagpalaglag dito sa mga teams sa itong nakikita natin sa game number 2, sila pa yung unang natanggal kahapon.
Yeah.
Diba? Kaya ang kulit din talaga, hindi mo talaga alam yung predictability dito sa ating mga matches. Yung akala mo na okay, panimula nila dito sa playoffs natin, ang ganda ng performance. Pero pagdating dun sa lower bracket, sila pa nga yung unang natanggal eh. No?
Namimiss ko na yung Abaddon Abyss. Nandun yung paborito kong player eh.
Sino?
Si Slatom nga.
Si Slatom.
Diba? Oo. So, syempre, etong mga
Parang
teams.
sobra yun ah. 9.
Sabi nga.
4 yun.
Tatlo lang.
Napatch na kanina.
Nagbago na after nung nung regular season natin eh. Pero sabi nga ni Bill, sabi ni Bill, pagdating dito sa mga teams nga natin kahapon na nalaglag, ready na sila ulit mag-apply para sa split 2 naman.
Oh, yun
Ay,
nga.
kumbaga,
Gusto ko yan.
after game, binuksan na nila yung Google Forms.
Oo, nag-apply sa para split 2. Pero at least alam na natin ngayon, kompleto na yung top 4 natin na invited teams kaya pupunta dito sa split 2. And syempre, hindi naman yun yung pinaglalabanan nila. Yung pinaglalabanan nila dito is yung top 1 talaga dito. Kasi if ever nag-top 1 ka ngayong split, wala nang tanong-tanong pa, ikaw ang top 1 sa buong Pilipinas. Wala nang tanong-tanong, wala nang intro-intro yan, men. And good luck.
Good luck talaga. In fairness, na-interview rin natin tong si Owen Cutie, di ba? Sa kanya, sabi niya, masaya na kami na nakapasok kami in the first week. Kasi kahit yung goal nila, makapasok man lang dun sa regular season. Kasi nga, nagkakabuo lang nung team din eh. Siya, recruiter nga si tropa natin eh.
Grabe yun eh. Life coach pa. Diba? Ang dami na. Professional player ng Valorant. Kompleto na si Owen Cutie. Pero napakasaya lang din makita yung mga teams natin pag ini-interview natin. Nagsishare din talaga sila ng mahaba ng mga saloobin nila. Yung sagot ni Owen Cutie, literal may numbering eh. Number 1. Ganto-ganto. Number 2, ganyan.
Actually, sakto eh. No? Pag pinag-usapan din natin yung interviews, lalo na pag tayong tatlo magkakasama, kahit di na ako magtrabaho, kayo na lang mag-interview, okay lang.
Ayaw mo nun.
Ang isa nating na-interview tong si Mojer, di ba? Ang ganda rin nung Cheska. Shoutout nga pala sa'yo.
Cheska, mahal ka ni Mojer.
Mahal na mahal.
Yan ang sabi ni Mojer.
Oo. Saktong-sakto yan. Dahil ang unang team na ipapakilala natin ay yung team mismo ni Mojer. Heto na. Now is the time for NAOS Esports.
NAOS Esports na ipapakita natin dito sa inyong mga screen. Jamoger, NDG, Papi Chulo, and Wits. Nakausap nga natin kahapon ang iba sa mga players nila at nakita rin natin no, with the win that they got from yesterday. At ang isa sa mga na-mention din nito ni Moger, syempre, nakapag-adjust na nga ang parehas ng mga players dito. Kung nung unang regular season, nagwa-wonder tayo, nakapag-adjust na ba si Moger at NDG towards Ja, Papi Chulo, Wits? Well, the answer is definitely yes na nagmula na nga kay Moger from yesterday. So I am expecting na along the ways of the regular season, pagdating dito sa playoffs natin, they might be actually a stronger team.
Yeah, if ever gonna compare NAOS Esports sa Oasis Gaming, mas maganda yung run nila dito sa VCT. They have 6 winning streaks talaga. And syempre, yung lahat ng mga games nila, talagang literal na 2-0. So yun yung talagang pinapakita ng NAOS Esports na kahit medyo shaky yung first 2 games nila, kahit natalo sila ng Oasis Gaming back then, sa second game nila ng regular season, babawi sila at iinom na ng buko juice si Ja.
Saktong-sakto actually ang sinabi mong Vil. Kasi gusto ko rin i-point out yun na napaka-convincing ng mga wins nila. 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. At ang solid talaga nung run nila. Which actually makes the opponent, even though strong opponents din talaga tong mga to, parang pag i-compare mo, kasi laging may rivalry tong dalawa di ba? Mas naglilin towards ako dito sa unang team na pinakilala natin. So mag-ingat-ingat na lang. Etong team na makakalaban nila, kasi kailangan talaga ipakita rin nila na sila stronger than ever. And on top of that, hindi sila nag-hesitate sa mga gagawin nila. Alamin natin kung sapat na nga ba yung biyahe natin papunta sa Oasis.
Perfect.
Una pa lang, magkakasama na sila, Oasis Gaming, since day 1. Siyempre, nandyan si Javi, si Nexy, si Georgie, si Drax, and siyempre, si Wild Oreo. And of course, sino ba yung isa? Si Marky. Kasi tahimik lang si Marky.
Tahimik lang si
Marky, no? So may kita talaga natin dito yung paulit-ulit nga natin sinasabi. Siyempre, number 1, andyan yung pinaka-malupit sa collegiate level, which is Savi. Nandyan yung
pinaka-duck face na
yung pinaka-disiplinadong duelist, which is apparently si Georgie, and siyempre, ang pinaka-cracked na aim talaga. Of course, andyan si Marky, and knowing na birthday ni Wild Oreo ngayon. Ito ba ang birthday buff na hinahanap natin ngayon?
Sim, and the Wild Oreo right now nga today. Mamaya babati-batiin natin sila. Pagkita na tayo
yan?
sa...
Sweet lover daw yan.
Basta... Ano
Valorant Pro
basta
player.
Valorant Pro player.
Sweet
lover. Pero ang Oasis nga, nung na-mention natin kanina, no, compared nga sa NAOS, as of the moment, pag tinignan natin yung mga past games nila, kung sa NAOS, very convincing. Sa Oasis side naman, a lot of shaky moments.
That's true.
3 games, halos lahat ng nakikita natin dito. And the fact na 3 games siya, even dun sa mga teams na galing sa open qualifier, says something.
Actually, yun nga yung gusto natin i-point out. Number 1, natalo sila sa GameLab. And dun sa next game nila, muntik na silang matalo nga. Dun sa Abado na Bes na napag-usapan na rin natin, if ever na hindi lang din talaga nagkaroon ng problema dun sa side ng Abado na Bes, siguro it's gonna be a whole different thing. And sobrang pinakamalaking upset ngayon, hindi lang sa Oasis Gaming, pero sa buong liga natin ngayon.
Ganun na nga yung nangyayari dito. Ngayon, mapaiba lang na onte. Matanong ko lang kayo, mahilig ba kayong makinig kay Drake?
Sakto lang.
Sakto lang. Alam niyo yung controller. Kasi yung usapan natin ngayon, yung controllers,
Hindi niya alam.
Remix.
Alam niya lang kasi sa gym, di mo alam dahil sa'yo.
Ako'y di makakain.
Di rin. Papi Chulo nga pala.
Sila mga controllers kasi, Bill. Kung gusto mo rin pag-usapan tong dalawang to. Mapa si Drax, mapa si Papi Chulo. Maganda talaga yung nagagawa nila para sa teams nila. Alam naman natin, pag wala yung mga smoker na yan, di basta-basta makakapasok
Yeah, that's true. Knowing na si Papi Chulo, if ever gonna check out yung experience itong taon to, way back sa ibang bambang pa, way back nung kasama pa nila sila Ja, at yung mga iba't ibang pinakamalakas na pro player kanina sa Pilipinas, sila rin talaga ay nagsastand out. Meanwhile, si Draxi andito siya. Minsan, hindi siya pinapasok sa mapa. Yun yung flexibility na meron ng Oasis Gaming dito. Minsan pinapalitan si Javi, minsan si Marky, para lang kumbaga may variations yung mga player dito ng Oasis Gaming. Pero whenever Draxi plays, mataas din ang win rate nila.
True. And I feel like Draxi also gels well, good pagdating sa team natin. Yung Drax-Nexi combination natin na nakikita na almost as if yung mga setups na kaya nilang i-provide dito for the rest of the team, nag-work out pagdating sa mga play for retakes, for example, or even for post-plant possessions. And napakalaking possibility din para sa isang mga clutch situations dito. Pero ganoon din si Papi Chulo eh.
Ito bes if ever gonna compare these two teams, like what you said. Like what you said.
Teka mo pwesto nga. Anyway.
Like what you said. Di ba, Draxi and Nexi? Merong Ja and Papi Chulo. Di ba?
Ja Papi.
Ja Papi. Tapos meron ding Dranexi.
Nexi.
Di ba? Which is, ito si Draxi tsaka si Nexi. Galing pa tong SVM par, di ba? Ang tagal na, since 2021 magkakasama na sila. Kumbaga, buy one, take one tong dalawan to. Hindi mo pwede paghiwalayin to. Tapos knowing na si Draxi, kapatid pa niya yung talagang coach din ng Oasis Gaming, talagang grabe yung connection nila.
Pamilya, no?
Same, di ba?
Hindi lang
Pero
pang esports.
yan din yung naiisip ko pagdating dito sa dalawang team na to. Kumbaga internally, pag tinignan mo sila, may mga duo-duo rin na nagaganap, di ba? Di ba? Yan, si Ja, si Papi Chulo, meron tayong Mojer and DG na laging magkadikit din, di ba? Ganun din sa side ng NAOS eh. Pero something na pwede rin i-compare dito sa dalawang team na to, siguro yung in terms of communicating. Kasi pagdating sa NAOS, sanay tayo na itong si Wits yung nag-a-act as the heart IGL. Sa side ng Oasis, hindi tayo sure eh. And I think that's one of the reason na nakikita natin medyo hesitant na sila nowadays. Hindi sila madaling mag-decide kung ano yung strategy na gagawin nila. And it's probably that one. So, ngayon sa map veto natin, magkakaalaman tayo kung ano yung klase ng communication na gagawin nila dito. Kasi kailangan agree sila lahat kung ano yung best map na ilalabas nila. Especially with such a strong opponent such as NAOS Esports.
Maybe nasabi ni Laika yun. Sa tingin ko lang na parang nagda-doubt na sila, nagdadalawang isip sila sa pag-entry. Kasi feeling ko, si Georgie, mas naging, mas naging responsible na siya as a player. Hindi na siya yung atake lang ng atake na press W na yung tipong, si Georgie kasi as a player na pag tinignan mo as a duelist, hindi nahihirapan makasunod yung ibang teammates. Kasi nga, sobrang bilis niya, likot niyang gumalaw. And I think, like, along the way, along the days na nakikita natin, Georgie has been improving a lot when it comes to discipline onto overextending, mga ganun bagay.
For Oasis Gaming nandun sa Vita map nila, they need to ban out Icebox. If ever hindi binan ng Oasis ang Icebox, that's gonna be a huge opportunity for NAOS for them to get that. NAOS Esports, yun ang pinakamalakas nilang mapa. And sa totoo nga lang, NAOS pwede nga nilang gamitin yung split, di ba? Napanood nila yung kahapon. Dun sa laban ng Abaddon Abyss. Pero let's see if ever ganun bang nasa isip nila.
Ito nga speaking of Icebox dito, Vil, last time na kasi na nagkaharap sila, dito unang pinakita ng NAOS yung jet pick ni Ja dito sa Icebox na napaka-solid talaga. 3-13 yung naging resulta nun. And I think medyo na-trauma rin yung side ng Oasis doon. So mag-ingat-ingat na lang sila. Pero right now, open pa siya, Terror.
Ay, nako. Feeling ko actually mapipick yung Icebox eh. Sa totoo lang. And I think that it's actually a good map to consider pagdating sa two teams to actually set the record straight pagdating sa dalawang to. And gaya nga nang mention mo, no, even if Ja is on the jet, o kaya naman ilagay mo siya sa Killjoy, ganun pa rin nagpe-perform pa rin si Ja eh. Yun na nga, first map pick pa nga yung makikita natin dito, and that's towards NAOS. And maybe we might see Wits using a Harbor, but yet again, lumalabas pa rin yung kanyang usual picks na nakikita natin. And that's a good change up pagdating sa mga agent compositions compared sa laging pare-parehas na lang.
Yeah, and syempre, in terms of composition, grabe naman talaga yung composition na ginagawa ng dalawang casters natin, which is si BNB tsaka si Dax, diba? Kitang-kita mo talaga yung paggiling nilang dalawa. Pero syempre naman dito ngayon sa Oasis Gaming, of course, they're gonna pick yung mapa na talagang sobrang confident silang manalo doon. Pero para sa akin, for the side of NAOS, I mean, if ever gonna pick Icebox and Ascent, napakahirap to sa side nga ng Oasis Gaming. Pero yun nga, at least Fracture picking yung talagang isa sa pinakamapang komportable nila, which is ang Fracture, which is ang score naman dito ng NAOS Esports is 1-0.
Perfect itong mapa na to sa kulitan. kung ilalagay mo si Georgie o kaya may Neon ka rin para sa Oasis Gaming, I feel like kung napapansin natin na mas nag-hold back na sila dito, pagdating sa Fracture, I feel like ito yung chance nila na ilabas yung 100% kung ano yung bilis na kaya nilang dalhin against NAOS. Dito nila malalabas yon sa mapa na Fracture. It's perfect map pick para sa kanila and hindi na naman natin makikita yung split.
Wala pa. At least nakas nyo nakahapon yung split. Iba-ibang bagay yon. Pero pag tinignan nyo kung ano yung mga side na pinipili nitong mga teams na to, for Icebox, Oasis does pick defense. And I think that's a good choice. Kasi nung last time na naglaban sila, naunang nag-defend tong NAOS. At ang solid, nahirapan talaga yung Oasis na mag-attack at mag-aggress dito sa Icebox. Kaya pinili na ng Oasis na maging mas safe tayo this time around. Sayang kasi yung points na mapapasok natin earlier in the game. Dito naman sa Fracture, understandable din yung attack na yan kasi pareho sila eh. Magaling sila mag-attack pagdating sa Fracture eh.
Yeah, that's true. And knowing na ito rin yung mapang pinili ng Oasis Gaming back then nung naglaban sila at yung last game ng Oasis Gaming and NAOS Esports dito, 13 yung score nila in favor of Oasis Gaming. Pero yun nga, ito rin yung pinakamahirap din sa side ng Oasis, which is decider map natin is Ascent, which is wala pang talo doon ang NAOS Esports. So, yung dalawang mapa na paglalaroan natin ngayon is yung dalawang mapang sobrang lakas pa ng NAOS.
Feeling ko itong Ascent sa Oasis Gaming to eh. Ang daming beses ko na silang napanood pagdating sa mapa na to. And I think they can have a really, really good chance when it comes to this map picks. It is definitely scary, but I guess it is gonna be 3 games. Ang hula ko lang is Icebox towards NAOS, Oasis on Fracture, and Ascent will go to mamaya.
Sa totoo lang actually, pwedeng NAOS and Oasis best kasi pareho rin sila ng score dito na undefeated talaga, no? So, tama yung sinabi mo.
Pero minsan kasi, nagpapainit pa yung Oasis Gaming sa kanilang mga tutok. Yun yung meron sila na feeling ko yung NAOS, minsan gumigising sila na nandun na eh, ready na eh, G na sila.
Si Georgie, minsan gumising yun. Pagod. Minsan gumising, masaya. Yung sa split, nung una okay, pero nung medyo tumagal sa split si Georgie, medyo lumamig yung tutok eh.
Okay lang yan. Si Nexy nga gumigising Kung Fu Panda na eh. Pero ito talaga eh. Tama yung sinabi nyo dyan kasi may nakikita rin tayo na from time to time, etong Oasis Gaming nga, medyo hesitant eh. So kailangan maging decisive sila today, especially since alam natin itong NAOS, decisive sila pag pumasok sila dito sa mga laban na to. Pero based from the map selection, I do feel like we are gonna make it to Ascent. Pagdating sa Ascent to, wala akong idea kung saan pupunta tong laro na to. Tingin mo, Vil, kanino nagli-lean towards to? Lock-in mo na rin yung prediction mo dyan?
Tama rin, sobrang tama rin sinabi ni Taylor nga na talaga malay mo Oasis Gaming, pero malay mo NAOS Esports kasi dito sa mapa na to, 50-50 nga. I mean, pareho silang walang talo, so 50-50 ako. Pero if ever gonna ask me, i-base ko yung prediction ko dun sa past games ng NAOS Esports. So, NAOS ako. Kasi nga, sobrang ganda nung run nila dito sa VCT. Might as well continue nila. Pero yun nga, di ba? Medyo shaky nga din talaga yung Oasis Gaming. Pero NAOS ako. Pero!
Ayan na naman.
Joke lang pero. Hindi,
wala ng pero.
Wala pero.
Ay, wala ng pero.
Wala. 2-1 or 2-0 dito ako sa mga lumilipad.
Sa mga lumilipad?
Yung may pakpak.
Yung may pakpak.
Walang pero.
Walang pero na daw para kay Vil. Pero para sa akin naman,
may pero.
Ako ang may pero, no? I think it would be a 2-1. I still stick by what I said a while ago. First map towards NAOS, second sa Oasis. And the third map, actually, Ascent, feeling ko yun na yung sa Oasis side. So, my lock-in, or rather, yung predictions ko na ilalock-in is Oasis. Feel like, sabi ko nga, minsan, hindi sila online agad, pero sa second and third map, dun sila babawi.
Sorry, kailangan panindigan ni Javi, yung Savio sinabi na kanina.
See you in the finals.
See you in the grand finals. Yan ang kailangan mong panindigan, kapatid.
Alam niyo ba, tinanong ko si Coach Fluffy. Sabi ko, ano masasabi mo na sinabi ni Savi na see you at the finals? Sabi niya, upper or lower? Grabe naman si Coach no? Pero bago ko i-lock in yung prediction ko, gusto ko lang batin, happy birthday, Wild Oreo!
Happy birthday, Wild Oreo! 1, 2, 3!
Happy, happy, happy birthday!
Happy, happy, happy birthday! Sana masaya ka ngayon!
Sakto, magkakalumpia na naman yung mga bulsa nyo niyan.
Ayos-ayusin mo, Wild Oreo, Dapat invited kami mamaya,
Nako, even though may birthday buff, sa lagay na to, agree ako kay Vil today. Nasa side ng NAOS ngayon yung momentum eh.
Di okay.
Okay.
Nagalit.
Ikaw na naman yung others pagdating sa prediction.
Hindi, ako na yung others.
Si
Sige
Tiror
na lang.
naman yung
Sige na
naiiba.
lang.
Pero happy birthday pa rin sa'yo, syempre, Wild Oreo. Sana naman.
1, 2, 3. Happy, happy, happy.
Tama na. Tama na. Happy birthday sa'yo. Galingan mo. Ang dami kasing ang dami ring nangyayari. Actually, natutuwa ako sa mga interview talaga. Uy!
Totoo. Oy, hindi ako yan Hindi, nagkabaliktad lang. Huwag kayong maglala. Basta ako, Oasis.
Magkaiba pong tao si Tiror at si Bill. Napagkakapalit na kayo eh.
Alam kong one brain cell lang kami, pero ayan, okay na.
Ano
Okay
yung
na.
gagawin ko? I-check ko. Tama pa talaga yung sinabi ko doon sa chat ko talaga.
Tama. Ako
Nag-doubt ako eh. Nag-doubt ako eh.
1, 2, 3. Happy, happy, happy birthday. Okay na. Okay, Oasis, gaming ako. Ayan na, naayos na. Naos kayong dalawa. Ako yung others. Tanggap ko na.
Tanggap mo. Ikaw, Bill, okay lang sa'yo ganun. Lagi kayong medyo hindi kayo connect sa prediction.
Okay lang. Prediction lang naman yan.
Wala nang 50-50.
Wala na.
Okay.
Pero.
Wala nang 50-50. Ang 50-50 na lang sa mga nanonood ngayon, i-type nyo na kung sino-sino supportahan nyo dito sa mga crowd favorites natin. Is it gonna be NAOS Esports or Oasis Gaming? Alamin din natin ang iniisip ng ating mga casters.
1, 2, 3.
Happy, happy, happy birthday. Ibigay nyo na sa...
As we celebrate the clock winding down here on stage 1, is it the time or is it the day? Welcome here, ladies and gentlemen, to another one here at VCTPH. My name is Dasher Black and Blue, and we are in the upper bracket finals. Winner here moves on to the grand finals. Loser goes down to the lower bracket finals and will await the victor of the next series. But this is a big one. 1 seed versus 2 seed. It's the matchup everyone has been waiting for. NAOS Esports versus Oasis Gaming.
Well, it's a time of day here, Dax, for the upper bracket finals. As you said, the two titans of the Philippine scene, the two teams. Everybody was touting to win this whole shebang at the end of this, but only one can prevail and go to the grand finals rather for moving forward after this. That's going to be on Sunday, so they get a day break, but this is one they have to prepare for.
Are you going to be there?
Or will you be there?
I don't know. Can I call in sick real quick? I want to watch the game. No, but truth be told, this is a matchup that's going to be so sick and so amazing. I do have to point this out, though, before anything else. Every team we have today, we will see them in Stage 2. All 4 teams in the top 4 spots right now, they are qualified to continue on with this train of thought here at VCTPH. And so we'll be seeing NAOS, Oasis, and I believe GameLab.Alpha, as well as Action PH. Next time around, we do this in probably a couple of weeks. But Icebox is where we begin this incredible matchup. And we were talking right before we got into this game here, Black and Blue. For me, Oasis letting Icebox through, it's a little risky, but also at the same time, their only loss on Icebox this stage has been against NAOS Esports, and they've also decided to bring out the Harbor. Double control, double wall. It's the international meta for them.
Well, it's Oasis taking some notes out of NAOS, but NAOS switching things up, Dax. We're not seeing that double wall controller coming from them anymore. No more Viper plus Harbor. This time, they swap Mojo on to the Omen, which we did see in the past with a Viper plus Omen for other teams in the international scene during year 2, but this time around, it's a very different combination we're seeing from either side.
Yeah, it's an interesting adaptation. You usually put your duelist player on that controller role. You keep Ja on that Jet right now, and that's something you've been a very big fan of. Putting him in the front line on the map he's super familiar with.
Haven't
it
we
really
all?
It has been something to watch out for. And here's a stat for you. Right now, Ja is the highest player in terms of ACS as well as KD. He has just been impeccable in his playoffs form, and him being the front line to begin this game, to begin this series, might be the little edge that NAOS needs versus Oasis.
Well, you talked about the beginning of the series, and here we are immediately. They can get the ball rolling. NAOS on the attacking side, Oasis on the defense. They start off with that wall towards A. They're looking to go A site, B site instead, rather.
And in terms of adaptations, you see again, Oasis rocking Marquis still. It seems like he has become more of that mainstay right now. Savvy 8K, incredible flex player, going for the Harbor. And the birthday boy himself, Wild Oreo, sticking on around on a classic Viper that he plays for Oasis in maps like this, as well as Breeze if that's in the map rotation. But then again, NAOS, a quick beginning. The high tide's there to allow the plant a little bit of space also to move towards Snowman.
And look what that Omen gives you. It allows you that vertical control. They have no real idea that Mojo Mojer is up here on the second floor. As long as his smoke is still here, they're going to have to be very wary about that. Nexi, great shot to find the opening pick.
This is the matchup these two teams have been waiting for, preparing for, and suddenly Oasis now on the retakes, throwing out the high time, covering out the green cascades there too for cover. Mojer is trying to stick around onto the corner, but it's Oasis already who had a strong start on the retake, and they have a foothold to play the Vanguard. The push comes in, and Georgie with the target. Wits goes down, Papi Chulo the only one left, and this will be a victory for Oasis.
A clean round here from Oasis. The fact that they found that first pick coming in there on the jaw was a big thing to kind of dismantle. Then we saw the swings and the trades coming a bit late from that yellow position here from NAOS. So Oasis, you can see that from the get-go, they're really wanting to remain control of their most important site in their minds on that A site. They commit both of the walls towards that A site, and since NAOS went B, they still had enough time to go for that retake.
It's just something interesting to talk about. This first map, sure, it's a NAOS pick. Sure, they haven't lost as of yet, but Oasis, they tried so many different compositions just to figure out what can actually work on a map like this. And besides that loss against NAOS that I mentioned a while ago, it seems like they're looking for the answer right now as we move into the second round.
They've made information gathered here towards B. As the recall almost shot out. Oh, Mojer. He eats a lot of that shock dart. They're stacked up here towards that kitchen, and ready. Savvy AK realizes the pressure is just a bit too much. He falls back, lets the rest of his team help him out.
Oh, that's a lot of people though, and Savvy AK gets a lot of them too. 3 for him, saying goodbye to NAOS in one swift motion. And Marky, he finds Papi Chulo over onto the entrance of the tube. And down he goes. Oasis right now 2-0, a flawless win. And I think before we get into the rifle round, it's something we can discuss here, Black and Blue. The way NAOS has been convincing all throughout their season run after that loss to Oasis. On the other hand, Oasis has been very scrappy with these victories. Will we see a shift this time in this series now?
I think it will be. When you see Oasis, a lot of times they play up to the level of their competition, and they know that when it's NAOS, when it's arguably the best other team in this tournament, that is when they really, step up their game. And knowing that NAOS have kind of swapped on over to a different composition right now on Mojer, instead of having that double wall controller set up, it really does give, I think, Oasis a bit more of an edge in terms of the utility and just the amount of stalling power they can bring.
It seems like it's homework versus a bit of comfort. I'm still wondering, though, how Mojer on that Omen will play to this equation. He can be hypermobile still. We saw, though, for NAOS many a time, especially on the attack, that double duelist was allowed them to get these sites very quickly. But since they know there's a lot of control options for Oasis, they're trying to at least play that utility game.
I mean, they did run that Raze in the past, and I thought that was something that was very effective in their case when they had Mojer on that Raze instead, and they had just so much firepower on that, but Ja! He swings away into the rafters, gets a double.
You're asking for firepower, and Ja will bring those flames. Georgie, though, looking to battle NDG over onto the box, and NDG, quick little surprise, Jack and Box, and here's a joke, a killing joke from NDG. 2 on the board, and NAOS will also do so as well.
Well, they finally get theirs in relatively clean fashion. You see here how Oasis, they're really prepared, and we saw this come from Marky when they played against Abaddon Abyss, to use their utility to make the plant as difficult as possible. You saw the shock dart drain, and you saw the snake bites, and they're always coordinated in that, but this is what this composition gives you in spade stacks. Even though the Raze also had vertical mobility, it's a bit less telegraphed when you have an Omen.
Yeah, you don't even know where he's actually going, right? You hear the sign Q, you hear the teleportation, but where can this man be? And speaking of man who manned up, it was Ja. Just the timing there versus the high tide. Perfect. Here we go, though, with the aggression courtesy of NAOS towards an A site. Oasis, though, prepared in a way. They have the harbor in position. Savvy 8K already just waiting that high ground, but the backside is necessary for Oasis to hold this down.
Well, the recascade here onto A main, but Ja, he just completely bypasses and so can Mojer. He TV's on the top of the screen, ready to try and punish Savvy 8K, but the wall is keeping him at bay for the meantime. They can get the plant down.
Oasis does have the reckoning for the retake, but we can say the same case for Wits. On his own Harbor ultimate allows NAOS to get the space that they want, and you can hear already the ults popping, the stuns fly, and let's not forget it's intel here used by Oasis. NAOS doing the same old thing just to try and keep the playing field even. Mojer over onto the corner of the maze, and Mojer going maximum now, finds 2 for his troubles. Also still needs to deal with Savvy AK, but Marky in position. Through the rope he will go, but it just delivers him to his own demise as Mojer holds the line.
And this is what it gives you, right? On that Omen, you see how he's able to reposition freely without much of a fuss. Goes up towards screens and falls back down without them even knowing that he attempted that in the first place. And the big thing here about the Omen, I was talking about Fluffy with this on this for quite a while, who funnily enough, he's not here, but I'd like to shout him out anyways, is that pressure that the paranoia gives you. The longer that isn't around, the defense has to respect that, and they know that that's going to come at any moment. He throws it out to stall their push as the reckoning comes from Oasis.
I mean, he's a jinx, man. He's a bit of a curse. Remember the last time he cast an Oasis game and they lost?
Did he?
Yeah, I believe so. He can't be here on the broadcast side, but big shout-outs to, of course, everyone watching so far. This is the matchup the PH scene has been awaiting. And of course, we're going to bring the best of the best this local side has to offer. Then again, though, Oasis now still having a bit of the backside and screens control. Flank, though, coming in courtesy of Georgie and Papi Chulo's on watch point duty. It's all about timing. There's the jump peek. Blade does get connection, and Papi Chulo resets himself to get that takedown. Good stoppage here by NAOS. Savvy 8K, though, with the answer. Sheriff round anyway for Oasis, so NAOS is playing it safe here.
Yeah, making sure that their flanks are checked. I mean, there's a reason why Papi Chulo was one of those guys to throw up on that head-to-head. Always reliable, always ready, the daddy of them all. Ooh, things are tied up. Let's stay true for long with NAOS. They have the man advantage. Crawling up, Oasis trying to gather that information since they cut noise here, NAOS. They're about to walk into this double stack, and the paranoia, it's ready too, but quickly done by Wits.
They don't even need it. Just way up close. Wits, of course, able to mow them down, and there's so much pedigree for these players right now. There's a big reason that this is touted to be the matchup. Did Mark even get the orb? I'm not even too sure.
Did he?
It faded away right in front of him. But then again, I just have to say this here, Black and Blue. This is the matchup that these two teams have prepared for.
Yeah.
Let's be realistic about this. Both of these teams got the buys into the upper bracket round number 2, and they were looking forward and preparing specifically for this matchup. We saw it on the map draft already. The adjustments, the, I'd say, respect in terms of the bans especially. But then again now, it's all about execution. And while this is the NAOS map pick, Oasis, they're just gonna need to make sure that a repeat of what happened last time against NAOS in their regular stage won't happen again.
Well, isn't that the thing here, Dax? We see many times over that whoever wins that previous matchup, it goes back and forth.
Oh, yeah.
And this is pretty funny. Like, I would know. Knowing Oasis and the core here that you have some from NAOS coming from SB,
yeah,
it was always a series straight. No team for like, what, 8 series straight were able to win 2 series in a row. And if that continues, if that trend continues in this game, in this matchup, then it's going to be a pretty clean back and forth, I think, from NAOS and Oasis. Oasis won in the group stages, but NAOS are trying to change that result.
That's pretty wacky when we also had that old NAOS squadron. It was Oasis beating them, and then they played in an international competition.
Yep.
It was NAOS returning the favor.
Yep.
So do we get patterns? If the pattern checks out, then it should be for NAOS. But then again, we know that Oasis, they don't care about the stats. They don't care about the patterns. It's about the magic that they make. Mid to B, though, here from NAOS, and Wild Oreo backing on away. You can see the pressure from NAOS always forcing Oasis to go back to the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, and they have the op here on Oasis, so it's going to be a difficult retake, I think, for Georgie, but we know he's the man to make it work. They're ready for this as well. They got that snowman control, but look at how NAOS are placed themselves. They still do have that deep control from NDG towards mid to make sure nobody comes in free, and Mojer is under the boiler as well. They have a pretty good setup here. They have no idea where he is. Mojer gets the one. The trade's coming on in as kitchen control's being seized.
Oh, Java's ready, and Josh gonna go at it yet again, but Savvy 8K making sure he's not another casualty. Georgie, though, difficult on the retake, up in hand, checks out the middle, but misses the crucial shot. Savvy 8K dropping on down, finds NDG, but it's gonna be such a difficult proposition for him. He doesn't know he's up top. He doesn't know how to get up top in the first place, and you try to climb, but Mojer will just drop you down and bring you to the ground. See you in the grand finals, they say. Well, NAOS is making a case for themselves instead.
Hot damn, what a round here by NAOS, Stacks. Quick, decisive, and you can see how prepared they are and how well their postman situation there. Everything was calculated. They had that kitchen control, they had the double mid take, and they also had that double mid hold. You see a lot of times that when teams go for that mid take, they're going to leave somebody towards the bottom of the tube, yes, which they expected here, Oasis. They were checking NDG, they were spamming the bottom of the tube, but they did not expect Mojer. And the thing is, that Omen, he can reposition. How many times? That's maybe 2 or 3 rounds that we've seen that Mojer just came in big because of the really freedom the Omen gives you in terms of repositioning. He uses the from the shadows as well to juke out and earn the clutch.
It's Mystique here from Mojer right now, and he has 7 takedowns. I was wondering a little bit, Oasis, they're giving up so much space, but they only need to deal with a single duelist. It's not that tandem of the Jet and the Raze. It's Mojer, though, given chances to get in position and get those takedowns. That extra verticality coming up in spades, especially as we saw NAOS go for that kitchen take, go for the pressure towards the top side on the second floor. And really, NAOS right now, they knew Oasis was preparing for them specifically, and the adjustment is looking strong so far.
Yeah, and isn't that, I think, the most
core thing, I think, about these two teams, aside from maybe a team like Action PH, adjusting on the fly, mid-game, mid-round. This is what these teams have been good for. And Oasis, we've seen them struggle as of recent in terms of their mid-round decision-making, but that was part of the biggest reason why they were so good during the opening start of the group stages, was that their mid-round was always so potent.
Well, potency needs to come in spades here for Oasis, that's for sure. If this keeps up, we'll get a repeat of what happened last time in their regular season game. And looking back into that, I believe that was a 13-3 scoreline, heavily in favor of NAOS. And it has just been the trend. Everyone who has faced off against NAOS has just been a frozen waste instead. They have been taken down to the ground many a time. And with NDG getting the intel, NAOS yet again playing as safe and secure as possible for the side pick.
You got a lot to work with here, NAOS, but great shot by Savvy. He's been potent with that Sheriff all day long. Shock Dart gonna tag him up. Actually, no, it misses, and he gets another follow-up off of it. So Mojo securing, helping them, but Marky's even got a response for that.
Just because of that kill, the set of kills there from Savvy 8K, it forced NAOS to play a little bit deeper. It becomes a 2v1. Marky unleashing the Hunter's Fury, but gets no dice with it. And the post plant is secured here for the side of NAOS. Good effort though for Savvy 8K. Marky's gonna get caught out. And Oasis, at least they did some damage out of a few heroics from the Harbor. But beyond that, it's the same old story for NAOS.
I mean, that's the word to use, right? Caught out, the catch here by Papi Chulo. And that's what he's been doing a lot of times. And that's what NAOS have been doing in general. You'd think on the attacking side, they'd really be pressing the issue. And they do have lots of pressure. But really, a lot of their game plan is trying to exploit here the peaks that they know are going to eventually come from Oasis. Now, Savvy, even if they knew he was coming, he was still able to hit those shots because he's just incredible in these situations, and so is Marky. And I think that's the real big thing that the Oasis have got here. From 1 to 5, actually 1 to 6, because they got a 6-man rotation, they are always just really big stars in their own right.
Yeah, there's a star-studded roster, all-star lineup from the PH scene. Some of the best from the side of Oasis Gaming. You add, of course, that SV Empire core, and you add into Georgie. It's a good sum of parts that's trying to equate to a victory, but Wits shutting down Savvy 8K, Nexi not making the trade happen, and Nexi getting the read on the push versus NAOS Esports. That's something I was thinking about, Black and Blue. How can Oasis just dissuade NAOS from actually pushing deeper? Well, this time around, they can't actually play to the side. The lockdown's there.
I mean, it does put the defense away, but it would have been better timed if they did that as the A push was coming to try and split the attention of the Oasis defense towards having to look both directions, 180. They have the op for the retake. They bought some time to lockdown, but they have the man advantage.
Yeah, that double control, they're going to need to use those smokes even more so. They lost the Harbor already. And Marky, interesting enough, has the operator in hand, searching, sleuthing, trying to find here on the backside. NDG, though, over off to the opposite end of 410, and here comes Wits! He finds 3 for his troubles, found out though by Nexi in response, and Nexi ready to feast on the bones, but Papi Chulo, the clutch master himself, 2v1 scenario, nice snake fight there from Wild Oreo, but the nano swabs are perfect, and Nexi will drown. Wild Oreo will get the kill, sure, but it will be NAOS making the clutch round happen.
Wow, Wits really ratting himself there, and he was a perfect player to do that. Right, he might be a Harbor, but he's expended most of his utility at that point, and he was a low HP player. And then you see also here, really smart by NDG to pull a bit of the aggro towards his way. The attention was completely on him. The operator on Marky just not quick enough to try and deal with a situation like that, especially when you got Wits ratting up close.
Yeah, it's a right idea to swing that way, but you mentioned it, not the right gun. Difficult right now to propose playing that operator, given how NAOS is playing as quickly as possible with the Harbor wall. And it's that matter of timing that's really screwing over Oasis right now. I do wonder what happens if someone decides to play Anchor instead, tries to hold down the NAOS push. And Oasis, they've been playing a lot of post-plant locations. It hasn't really panned out without ultimates.
Let's not forget, Georgie was former teammates with Papi Chulo and Ja as well, so there is a bit of that familiarity there on a bit of their tendencies, especially as you can see in that round.
Yeah, wasn't that the case? He joined SB for a while, gave them the last championship, and suddenly disband. Suddenly, now you're joining Oasis Gaming.
Hey, where are you going with this?
Maybe you missed your old job there, my friend, but now we can see a new age of the reckoning. You can already get it from Savvy 8K. Because of that, Georgia able to get the takedown towards Wits Jaw, though. Blade Storm still in hand. Cascade gonna be in the way. And this is what Oasis wants, to dissuade that push. Don't let that spike go down.
And this is what a lot of their defense really is kind of circulates on, Dax. We see that many times on over, that they really want to make sure that their utility is focused on denying the plant. The retakes have been good. We've seen that, but a lot of their game plan is based on that plant denial in the first place, at least for what's been working for them. And Jaw, a double for him on the blades.
The Jaw blades are just so sharp, but Nexi still oh so consistent. Ready to stay on the high ground. Fake out there from NDG. They get the drop and they get the scan, so now they know someone's on the ground floor, and his name is Nexi. Time running out though here for NAOS. It's gonna be even harder with the lockdown. If they're gonna rotate, they have to do it fast. The Hunter's Fury gonna be the call instead, but Wild Oreo takes advantage of the retreat, and Marky's still there too. Long range is the game for Oasis Gaming. The stall is through. NDG, the only one left, spots out Nexi, but in this regard, just a swing and a peek. That's all they need to do. Many an angle, and Wild Oreo's right there for the trade.
Oasis finally respond there. It should have been someone else going for the plant, though, from NAOS, because you see how when the plant was trying to be attempted and the lockdown was placed by Nexi, he had to pull back there, NDG, to use his Hunter's Fury and burn that lockdown. But if maybe it was someone else going for the plant, then he would have been a bit more ready for that, and he would have been able to buy more time for the plant attempt instead. But I really think here, Oasis, they're finally starting to get a read on how to play this B-side defense. It's been the A side that has been really open for him.
It's the win condition right now for Oasis. They need to stop that early plant so it doesn't let NAOS play that post-plant location as soon as possible. Only problem, it seems like they're relying on ultimates just to do that. Savvy 8K yet again, reckoning, getting value. Georgie, though, aggressive on the jaw, but still, since NAOS knows those tendencies, Wits was there for the trade.
Either Jet taken out of the board. And for the meantime, we haven't had a bit of a quiet lull just yet, Dax. But now we finally get some to talk about things here.
You can say the usual thing that you love. No Sage on Icebox.
No Sage on Icebox. Lovely. Thank you, Valorant patch. Wherever we are on.
Thank you, Harper. And
I
can't wait also for Gecko to be able to play.
All right.
We're playing with the Reckoning, and the Viper Split is the answer.
It's a different type of initiating utility in this case. Still 4v4. The lurk here by Papi Chulo has to be absolutely big. He gets a catch off a Savvy off the turret information.
The trade again. Next he finds Papi Chulo, and even though NAOS is trying to wade through the waters and wade through the sights, it's still Oasis holding things down. And Wild Oreo, this is his kingdom come, this is his Viper Spit, and he will not lose in his own territory. NDG finding a small little corner to utilize. Snakebite gets thrown, flushes out NDG, he's burning, but Wild Oreo finally gonna go on down. While this happens though, Oasis is already on the opposite end, and they cleared out the outside to go on the inside. That's the round for Oasis.
The great Viper Spit here for the retake. It didn't extend far up top, but they didn't need it to. As long as they can clear the immediate in the 3v2, they can play those trades, and that's exactly what they do. So Oasis finally stringing a second round in a row here. Dax are really starting to get the groove, I think, of their defense, and the trades, I think, is the most important factor. That's why they won that round. Traded every kill.
The big one had to be first Nexi towards middle, second one on the site, them finding Wits first and foremost. Timeout not called by NAOS Esports, but it seems like the promise of a matchup that will define the PH scene, it's happening right now.
And isn't that the real moniker of this, right? It will define who pushes on up. The Grand Finals is certainly a spot that both of these teams, whatever iteration they've been in, have had experience in, probably the most experience in compared to the other teams we got here. And they're the ones really touted to be that representative in the APAC when it does come to it. If there's one Philippine VCT representative, it has to be these guys. And that's what they want to prove right here, right now. But Icebox has always been a map that we've been touting as NAOS's best, by far, their masterpiece, if any, of a battleground. The Oasis don't want to change that record. Flawless so far by NAOS earlier on, but the Oasis, they're really making those adjustments that we talked about.
Yeah, they want to smudge it, and let's just get something straight. You don't actually get into something like Ascension by winning stage 1. It's still a whole process that we will figure out along the way. But it's still that crown of being the best in the PH scene. And of course, prize pool is pretty hefty this time around. So you know they're playing on the official circuit for good reason. This competition, though, will tell us truly who will be the king of the Philippine scene. And of course, there's still the Grand Finals in a couple of days. There's still a whole weekend of VCT action, guys, and you wouldn't want to miss it. But Georgie misses the timing because of the dark cover up in hand, as you mentioned.
Do they even recognize this? I think so. Well, Mojo's giving himself away. The blaze, it doesn't connect. He gets spotted, but Papi Chulo there out the ready. He gets a second as well. Papi Chulo always ready to back up the team.
Reeks of desperation there from Oasis. They knew they flubbed it. They knew they got the read already. And when they tried to chase after those kills, NAOS is prepared with the punish. Always look at the positions of Papi Chulo and Wits. They will be there to hold things down, especially towards the spawn side. Marky hit by the paranoia. Luckily, the high tide is there. Had an inkling of where NAOS is trying to go to the plant, but you just can't. Oh, he finds a shock dart instead. Lightning is effective against water here. It's the perfect type matchup for Marky, and he's not done. Becomes a 3v3 scenario now.
They don't have much utility to go for this plant anymore. They've expended a lot of it because they thought they'd be able to get that B-side control. They're trying to take Snowman, but quickly stifled. And isn't that what Marky has been doing so good, especially here in Icebox? We'd see him time after time get these kills to deny the plant with these shock darts. And It's a very interesting wall Oasis even set up in the first place for that B site retake. Allows him to continue to have Snowman control and really contest a long yellow angle.
Absolutely. It blocks the bullets, but doesn't block the bow and arrow. And this isn't Pokemon, guys. This is still Valorant. It's just crazy to think that Oasis, again, manipulating that battlefield and using, of course, that persuasion that there's someone there on the opposite end to scare off NAOS from pushing. It's still now a movement towards that A site, though. NAOS should be able to get the plant down as Oasis just converge towards the middle.
Yeah, they use their one smoke here. Be able to get that plant down safely. Poppy Troll, he needs to get another. He does get the 3, but will that be enough? It's a 2v2 as the moment. Hunter's Fury doesn't get the catch that they were looking for. Almost tags up Wits, but no, he's safe.
Yeah, it was a good reflex there from Marky, but it's just a guessing game by that point. Poppy Chulo still the poison pill and almost got that second, just couldn't get the spray down going. It's 2v2 now, Wild Oreo playing towards the screens as well. That high ground effective for Marky, and he jumps down and then effectively becomes a double peek too. As soon as Marky leaps, Wild Oreo is there ready to jump with him, and from that point on, Oasis recovered the round.
What a peek there coming from Marky. And the target prioritization from NAOS, they both go for Marky, who just came out of the blue and just takes him down on the trade, and isn't that the big thing? We talked about it for either side. NAOS, the catch, we see the catch here happening many times on over, but Marky's just always ready. A double for him and that to deny the plant, and as I said, it's about the plant denial here for Oasis.
Yeah, that's true, but this is why he's playing right now. This is why they put Marky. You know him to be that jet that decimated many a competition in the previous year of Oasis Gaming. He has flexed on over to Control, he has flexed on over to Initiator, but he's still that damn good and enabled here for Oasis right now.
This is looking to tie up the game at the half stacks. Certainly a matchup that's delivering so far in the opening half of the opening game. Let's go to it. A site last round of the half. They got the lockdown. They have that from the shadows to try and manipulate where he can position and maybe get a catch.
Over onto the Belto, scanned out now, still effectively dissuaded to try and play that high ground position by the utility of Oasis. Savvy 8K though, ambitious right now, playing close towards the maze. Ja will be that first target, and he peeks as soon as he sees the cloud burst. Wanted to get the timing over onto Ja. He survives right now. 4v4, Savvy 8K is there, and they just effectively line up for him. Same spray pattern, same line of sight. Oasis holding things down, but they have to back away because of the lockdown.
They have site control for the meantime, but that's not going to last too long. And when you still have Marky up, although his Shark Darts have been disbanded, he can always be a big thorn in their side. It's a 2v3 from the Clutch Masters themselves. Can they make it happen?
Yeah, Poppy Chulo Wits, veterans in their own rights, and they answer now with the Reckoning to keep the pressure going. Initial intel also provided. Should be the watch towards screens, but Nexi just finds Poppy Chulo so quickly. Wits right now in position just to die. It's Nexi again on the board. And Oasis Gaming, the tendencies have been read versus NAOS, and they tie up the scoreline.
They play that so well. And Savvy, he's doing really good in making sure he gets ultimate value for many of his lives. You saw there, the spray coming in true with Ja Low, walks into the spray, and he's having a bit of a struggle compared to his earlier start. We've seen this happen to Ja though earlier in the group stages, where on Icebox sometimes there might just be a bit too much pressure on him, especially that they don't have that raise to kind of pull a bit more aggro. But Oasis, they did a pretty good half considering they were on the defense.
It's just, here we go again for Oasis. Star-Stud Thrust is there for good reason. Some of these players like Marky and Savvy 8K come from duelist backgrounds, and you could see the timing there from Savvy. As soon as he saw that cloud burst, there's that small window where you can catch out the jet. That's where he peeked, that's where he went for it. And sometimes that extra bit of ambition is what helps Oasis in these kind of matchups. They individually are strong. They're looking to work together as a team to make it an absolute unit, but just the sum, or rather the parts of this equation, are already sturdy on their own.
I mean, when you look at it, Oasis, they got 4 duelist players we're playing right now anyway, so it's certainly going to be a night full of stars. But Oasis, they're on the attack this time. Second half continues. Wall plays towards B, and they use the opening high tide to try and gain that B main control for the meantime.
This is where it gets interesting for Oasis also. You're going to always see that Wild Oreo wall help out for one of these sites. It can be for fake intel if they want to go for that A. It can be for the push and move to snowman control with the harbor later on in. So now, as they already know, though, that's going to be the position if ever. Wits holding on to Snowman might be important, but he can also get overrun if ever Oasis decide to go that direction.
Well, they should be able to get the plant here right now. Wits in a difficult spot. He's trapped, and he's going to get caught on out. No, he's alive for the meantime. The Cascade keeping him there, and they've taken Snowman control. Savvy follows up as well.
Oasis, this is exactly what we're talking about. They're going to get a lot of space with this double controller. And if Wits is going to hold there, he might need backup. He might need the numbers. Paranoia comes into play, but Mojo's too little too late to the party. And Papi Chulo cleaned up as well. NAOS now feeling the elements and feeling how effective these smokes can be.
Yeah, flawless opening pistol. And this is what I was talking about. This is what I was kind of worried about. Yes, it gives you a bit more mobility, especially in that attacking side when you have the Omen in terms of, being discreet about it. But the Raze just gives you so much more. Imagine a paint shell there. Imagine if that utility was available to try and help them take that snowman back. They had the Paranoia, but did come a bit too late before the high tide went away. And so, after it now, NAOS, they're going to have to play with what little they got, but they still have a fighting chance here. I still like how Oasis are really utilizing the strengths of the composition, though.
They're isolating these angles. Simply put, they're making angles of their own that they just basically win with the overrun. And Oasis Gaming, this is something we see international stage, this kind of setup, this kind of double control, double wall shenanigans, and it's something they've really learned on the fly to help them out on Icebox. NAOS, their mastery is clear, sure. They are experimenting right now with the Omen, but this defense is where they're really going to be put to the test.
Yeah, and they're doing it really well as well. We see this wall be done by NAOS many times over. They put the default wall towards B, and then Wild Oreo gets a catch off here as well to stop him. But the trade comes on in, though, still. Oasis, they're ready for this.
They just want to fight.
Yeah.
They just want to get these kills, and Papi Chulo, don't peek. This is deadly. Oh, he still gets one with a classic, though.
You doubt him?
For a bit. For a bit, but I don't think he wins a 1v4 with a classic.
Yeah, maybe not.
That's not the thing. And I guess this is where we can converse about this right now. Moving on to the defensive side, that's where the Harbor kind of struggles.
Yeah.
If you know already as a controller, very strong on the attack. And instead of the stability, the static gameplay that the Viper provides in terms of normal meta, you're going to be playing with the Omen and the Dark Cover. Sure, it's helpful in congruence with something like the Harbor brings out, right? But alone, it's just difficult to really use for some of these retakes.
Yeah, and barring Gecko, these are the two most initiate-heavy controllers you have in the game, and so they lose a bit of that holding power, a bit of that anchor that the Viper would provide in this case. And so I'm not too sure if this is the way they wanted to go, and if they really wanted to go heavy initiate, why not steal that Raze? There is many benefits, of course, to the Omen, but one would argue that maybe against a composition like this, with a double wall controller from Oasis where they place his default towards B and then further use that high tide for the snowman, that Raze could have been perfect.
Yeah, the theoretics right now for NAOS, it might be a bit in trouble. Oasis, though, in the meantime, this is the perfect chance to capitalize yet again on perhaps the mismatch we're seeing. And they have the rifles still to work with. This is their bonus, by the way. And look how heavy they are on the guns.
Yeah.
A big fighting chance for Oasis.
Is that really a bonus?
I mean, look at the money. They can buy again. These guys are not strapped for cash whatsoever.
Yeah.
The sponsored deal probably pushed through.
Oh, well.
You should know something
really
about
nicely
that.
done. Moving on, NAOS here. Mojo, he's boosted up. He's got a lot to work with. He's got some help, but will the Paranoia come in time? Ja finds one. Mojo on the second and the third. They get everything going their way. The trade comes from Savvy, and he's still sticking around here, Ja.
He still wants to fight. He still wants to repeat, and he's almost taken down. Savvy 8K, though, it's finding NDG, and he's all alone now. The Harbor, though, fleet footwork to stay alive to get 3. Also sets up a little bit for himself with the code. Witso is waiting. He knows what utility he can throw on over. A single bullet can do. Savvy 8K in. 10 seconds left. No real time and no real chance. Now, the fact that they were able to stay in the corner and win those duels, that was effective to make their defense hold.
I mean, it worked out, but I'd argue it should have been a bit cleaner considering it was a 2v5 Dax and it brought it to, what, a 2v2 near the end of things? Very dangerous situation we find. Yet now still come out on top. But yeah, that hold from Motor. How do you even get these kills holding on here? What an incredible flick. Obviously, the inaccuracy debuff on top of the ropes is a big thing, but we've been seeing that elbow control be something they like to fight over here in Icebox.
Yeah, and since they didn't really see that high ground being capitalized on by Oasis, when we saw Georgie dash in towards 410, there's that extra little bit of a half second that he can't really fight back. You saw him already flick on over. He noticed someone was there on pipes, but it's a little too late because of the double peek there from NAOS, and it just goes to show if they're going to see NAOS play fortification, if they're going to try and play the anchor, they need the numbers.
I mean, they have Mojo there, but I'd argue it should be Jop because Mojo could then help him on out with the Paranoia in that case. If he's on commit on the elbow, then he can't use that utility.
Duelist mentality sometimes. Semantics aside, though, it worked out anyway. And you have a good point there, Black and Blue, but the point right now is Oasis. They use that Reckoning yet again to make it to the site itself. So quick on the ultimates of Savvy 8K. Georgie right now, though, prepared down below. Looking to creep, looking to lurk. Not spotted out by NAOS as of yet. Wits, though, will check it, but Georgie will get the takedown. Eventually, Motor is there to make the trade happen, but Oasis uses that extra bit of space to actually get the frags that they need. Play for that base. Papi Chulo, though, on board and getting takedowns. NDG setting up the crossfire, and it's 2v2 now. But post plant is where Nexi and Wild Oreo will be strong. You get the dart into play. Nexi already towards the middle, and now they have to look at multiple directions. Wild Oreo, though, peeking on out. Papi Chulo plays defense. Time is running out. Nexi, you need to push. Nexi, you need to get there. And NDG gets the defuse as Papi Chulo is the true enforcer now. We tie things up.
There's a reason, as I said, this man's on that head-to-head, always reliable. And what have I been talking about when it comes to NAOS and Papi Chulo in specific here, Dax? The catch. Always catching out, always punishing the defense, and in this case, the offense on that post-plant hold, making sure they can rely on him. He's a sentinel in every sense of the word, a goddamn Terminator turret.
Just held it down. Trust me, bro, I got you.
Yeah.
And that's one thing that NAOS has been working on all throughout these weeks. Communication, Black and Blue.
Yeah.
The desync between the original duo from that NAOS squadron and the 3 additions of the SPE boys and Wits as well. We know that Papi Chulo, Wits, and Ja, I believe, had that history way back when in another tactical FPS game. But it was about integrating what Mojer and NDG can do to this roster. And those are the moments last round and the round prior to that where we saw those two halves come to the same coin.
Oh yeah, that's really what we've been looking for, right? That synchronicity between these two different sides of the coin. And you're going to have to kind of really see where that fusion comes into the mix. Now, Oasis, they did lose a round, but I don't think that was a bad round for them at all. If anything, Georgie almost certainly would have been good for more than just one in that case. The timing just didn't work out for him. Mojo quick on the trade, but the fact that he was able to really get himself that deep, that really pulls signs here that maybe now they're not on their wits in terms of making sure their holes are plugged.
Well, we have to see here now what Oasis is going to do to answer back. It was a decent round, sure, but their economy a bit in shambles. Hero Rifle, though, for Savvy 8K. A few Stingers into play, and they're going to go for the rush down. Georgie, though, knows what the Stinger can do. He even confirms the kill onto the dead body. Trying to see if anyone's going to repeat that one. NDG fell first, just ill-prepared for the push itself. And as it happens, Nexi tries to line it up. Ja going to be able to get that takedown down below, though. Wits and Papi Chulo, the off angles are perfect here for NAOS. The side control is still there, and it's hero time for Georgie this time. 1v3, a difficult proposition. Ja, though, quick little jiggle. Realizes that the competition is just watching out for them, and they have the double up. Just a single peek will kill Georgie here. Wits is just so prepared right now. NAOS, they refuse to overheat. They know that the beast of Georgie can be contained if they play things right.
And Georgie's spectacular, but you've got the 3 veterans left alive on NAOS. You're not going to give this up. They know where Wits is, but Ja is there prepared. And once again, dude, Papi Chulo, a double for him to close up and clean up on the anti-eco and make sure that they aren't going to simply be caught out in the open.
Yeah, all the hard work Oasis did to build up the economy in the first place, it just fell apart at the seams in the past few rounds. Really goes to show just the fortitude right now we're seeing from NAOS. And it was just so fun to see the 3 that came along with all that CS background. They just played it so perfectly. Wait, don't push. This guy can actually kill us all if we give him a chance. And that respect right now, helping out now.
I mean, you see that they wanted it, right? Papi Chulo and Ja, they were like, do we want to be outside this kitchen? We're like, nah, let the man cook.
They probably remember just, didn't this guy win a championship for us?
Yeah.
At a LAN?
Or with, maybe, arguably both.
Both, of course.
Yeah.
He was added in, and it helped out the team. But quick little head gets spotted out. Ja, 10-4 over and out. Georgie goes down. A good start here for NAOS already. Oasis is going to need someone else to play the entry, and Savvy 8K is doing just that. Savvy 8K! Again and again, the collegiate superstar spreading his wings and fly versus NAOS Esports especially. Oasis right now, they're looking to go towards that backside. It's Marky right now on the board. NDG with a trade, but it's Marky now stepping up to the plate. This is the magic that Oasis makes happen. Out of nowhere, they still make the push work.
Yeah, but the turret is down. Now Papi Chulo's got a good chance to get this clutch possibly. They don't know where he is exactly. They haven't even planned it just yet. Will they commit to it is a question, but man, Savvy from the top ropes. How many times have we seen that come from Oasis in general? And Papi Chulo is really biding his time, wants to make sure that the plant is secured here so that he can confirm their positions. There he goes.
He was waiting for the sound cue, and now they know it's going to be that A take. But Oasis have already adjusted. cosplaying as the defenders here, playing towards that backside. This is a dangerous angle, though. I don't like that they're completely stuck with one another, but eventually try to reform because of that small lull. No angle whatsoever for Marky. Papi Chulo playing it perfectly. Marky's on the outside, though. Trying to stay away from that sight line. Papi Chulo now creeping on closer and closer to that deep plant, as you mentioned. It's still Marky, though, playing far back. Has the Hunter's Fury to boot if ever. Recon Dart is there. He misses! And because of that scan, it allows Marky to unleash the lightning. There's the first strike. Waiting for the second. Patience perfected. And it's even accurate from Marky.
No time.
Enough time was bought. And Oasis will get the round.
That's the important thing here. Save the rifle, save the economy. It's not like you have it in spades anyways. And a good effort here from Papi Chulo, but ultimately enough. That's why you plan for the positions that you have. They go for that deep, deep plant, which gives you so much more control from that screen than if you ever came from the Raptors. A drop could certainly be deadly, which we have seen those high ropes work out in Oasis's favor.
Oasis, the fact that they have these ultimates when they need it the most is one of the bigger reasons we see them in this competition. But speaking of, I think you noticed something there for NAOS.
Well, if you want to talk about ultimates, it's NAOS here. You've got a full hand of it, and we're going to have to see how they utilize it. They got so much to work with here, that Reckoning and the Lockdown especially.
We'll see which one NAOS will use first. What do they feel will be essential right now to try and hold things down? I'm really looking forward to the two you mentioned because Viper Spit is available here for Wild Oreo. Savvy 8K, though, another kill away from the Reckoning. He's truly become the high tide of this server right now, keeping the waters going. Then again, though, Wits, of course, no slouch. Oasis right now trying to figure out how this NAOS defense is set up for.
Well, it's quite a bit of time burnt already here by Oasis, on Oasis's side actually, so there's still a lot of utility for NAOS to stall this. If they use the Reckoning for the retake, that's going to be good. They have the Hunter's Fury, the Lockdown, as we talked about, and with a minute left remaining, Oasis have yet to really get much control. At least they have B main. Here comes on out their planned attempt. It's for that back orange.
This is not for the site itself. It's not towards Snowman. It's making sure the halls aren't really truly in control. That second floor is something they're afraid of. But on the ground, it's Wits there. Boots the floor, but he's going to get taken down by Marky. 4v4 immediately. Viper Spit's going to be set on up. The Nano Swarm is going to get lobbed as well, just to give NAOS a bit of space to push forward. But they know the sea of green is not going to be the color that they want to play. And Marky playing very dangerously close. The Lockdown's going to be there, and NAOS playing protection. They're just waiting to see if someone's going to push. And as soon as the wall goes down, it will be Ja finding Marky. Space being made. The flank also covered. Ja with the turn about to get that takedown. And with the extra bit of utility, Nexy's going to have to look into 3. Well, it's Ja, the only one keeping eyes with him, and NAOS will have double digits.
There's just simply way too much there for NAOS to throw at Oasis for them to be able to hold, but still good attempt.
That's all their ults?
Yeah, that was all their ults, literally all 5 ults they had to burn in that case, but you see how Oasis really put importance on that orange control because they knew that with the ultimate advantage here, the lockdown especially, when there's a lockdown on the attacking side, on the defensive side rather, for the retake on B, you really need that flank to come in from under tube, and that's exactly what Savvy did. And so you see them use that Reckoning to flush out orange and then have a Viper Spit as well that helps them control a bit more of that towards a backside and default spot.
We saw that a while ago in the first half, that extra bit of space that they do in excess for Oasis Gaming. And just because of that, all the ultimates now gone from NAOS. We've been talking about how Oasis has been using these ults to help them out in rounds for rotation. But now it's that big burst just to stop the Oasis train. Quick little aggression though from Oasis. Georgie leading the charge with the Blade Storm, able to clear out the utility of the Killjoy, and he's just updrafting, trying to see the angles. Now the firepower is gone, and Wits will find Marky.
He's left empty though now. No more knives in the kitchen. What can he cook with? The Mere Classic. 9-10. Now it's looking to extend that lead even further. They got the man advantage. The retake coming on in, Dax.
Again, Oasis, they still have to hold back, but this firepower is so crucial for NAOS. The paranoia also thrown. Here comes the rush on in from Mojer, and the overrun is just absolutely clear. No chance for Oasis with the lesser buy. It's NAOS who gets the round again.
Yeah, they're doing good on this defensive side, but the question is, how do they close out? And we're seeing here a lot of times that, now it's a very different game plan than what Oasis were doing a while ago in their defense. With Oasis really trying to prioritize that plant denial, it's NAOS who, on their defensive side instead, burn a bit of time, but then let them plant so that they're uncomfortable in their plant attempt. Maybe you can get a pick off during their execute, and then we play that retake heavily and steadfast.
Steadfast indeed. Truly the word right now to use, describe what's going on here, especially for the NAOS side. I do feel, though, for Oasis, when they get that chain of ultimates yet again, that's when the firepower is going to come online. They have the lockdown to utilize. They also have the rifles, but this might be do or die for Oasis. If they lose this one yet again, NAOS has been so good at investing at the right times, breaking the back of Oasis and stopping really any momentum in terms of economy.
I mean, it's really smart, though, by NAOS to be playing that style, aforementionedly, right? To reinitiate, re-hit, because you have the two most initiate-heavy smokers in the game, in the Omen and in the Harbor.
Yep.
So if you don't have that Viper, then it's not going to be as easy to try and anchor down as we talked about. So now, see, they burn time, let them go for a kind of uncomfortable planned attempt, and then they hit them back hard with a retake. And that's what NAOS are doing here again. They give up that B control because they know they have utility to take it back.
They're hanging back. That's the thing for NAOS. And Oasis, they wanted to punish anyone playing towards yellow, anyone actually playing past the Viper wall that's set up here by Wild Warrior. That toxic screen is a line drawn by Oasis. And NAOS aren't really crossing it. It's just some good respect right now we see from NAOS. It's a more passive play, but it's working out to burn Oasis utility. And with a jump peak, a bit that's also intel that NAOS has an inkling of what's going on.
Yeah, and because of the fact that they have such a deep hold here towards A, it allows NAOS to pull back and stack their defense towards B as Papi Chulo gets that pick. And now that they know Savvy's gone, they know a lot of the lurk presence here is going to be dissuaded by Oasis.
Big threat gone, and Papi Chulo! Damage controlled thoroughly. Wild Warrior, though, and Georgie to answer back. Fight never over as of yet, as Oasis still able to get the picks that they need. And from that point on, the lockdown's also going to be the call. Middle, though, Viper. Georgie doesn't see Ja coming, or Ja's just basically waiting there right under that tube. Still, though, this is space, and the turret gets the intel as well. Wits right now, he's found out towards that snowman area. The cascade is there, though, and it's a bit of that lineup Larry we see. Bounces with the Nano Swarm to just try and dissuade this defuse. You can also notice that NDG, or rather Mocher, takes that high ground, and with Ja getting 3, that's the wipeout. It should be enough time, too, for NAOS to get the defuse.
Well, certainly enough. Match point secured here by NAOS with a bit of time to spare. And they play that so well. A bit premature on the push towards Orange there, and it punishes Oasis heftily. That was the round they needed, Axe. That was the only ultimate they had to come.
And what can they do now? What can they utilize? Perhaps they can vie for that orb control if they want to make this next round work. But you can see how dire the situation is for Oasis. Match point right now for NAOS to try and take their own map pick away. Papi Chulo coming online effectively on the defense. And it really has just been the NAOS steadfastness that has kept this second half going for them.
And not just that, Dax. You know, Ja really showing up here on the second half. He was having a bit more trouble in that first half. They're right beside each other. Ja gets caught out by Georgie. Didn't even recognize he was right beside his former teammate, Jet v Jet.
Yeah, mirror on the wall. Who's the better Jet of them all? This time, Georgie trying to make a case for himself. And Oasis with that one pick allows him now to make it toward the site. They back on the way also from the shock darts being lobbed. The Cove is there to prevent the spray down, and here comes Georgie! He's looking to do so yet again, but Papi Chulo will be able to temper those expectations. Beyond the cascade, there are threats that NDG might not be able to hold on to. And Wits on the flank already. Savvy 8K, though, keeping the front line strong. Goodbye to the Sova. Backside still held by Papi Chulo. Now us trying to make a bit of a sandwich, a bit of a pinch. But there's not enough bread right now, as Papi Chulo gonna be soggy on that defense, unfortunately. Wits is there to find Wild Oreo, but beyond that, Oasis had too much control in that round.
Great round from Oasis. The opening pick here really found by Georgie gave them that man advantage that they really desperately rely on, knowing that Oasis are probably the best team when it comes to trading each other out when they are on point. Just having a man advantage is such a big thing for the reach that they like to apply here. And that really was what this round was about. Obviously, at that point, when you have the man advantage, it's going to force the defense with less players to try and do something cheeky, to try and find the pick early. And that's what Mojer tried to do, but he still was just caught out again.
Yeah, the catch is really becoming a problem here for NAOS, if ever that's the case. And this gives a chance now for Oasis, the reckoning, something we've seen bail them out or enable these round takes to happen to get these sites going. It's something Oasis has yet again. The op is there too, but the problem is the stun. How can he even scope in now? Ja has to give up all that space.
And that burns the dash as well. Gonna, this time, not allow him to play the deep angles that he likes to and bail out safely. Georgie's on top. I don't think they're aware of this. He's made his presence known and falls back now.
He does back on the way. Seems like for Oasis, they want to play towards the backside yet again. Keeping an eye out on the flank, but now is going to converge Instead, towards the CT side, Raptors being held together, and here we have it. Sam 8K will get the one. Ja, though, finds a harbor in response. And for now, they just need to have a foothold here. Mojer, though, finds Georgie. Lineup ready here for Wild Oreo, and the flank yet again from Nexi, but up close and personal. Ja with just the melee with the blades. Marky dies, and Ja will fly. Here comes the spot towards Wild Oreo. He's back at the cover, but Nexi and Wild Oreo, they have the pitch ready, and Wild Oreo gets 2 for his troubles. Up close personal, and Nexi says, peekaboo, I see you. Ja makes the up count, but the round is already over. And Oasis, yet again, they played at the perfection.
The flank here coming from Nexi was a big crucial moment. Really, the Nexi Wild Oreo combination, the snakebite able to get the one and force the defuse to come in late and put him off of the defuse and plant. NAOS, really great attempt, and Ja just did so much work in that, but ultimately not enough to get the round.
Just a single step too late. If he found Wild Oreo setting up that snake bite, that would have been it for Oasis. But not only does he get NDG, but he also finds out where Mojer was coming from. I guess that's a problem right now for NAOS. It's not double duelist, so it's not immediate impact with 2 players. There's still that setup time for the Omen, and now it gave Wild Oreo that small little opening. And of course, Nexi on the wraparound, something Oasis has been wanting to do.
Yeah, like imagine if Mojer was on that raise, right? He would be able to press that. He would be able to blast back his way all the way up to belt, or maybe paint shells towards where he knows that lineup is on the A main. And that's a common lineup that every Viper would use, so they would be aware of that. And you can see Ja hunting specifically for that position. And so NAOS here, really trying to play with what they got. They have the Reckoning right now, which is a great tool to try and flush out that Viper spit when it does come.
They also have the lockdown, so it's another thing that NAOS can do. Oasis feels like the win condition here is to get that immediate frag. They still have to worry, though, that operator in the hands of Ja. I do wonder what's going to be the arsenal here for Papi Chulo as well. He actually goes for the Bulldog. I believe he bought out a bit more utility, making sure everything is prepared for the retake if ever. Beyond that, a broken buy here for NAOS. They still have rifles to work with anyway, so it's not the worst situation. But the firepower and the speed of Oasis is something that they have to be careful of.
Oh, well. Oasis don't want to go towards B. You know, their positions earlier were a bit more stacked towards that A site. They got the spike with them as well. The op falls and pulls back towards mid instead. But we know that Oasis, they like going for a late lurk there, so the op's not going to be readily available for any immediate fight just yet as the B main push comes.
Yeah, not the fullest buy. That's something I'm trying to make a point here for NAOS, but then again, the Cascade's there, and Mojer, he's looking to make the angle work. The Cascade, it provided a bit of cover, but it's not enough versus Ja. Ja again finding 2, and next he tried to make the trade happen.
Oh!
NAOS will tick-tock, the clock goes their way, and 13-11. They set it up, they knocked it down, and they still kept the Kingdom of Icebox on their crowns.
Well, the trend continues, Dax, and we still have a flawless NAOS Icebox here. By far their best map and by far the best competition they have got. And you can see they are elated after that one. Job not done, but how close it came. And what a map #1 for the titular game we got today.
They felt the pressure. This is the most emotion we've seen from NAOS all throughout the season. And you know that they got 2 perilous there at the very end. Oasis, they were having that rally. They were finding the picks and they were taking these sites and making the executions they wanted to work. But NAOS are just truly the best we've seen on Icebox. And with that Omen adaptation, they made it work too.
And we saw that coming there at the end, right? You get to allow somebody else to have a bit more of that vertical control. And really, if you did not have the Omen, right, it's only going to be the Jet getting to play that B main position up top on the rafter. But you have now a lot more vertical possibilities with him. The paranoia pressure always coming in big. We saw that happen in many of the retakes, like when they would retake B, paranoia always delegated to clearing out the default and making sure all they had to worry about was clearing out yellow then instead, because they just had so much utility to reinitiate this double controller. They pilled out for the first time here, but it works greatly.
It's perfect here for NAOS. Yes, there are times where perhaps that, I'd say, steadiness with the double duel is something that they had tendencies a while back with. It kind of bit them because of how they're trying to play in terms of the retake, but eventually when they understand what speed they can play on, what they can use to just hold things down, that's exactly what NAOS was able to work with and stop the push of Oasis. It's really just making sure that Oasis doesn't get that double wall set up the way they want, to refuse to budge against the map control that Oasis was trying to get. And there were a few times where it got too dangerous, that there's only one person hiding on the way towards Snowman, hiding on the way towards Yellow, and that really does not work for NAOS. But eventually, the adaptations there, the understanding of the game plan of Oasis was what really allowed NAOS to win at the end.
And what's really good here, too, is that, we did see Ja kind of struggling earlier in the half, but that was because all he was doing on the attacking side, a lot of what he was doing, rather, was buying that space here for the rest of the team to follow on up. And that's what Mojo was completely using. The fact that Ja would take, like, Raptors control on the attacking first half, it would allow Mojo to try and TP his way, shadow step maybe towards the top of screen, shadow step towards maybe the second floor, and just that amount of space that he buys earns Mojo the right reason to deliver the win with Grab Unlimited.
There you go. Is that a crown? Is that supposed to be a crown? I think so, right?
I think so.
I think so. And again, the Kings of Icebox continue on. It has been a perfect record so far for NAOS in the season on Icebox, and they refuse to let Oasis blemish that stat. This was their map pick, by the way, so it's really a crucial victory here for NAOS right now, since they're moving into Fracture, wherein they lost out against Oasis last time around.
Oh yeah, that's a map that they were able to, maybe try and make something happen. It went to a 3-map series the last time around, but so far the record stands 6-0 here in the VCTPH.
That's a beautiful record. Maybe
on Icebox.
On Icebox, maybe it truly has been the first adapters of the Harbor, the ones to really push the envelope, and that's what we saw there from NAOS. Big props though to Oasis, making that a strong competition. But of course, this contest continues after this break. What a rush. But in more ways than one, but of course, the competition heats on as that was an incredible game already to begin the matchup that we've all been waiting for. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is NAOS Esports versus Oasis Gaming. I'm Daxter Black and Blue, and NAOS, they chose Icebox. They win Icebox, business as usual.
Well, now we can go towards Fracture, Dax, and it's a very different story the last time on the round. It was NAOS who did kind of have some problems on this when they faced up against Oasis. Oasis winning the last bout, so if the trend continues, then Oasis have got the map 3 to play.
Yeah, and Oasis has been perfect on Fracture in response. We don't see it too often because it's usually a ban for many a team.
Yeah.
In the regular season for the other competitors in VCTPH, not necessarily just because Oasis is really good at it, but just because they're not too, I'd say, accustomed to it. But there's still something to watch out for because even though it was a dominant start by Oasis versus NAOS in their regular season matchup, there was a moment where NAOS was really rallying. And do you think that was a byproduct of sometimes how Oasis isn't really the most stable team in terms of making these games too convincing, or was that NAOS finding a bit of that oomph, a bit of that momentum and a bit of that answer on Fracture last time around?
I mean, much like how we had to run back to this room when we saw the timer hit 10 seconds, Zach, I feel like a lot of times Oasis kind of recognize things a bit too late, and that's when things become a problem. We talked about like during the off-cam, right, where they would really want to play their kind of default executes that we see them do a lot, like towards that B site, right? Default B Viper wall and the high tide towards the Snowman, but they sometimes kind of almost half commit to it, that it doesn't really work on out, and they get disjointed in that, and that is what NAOS are capitalizing off of. And really throughout that map number 1, a lot of what I talked about was the catch potential, really kind of snaring here a lot of times Oasis in positions that they weren't ready for, and I think that's what NAOS really have to keep on doing on Fracture.
Isn't that the word to say catch potential? Because they couldn't really catch Ja in a few of those moments. There are times where Ja is just in deep and still is able to make the space for the rest of NAOS, allows players like Papi Chulo as well as Mojer to get in position. There are times where an Aldrin just scoots by and doesn't really even notice the guy. There's just some of those fortuitous moments that NAOS was able to utilize, and perhaps going to be the same case here moving into Fracture. Last time around, though, we did see, I believe, the Neon and the Raze together for Oasis. They're the ones happy to play that double duelist. On the other side, does NAOS still stick around with something like the KO? Do they have the answer for Oasis here? Because it really feels like leaving these two maps in this rotation, it just has been both Oasis and NAOS trying to do their homework and looking to exploit something the other team is confident in.
I mean, both teams did play against Abaddon Abyss really recently on Fracture, and they had a very similar scoreline, but one thing turning back that clock was Ja in the Chamber once more. And I think this is a reason why it is some of their best maps here now, is because they have Ja a bit more on that fragging department. They have him a bit more active in the fights, although he is also pretty well on the backline. But I think it's Oasis who I really want to talk about here in terms of composition. They're kind of forgo a very information-heavy composition, which some teams like to run in Fracture, for a very execute-heavy one instead, in terms of the amount of utility they can simply throw and smack in your face on the attacking side. You got that Neon, you got that Raze, you got that Breach. That is so much space that they can take simply by pressing their abilities, and there's going to be a very difficult thing for NAOS to fend off. But luckily, as I said, they have that Chamber. So even if that execute comes with all the utility, he can back on off safely.
Hasty delivery has been the answer here for Oasis. When you see that Neon, especially plus the Brimstone, you know when the smokes do drop, the stuns are coming in too. So Oasis, it's one of the biggest reasons they let this map through. They're happy to play it because their attacking side has been absolutely overwhelming. Moving over to the defense, that's when usually they're trying to play that recovery, trying to at least mitigate their losses, and they're going to be looking to see if they can get as many rounds as possible if they're on the attacking side.
Yeah, but the thing is, Zach, so what can you do with the utility when you have a KO on the opposing side, right? Especially knowing at the very least the Breach is there. That can be big, but I mean, when it does come to it, Breach is one of the biggest counters to a KO a lot of times. He can be outside of the field of effect of the 0 point and yet still be able to do some damage with his fault line, and those are the type of things that we see many times around teams specifically counter towards. And so if you're more of like a Neon, Raze, those guys are a bit more upfront, and that's really the prime targets for that suppress.
Yeah, so many hypothetics right now as we're waiting for this game. Honestly though, I am looking at how the momentum for these two squads have been, and we have to really double down on this. NAOS has just been on an absolute tear over the rest of the Philippine scene after losing to Oasis. That was the one blemish, that was their wake-up call. And from that point on, communication on point, sync on point, the two parts that we always were worried about coming together as one. And this has been the most convincing team we have seen in the PH scene. On the other side, Oasis, they started really high up, and it has gone a little bit downhill. They're still there above and beyond the rest of the playing field. But then again, NAOS has been able to match them, and some may debate even surpass them at this rate.
Well, you really see the discrepancy in how the losses have affected them, right? With NAOS, after that Oasis loss, seem to have finally figured out, like, okay, this is what we gotta do, this is what we gotta adjust, and just have been on an uptrend. But the opposite for Oasis, after losing to GameLabs in that group stage, seemed a bit more wonky, a bit more shaky. Perhaps, hopefully, they can regain some of the mental game that they have been using. But look at this! Nexi now on the Cypher over the Killjoy.
Yeah, you're a big fan of that one. You always love seeing those trips. And on a map like Fracture, there's a lot of angles the Cypher can utilize, especially at stopping some of these takes from happening.
Yeah, especially that. But, you know, a lot of times the problem is, though, when you have a KO on the opposing side, Cypher, he's going to be playing towards that utility. He wants to play off that utility. He wants to rat within the cages. But to suppress, it can shut all that down.
So he's going to have to play away.
Yeah.
Even more so from his own setup.
Away from the site and let the teams inside, the teammates inside use
this
it.
Basically means that he can't really play off his own setup, and that's going to be a small problem, or in this case, a small window that NAOS is able to capitalize on. They, of course, go back to that raise. They go back to the KO, as you mentioned, and it is just business as usual here for NAOS Esports. Oasis bringing in a little bit of that adjustment, understanding if they can just put that tripwire in the way, especially across the map, they might allow themselves more angles to work with if they have even more inklings of where NAOS is set up in.
I mean, I'm a big fan of the Cypher for sure, but one cannot deny how big a Killjoy could be in this case. We talk about NAOS, and that chamber has always been a potent thing from Ja. He's been one of the best players, especially during year 2 on that chamber. Tried and true. There was a point he just played chamber for a whole darn stage anyway, so he's definitely comfortable on this, and there's no question about Nexi comfortable on the Cypher swap as well. But once again, it really points down to just how much heavy utility do you have on this attacking Oasis side when it does come to it, and how much kind of re-hit potential and just, I guess, kind of giving a second shot. That's what they got here for NAOS and Spades.
And it feels like that chamber swap is one of the big reasons that SPE roster made it to the highest echelons of regional competition last year. He has just been incredible in terms of the comfort, in terms of exploiting how the operator works, especially. It has to be a bigger adjustment because of the nerfs, sure. But if you're still good at it, and if you still know angles here on Fracture that you can get back into cover, then it still works out. Heavy investment though on the Headhunters. Let's not forget, it's 150 per bullet right now. He doesn't have anything else, and you're gonna say 1 bullet, 1 head. That's the plan here for Ja.
I mean, that's all you need. I remember at the end of last year, I asked Ja after the nerfs came towards, you know, the chamber.
Right there.
He was the only one still using it. I was like, is chamber bad? What do you think, Ja? And he was like, it's bad if you're bad.
Yeah, that's true. And he's good.
Yeah.
So it's good for him.
It works out.
Exactly
Kind of
that.
like Arena.
That's true. You just rampage as much as possible, win harder and win better. Seems to be the case here for NAOS, as they're 1 away from wrapping up the series and moving to the grand finals. Witstow throwing first blood. Wild Oreo caught out in the rotation. And that's something NAOS will have to keep doing. Keep looking back as much as possible. Jado, 7 HP. Georgie loving that pain shell as well. And while NAOS have made a small foothold towards B, Ja right now looking to line things up. He knows he needs to hit the headshot. He does get the tag, 2 to the back. And that will be the kill here for NAOS.
Nobody peeks out from B main. The fact he got that kill will keep that defense here still. Drax finds a catch on the jaw eventually. Savvy, though, doing big. It's going to be very difficult to flush him out with a frenzy inside the site. Almost wins the follow-up in Papi Chulo. Now his self in the 1v2.
Yeah, Savvy 8K has been just a potent force, one of the highest fraggers in the regular season, either first or second most kills in a game. Papi Chulo, though, cornered now like a rat and exterminated too by Drax. You see the rotation, though, we don't get Marky anymore. Maps like this where it feels like it's more on the stability you're looking for, less on the explosiveness. You have players like Drax and Nexi together yet again.
Which is interesting because, I mean, Marky's on the initiator anyways. He's on that Sova, yet this gives him so much more explosive potential, right, sometimes. Yet, it's Oasis we got to talk about in this round. Pretty good at the shutdown, and really, those frenzies, so potent on the map like Fracture. Like, 4 of the frags they found in that round were from a frenzy, and anyways, so you really see the benefit of having that much firepower up close.
Yes, AK just asked, are we good? And it seems like they're ready and good to hold that A site as much as possible. Then again, though, that's only one part of the puzzle. Now as Esports, They had already the idea to keep watching their backs because Oasis will always have that mobile threat in Wild Oreo. He's ready now to go for the duel. Headhunter shot from Ja. That's a warning. The rendezvous, though, to get the hell out of there. A re-peek, perhaps, as Ja wants to line this up. He knows he's going to fight, but Georgie ducks for cover and does get that takedown.
Yeah, two of them there, just too difficult to deal with. The Rays plus the Neon. It's a lot to really try and contest. Now it's on the rotation. Well, we got a bit of time here on this kind of eco round of theirs. We're talking about that chamber many times on over, but one does beg the question, how does the lack of utility that chamber just really doesn't have affect NAOS, who like to play off of it?
It's firepower right now. We're seeing a complete contrast of what we got last time in Icebox. And Nexi with the punish, no one moves into his canteen. This is his cafeteria, a buffet truly with the Ghost. 5v2, Georgie now just looking to clear things out. Tower held here by now, as we've seen many a time, especially for players like Litz and Papichulo. They know how to play that angle well. SPE days, just really the shotgun being brought out by Papichulo, but this is not the day for NAOS to win the round. Oasis, they only lose one, and they'll get another round on the board.
Yeah, clean round by all means here. Oasis still. We talked about that, you know, the chamber is still something I'd like to harken back to because I really do think you need to have a good game. It's not about being good or bad. You just need to have a good game in general. When you're on the chamber, the thing is, can you always reliably do that, have a good round after round when you're up against a team like Oasis, who have been really good at doing the trades? Luckily, though, that chamber always able to back out, but really the Cypher here gives them so much information, and really what's nice about that camera is you get to clear the entirety of B site with it. You get to hold Arcade and that B main with a single piece of utility.
Yeah, that's a really good point right now. NAOS, it's like playing that Reyna. You need to see Ja light up that scoreboard too. If not, someone else will need to step up to the plate. I'm looking really at Mojo and Papichulo to do just that. And as NAOS now, they do have the guns. Trying to cut a little bit of noise. Oasis though, already they feel that this is going to be that B push thanks to the advance from Wild Oreo on the opposite end. Shots do come, flashes there too, and Mojo able to get the catch out onto Drax, who just walks out in the open. Jado in the backline, wins out against both! No chance at all through the chamber of Ja! And it's 5v2, now it's in firm control.
And that's exactly what he needs to do. You see how Mojo there as well uses one blast back to make sure that there is no trip close to him, and just barely hops on over the second one inside sight. Now, 3 players very low here on the NAOS attacking side, so still doable, even with a Bucky in Nexi's hands.
Sure, Nexi, what you gonna do with that one? Nothing, that's for sure. Maybe though, 11 HP for Wits, 11 HP for Ja, I believe. Oh no, he has to go. He's trying to bait someone out, but Oasis, they're not gonna get kills like that against NAOS. This is a very responsible team. This is a very communicated team. The Ghost though is effective though against NDG. But beyond that, that's the only thing Oasis will get. Never mind. Okay, Nexi, fine. Get those kills. Your Bucky was the sidearm. The Ghost was the real gun. And NAOS will get the round, but a little less clean than they expected at the end.
Oh yeah, that was super value here coming from Nexi. You would think that the Ghost at long range is not going to be great at that fight, but when your target on the opposing side is stable, not moving around, that Ghost, especially when they plant themselves to directly face you, can sometimes get you those wins. And, you know, you get the dink off a kill like that, shakes up their aim, and that's an early timeout here called by Oasis.
Their flag's just not working. This is the second time, I believe, that Ja has been able to hold things down and dissuade that full push. Either that or whoever else was holding B main back in the pistol. But the fact that he won that 1v2 like that, that's immediately, guys, we need to make that angle work. We can't lose to a chamber like that.
It was a bonus though, so they didn't have the most apt weaponry, right? But my question is, Dax, which coach called this timeout, you think? Head, assistant, analyst, manager / coach? 1, 2, 3, 4.
4 of them to pick from. There's the one the one who goes on this casting table too, the one who's not from here, the one who's the manager,
the one who also came from a different team. There's lots.
There's a lot of options.
Yeah.
These whenever I see Oasis NAOS, it's a clash of clout. Let's be real.
You're gonna
You know, the 2 orgs that have had the most streamers really in the Philippine side, the biggest roster you have in Oasis. Big investments for both, that's for sure. These are tried, tested, and well-treasured orgs in Valorant.
And well-backed as well.
Absolutely. The cash flow keeps going, but we now flow into the next round of the game. NAOS, They're trying to play towards that halls. You can see, though, just because of the presence of the KO, we were talking about it. Look how far Nexi has to play off. He's going to be towards the CT side instead.
And that's what we're talking about, right? He wants to place those setups for maybe another teammate who might be within the site. The trips are here. They spot it out smartly enough by Mojer on the recognition. Savvy, he has great recognition of this, though. He gets a dot catch.
Yeah, the golden glow of the rifle, and now that's going to be gone. Savvy 8K evacuating towards the spawn as the Molly will force him out. Main shell slob, but the orbital strike is the answer. Wits finds Savvy 8K though eventually. And we also get the null command now to just silence the Oasis utility. Difficulty for Wild Oreo to actually play this out. His speed is gone thanks to the suppress, but Poppy Chulo is not looking that way. Seems like a little bit of an opening made here. Found by Wild Oreo. 2 already as time is running on out. Needs to go for the push, but Mojer on the board. Main shell slob, but he will just throw his life away. Luckily though for now, NDG is there for the rebound, and we're tied up.
It seemed like they thought that he was up top, so maybe not clear information given there, nor transmitted. As you saw there, Wild Oreo look towards the top, the second floor. What a hold from now. So it's a 2v4 effectively after the drop on the Wits, who was already low HP on the sands. And what great recovery. The fact that they had that orbital strike to really flush out and disrupt the timing off of the drop position there on towards satellite bought them so much more space and time.
Yeah, and sometimes on maps like Bind and maps like Fracture, you have that Brimstone ults, it's press X to win, and that's exactly that. Refuse to let up, and here we go now with the showstopper through the doorway. It's a delivery by Georgie. No takebacks, it's already been signed by Zadar Shopee. It's gonna be NAOS though, still hanging on the round towards the hallway. 4v4. Georgie's playing so close right now. He has a stinger. We've seen him do this before on Icebox. Very winnable. Best gun in close quarters despite the nerfs. And wait, don't open that door. Oh, luckily for him, he peeks it out. Savvy AK ready for the trade, but it's still numbers here for NAOS.
It could have worked out a bit better if maybe Georgie was able to get a kill there. Miraculously, this could have been a round still more winnable by Oasis, especially knowing that they're 1 away from that orbital strike. A drop is the only presence here by Oasis, the only position that they have to really utilize against this push. Now, so they want to commit towards this. The rifle's in their favor. Most of what they got, but dude, Nexi's lighting it up with these pistols.
He's been on point. We've had a few criticisms of Oasis on eco rounds, but Nexi is looking to clean that up. Shots do fly, but now it's already in position. Drax the only one left looking for the wall bounce, and he has it too! Orbital strike, flushing out Poppy Chulo on the outskirts. Poppy Chulo plays the outline and plays it well. It's a round and the lead to NAOS.
That was so close. A single shot to the body would have taken him down. 41 HP versus the 55 damage wouldn't have worked out in his favor. Now, barely scraped by. Oasis so potent on these ecos. They have now the neural theft to utilize as well as the overdrive.
At the very least, Oasis lobbing the ultimate, so winnable, so close, but NAOS still oh so stable right now. That's one thing we see from NAOS. Their tendency to get thriftied is on the lesser side here in VCTPH. They understand what they can and cannot get away with, and Georgie can't do that. NAOS is waiting for it. The push comes, Wild Oreo at least finding Ja in response. Damage done by Oasis, but the cost is going to be intriguing right now. Because NAOS can still execute with both the Rolling Thunder and the Showstopper.
That was a good read here from NAOS, but just somehow did not back out. He had the rendezvous ready, so I'm not too sure why he was still exposed after the fact. But Oasis, they still have those ultimates we talked about. The big ones, though, on NAOS' side for the re-hit.
They're backing away. Oasis, they're expecting the Rolling Thunder to allow this push to happen, but NAOS, wisely looking to get that intel, slowly crawling actually, and cutting all the noise. B-site now, going to be executed on. Smokes, gets 0 point, and a showstopper here from Mojer as well. Immediately, Oasis backing on the way behind the box. Mojer, look beside you, because Savvy AK will be caught in the crossfire. Stun does fly, and Wild Oreo with the takedown, 3v3.
Well, now they know that arcade presence is there. Here comes on out that Rolling Thunder we talked about. But they completely dodge it and bypass it. NDG on the catch here from Nexi. They know the two were coming from that arcade. Are expecting the B main push now as NDG gets a catch. You can see here Wits at the ready for this flank. He is completely aware, can read him like a darn buck. And now let's go up 4-2.
They understood the flank was coming as soon as they realized where's the other target. Nowhere to be seen, only could have been the tunnel. And now it's just no tunnel vision whatsoever. They're just so aware of everything going on around the map. The fact that we're able to pull that Rolling Thunder later on into the game. What did you notice?
Did you notice the Rendezvous was still on top of the second floor there? Like where he was. Literally it was beside him. That should have been down under, I guess.
Down under?
I think by the time he placed it, the round already started, so he couldn't take it back without losing time off the cooldown.
Crikey.
Crikey.
You want to play?
I heard how you rolled your R's as well, and the Rolling Thunder.
Rolling Thunder. Dude, you're the Spanish one here. Don't you do that better?
What do you mean?
Give me one of those. Give me a Rolling Thunder.
The Rolling Thunder.
There you go. You got the thrill, and we got thrills and chills as we're continuing on into the game. Great response though from NAOS yet again, and here we have it. The Tour de Force.
Tour de Force.
We moved from Australia to Spain to the France. It's a worldwide game. That's how it works.
On a tour.
What a tour indeed. The Tour de France, something like that. But Oasis, again, playing so far back. This time they're going to look to go for the retake. They have the overdrive. They have the Rolling Thunder available. But I'm still concerned because Wits might be able to get that suppressed early on into the post plant. And again, though, Savage, vicious as he is, Hero Guardian to get that takedown, at least denting the NAOS offense.
A blind spam. Yeah, it still gets a kill, which is the important part. 4v5. They got Rolling Thunder to retake the site, but they play towards that Sands because they know the push is going to be heavy. A main, though, unchecked. No trap. Jaw unaware of the flank coming on.
Slide in now. Wildor, you're trying to get away with Sands yet again, but it's Oasis now. Able to at least equalize the odds at the very end. NAOS rather, but NAOS again on the board. NEG just playing anchor towards the site. Crossfire now being set on up. Savvy K playing the guessing game. He just wants to make those taps happen, but a single line is drawn, and Oasis cannot cross it. It's NAOS now with another one.
That's such a great reposition by Papi Chulo as soon as I saw it coming on in, because even though, Modri's still alive there, what that does, by opening the door, it pulls Modri's attention also to have to worry about that flank coming in from the door, from the Sands within a second or two. He barely gets a window there, Xavier K apparently, but still, great hold here coming from NAOS at the end of things, and Papi Chulo always ready to reposition and be the reliable source of information and trading.
Hasn't that been the case all throughout his career, not just in Valorant, but in prior matchups, prior games? That's just always been that veterancy that we talked about way back when with SPE, and when NAOS having them now, that's going to be the case. Georgie, though, committed position. Found out by Ja eventually. Damage, though, has been done. Oasis looking to get scrappy in this one. NAOS able to return the favor over onto the site. NEG playing to clear out. NEG with another one. Nexi, though, put in a 1v1 situation, and it's a battle of the Clutch Masters here. Nexi on one side, Papi Chulo on the other. The best of the best in a 1v1 situation.
Well, Papi Chulo used to be in that Sentinel as well, so arguably the two best Sentinels you got in the VCTPH in a clutch situation. Information in favor of NAOS! And Papi Chulo lands a shot over it, even though Nexi knew completely where he was. Papi Chulo's just a step ahead.
You just can't beat Papi. You just cannot beat this man in those scenarios. Nexi has been one of the biggest stalwarts for Oasis Gaming, but NAOS, again, even in situations like this, situations where Oasis is trying to thrive in the chaos, NAOS finds the order. The fact that they're able to still stabilize on the site with NDG, the fact that Papi Chulo is able to play the game of keep away and force Nexi to just peek that one out, those are the winning conditions here for NAOS right now. And it's one of the biggest reasons why they're in the lead here.
Oasis starting to stumble here. Having some struggle on the defensive side. Is an attacker-favored map here, Fracture, but we were expecting this to go to a 3-map series, and I still am. So far, NAOS, they're the ones with the run. Looking to run away with it as a tech comes in.
Well, we do have time to discuss because tech pause is happening.
Yeah.
And this is what I was talking about a while ago. I feel like Oasis on the defense, this is just about making sure the bleeding is too much.
Too much.
They always do better on the attacking side. They always have look better on the offense, on Fracture.
Especially with this comp that they got.
Yeah, I mean, you're playing, what, Neon Rays, playing Brimstone Breach. It's about that hard execute and about stopping NAOS from even thinking about playing the anchor here. But then again, NAOS right now, it's just a flip-flop of what we saw a while back in their regular season matchup. There was that moment where NAOS was also making that rally happen on the attacking side, so Oasis damage control before it gets too bad as we move into the next round.
Look at how aware NAOS are always.
They
know when these pushes are going to come. They're playing this exact hold to try and dissuade it from happening in the first place and shut them down. Ja on top, but here comes on out though. Wild Oreo with the lightning fingers. The trade's coming on in. Xavier K finds another. Almost came down to it in the 1v1, but NAOS barely scraped by.
They couldn't confirm the kills for Oasis. They couldn't actually capitalize on the slide there, Wild Oreo, and he's able to zap down one, but not the second, playing towards the boxes, and running out of bullets there with a Sheriff.
Yeah.
Eventually, Oasis just could not keep up with what NAOS was trying to do. And you can see that we were talking about the anticipation here from NAOS. As soon as they heard no noise whatsoever, they felt the presence. There was a rappel back from the rest of NAOS to come back and just hold things down. If Oasis can't get away with rounds like that, what else can they do right now?
And once again, Dax, Papi Chulo, I think that it's a bit understated there because NDG, he got those kills, but it was because Papi Chulo was baiting for him. He knew that overdrive was pointed towards him there on the dice, so he completely just started jiggling so Wild Oreo could not find a second frag, and allowed NDG to swing wide and get those 2 kills.
Yeah, the shutdown and clear, and Modra's behind you! Look back! You cannot stop this beast! Unleashed as he's ready to go yet again! Finally! There's the red light drawn by Savvy 8K. But where? Oh, where did Mojer come from? Like a satellite crashing through the night from Dish. There's the intel for Nexi. He's just gonna get killed anyway in action. Savvy 8K, a single bullet, Joss right there. And NAOS is just running away with this game here, Black and Blue.
I mean, he could have gotten the third anyways on the Drax there. If his nade just landed on the tower, would have certainly killed him post-martyrdom. Now, NAOS, 8 rounds. You talked about Oasis kind of focused on stopping the bleeding really on their defensive side. That's what they have to figure out, but they haven't even been able to do just that. They can't even get around right now. And it's a big problem for NAOS, for Oasis moving forward, especially when you got Mojer doing that.
They just read like a book so much. It's like they had an autographed copy of the Oasis memoir, understanding the aggressive defense, understanding how they're playing for that Pulse control, and getting the backstab on Mojer. He's just absolutely on fire right now. There were doubts about him and NDG at the start of this regular season campaign, but they stayed on this roster for good reason from the NAOS side, and he is just absolutely on fire, performing to his heart's out. And you mentioned that there is a bit of that know-how here for NAOS right now. Tunnel already contested.
Yeah, see, they're just so good at reading the situation here. They knew like a while ago on that previous round, because of the A main push up forward and the rest of NAOS could not progress further A main, they knew that that meant that A site itself had to be empty, and they simply could bypass whatever defensive holds there were in there, sending Mojer up from the drop. But now, they scout out where Wild Oreo is. They know a lot of times that Georgie plays with him, but not in this case. They have that drop control for themselves. The Cypher gathering them that passive information, actually, but now here comes on out the push. Nothing really connecting.
Yeah, a good chance and a good angle actually with a blast back, but it's not going to be enough. With the null command being thrown, it was just Oasis forced in their hand immediately. Drax though burning NDG, preventing the spike from being planted. A chance right now for Oasis to capitalize on that frag. They're still sticking around over CT and Dish though. They're waiting for confirmation before they actually make the push work. And that's exactly the call they need. Rolling Thunder, overrun though. Nexi just running in to get that takedown. Georgie with the fireworks too. And from that point on, Oasis, they just held back long enough to make sure this round was theirs.
Yeah, finally a round here by Oasis. After what? Almost 8 rounds straight, actually, I think. NAOS have won in a row. They finally get one of theirs. But look at how much utility they had to drop in that one just to win it. That's the showstopper, the Orbital Strike, and the Rolling Thunder here just to get around. But they don't have that benefit here come to the last round of the half. And Tour de Force back up for Ja.
Yeah, they need to commit with something, and Oasis understanding that if we're able to stop that spike plant, it's going to be a lot easier. It was the case there on Icebox. It's the same case right now. You mentioned that Tour de Force, crucial and critical for NAOS to peak an angle where Oasis is coming from.
See how they punish this. NAOS have been aware so far of what Oasis have continuously been doing on their defensive pushes. This time, trying to go for more of a split towards the A site once more. It's only Wild Oreo within that, as Arcade, with Oasis taking Arcade like this pretty much confirms that it should be an A hit.
Yeah, for now though. Oasis here, prepared yet again. They have a bit of that tower control. They're still holding around on the CT side. And just the mere presence of Wits really forcing these kinds of locations for Oasis. They had to think outside the box. The rotation now from the north-hand side. Dish going to be contested. The T side as well, actually. So really angles here for the side of Oasis is to try and utilize. But NAOS playing baseball right now. They're covering all bases. There's the strikeout yet again. No real chance versus NDG. Next one on the list might be Ja here, though. The fault line played perfectly, but NDG, he's not done. He's continuing on with these frags, 3 already for the breach, and while Wild Warriors trying to creep on through and slide on in, it's already spotted, but it's a little too late for Mojer. Witch, though, not done. He fights back. NDG with another one, and from the top side, it's NAOS on top.
Awareness, like with a third eye, like with a second sight, and always another breath. NAOS not hitting the wall just yet. You see their NDG, he gets that pickoff onto Georgie, and still is aware of the possible, support there coming from Draxi off the flank as well on drop. And the only pickoff really that they found off their Oasis in that bout, barring the scramble, was that one on the drop. Just done with good timing, yes. My Savvy and Nexi combined together. But ultimately enough, it's the attacking side that Oasis put most of their cards on, most of their eggs in this attacking side second half basket with this composition and on this map.
This is where Oasis can shine brighter, that's for sure. Perhaps if Oasis can get this pistol round win, that's where they can push on, look for more of these rounds, look for that momentum. And Nexi, oh no, that was close. Almost fell into the pits of the middle fracture. Poppy Chulo, or rather the rest of NAOS already looking to get in position back to hold things down. Jato finding 2 immediately, and he's ready for another one. Past the smoke, sure. Cross, I dare you, says Ja. Wild Warriors towards the sands yet again. Something he's been able to utilize so many times on the defense, but not here on the attack, as Mojer throws it down from downtown. 2 here from Mojer again. Oasis only relying on Nexi. The Ghost has been strong with his hand, but he's only going to be a Spectre after that one. No chance for Oasis. That's NAOS to double digits.
This is looking like a quick, disastrous one for Oasis. A map that has been touted as one of their best, barring Haven here in the VCT. It's NAOS are completely flipping the script, and we talked about the mental game for Oasis stacks. We know that, we have seen them falter in the past when it comes to this. And the lower bracket waving at them from the abyss.
They almost lost Abaddon on Abyss yesterday.
They almost did.
They almost did. Or was it the other day? I don't even remember anymore.
2 days ago.
Dude, time flies when you're having fun, but right now, time for NAOS to get the job done. Perfect chance now to put that lead as out of reach as possible. Here we go, though, yet again. Oasis now trying to get that orb going. At the very least, that's all they can really do right now. A map like Fracture, perhaps you can try and get a few more orbs to go for, get that quick ultimate, something Oasis has been using to go for these executes. But NAOS is just so tried and tested. Ult or no ults, they've just been winning out these rounds through sheer force of will. And also, you can see right now, their locations are so set for wherever Oasis wants to go.
Well, the 4 Bulldog buy here from NAOS. They have a good hold on this B side, good position to do it as well. Ja, always, that's his favorite spot there, right atop the Jenny. Gets the one, could not find the follow-up here. Wits off the trade, and at the long range, it's a Bulldog that wins out in that case. Papi Chulo, not good for any more than the one. And suddenly, Oasis, they take the advantage.
They find ways to actually answer back towards the site, and there you go now. With the smoke into place too. At the very least, NAOS coming in courtesy of the main angle. They try to make that flank work, try to dissuade any kind of re-rotations if ever, but the aftershock could be in the way. Oasis right now looking for opportunity. The third tick gets the damage done, so at least they're going to be peppered here. Less HP, and Nexi will capitalize. The Thrifty comes the way of Oasis. They knew they had to win a round like that, and that they did.
Wow. Finally, Oasis really putting up some grit here. I don't think anybody would disagree that we kind of want to see this go into a 3-map series just for the heck of it, because we know that these are the 2 top caliber teams in our region in the PH. And it's always been a question of who really is number 1, who is number 2. Of course, this doesn't decide that per se just yet. The grand finals does, but it's a pretty good indicator of how they're playing recently. And now they're on pace, but Oasis, they take a step, at least, towards the right direction.
Yeah, Oasis, they needed something like that just to keep the ball rolling. And now NAOS looking to tumble into action as Ja does find one, but the trade immediate again here from Oasis. Still, though, good damage done here by NAOS. They're on Thrifty states. It's pretty much a full eco for everyone else here right now.
Yeah.
Only holding on to the classics. They can play the long game here for NAOS. They have a lot of rounds to still work with. And NAOS, they're going to be just giving up that B side. Oasis already in position for the take.
Well, that cushion is certainly going to let them be a bit comfortable on these eco rounds, but they can't get complacent. Otherwise, this lead could be erased away, wiped away. That's not something you want here. Mojer found on out
They know the close position by Georgie. They get most of the side control, but not the ones that they need just yet. They don't have the right weaponry to make this hold work out in the first place. So quick and clean round here for Oasis on the anti-eco. It's a gun buy now from NAOS coming up.
Yeah, NAOS just needs a hard reset right now on economy and a hard reset on how they're going to be locating themselves towards the defense. This is where we say Oasis figure out how to can navigate through a labyrinth like Fracture, understand what angles they can play off, understand where they can go. And from cases like this, they're the ones who've been very aggressive so far this whole matchup here, Black and Blue. So they know when a main push is coming. They're expecting it. They're ready to frag out from that point on. This is where the gun buys for NAOS will be put to the test.
Isn't that part of the reason why you have a chamber, though? To get those picks at the very least on these eco rounds, that the headhunter. Right there. Certainly gain a bit more in their favor, but this is the round we have to talk about. Rolling Thunder from Savvy could throw them off, especially knowing that NAOS still do not have a big ultimate to throw and really halt the pace here of Oasis when that execute comes. And the execute, the heavy utility execute, is what we talked about being a big problem.
Yeah, it's fast lane gonna be into play immediately. That's the cover Oasis needs to actually get towards the side. Drax though gets job, but Poppy Chulo again stable on the tower. Here he goes, trying to capitalize with it, but his silver spoon will be fed to himself. Oasis yet again already on site. A quick take and a quick execute. Draxto ready on the lurk. Does now check this. Mojer does so, but he still falls in the field of battle. NDG is there to make the trade yet again. 3v2 now.
Yeah, 2v3. The favor of Oasis. Nexi has that arcade control for the cross on CT. He gets the one with the aftershock. It's all in the NDG. Big questions put upon his shoulders, an even bigger task, but does not clear the close. And Georgie follows up as Oasis. They're moving forward against this deficit.
They're just not afraid here for Oasis to still play in suicidal locations. That's the biggest thing right now. The willingness and honestly say the bravery that we see from Savvy 8K in those kind of scenarios does put NAOS in a bit of a loop. That's half second, that extra second. Wits felt like he was safe. No, there's someone there shooting at him. And since they had the numbers, Oasis will make those kinds of plays. That's why it's so important for Oasis to always be staying ahead in terms of the agents that are on the board for themselves right now, just because they can make plays like that.
Wit so far, uncharacteristic. Slower game for him, but he's been more focused on setting up the rest of his team with players like Mojer and Ja. How can you blame him? Ready now. Tour de force on up. Had a bit of an inkling of that B main presence, but Ja falls back. And he knows that if he plays within the site, it's going to be difficult. Nades on out. Here comes on the wall. It doesn't connect. He needed it to, though.
Yeah, just needed to find something of value. But Oasis actually dissuaded from completely pushing. They're waiting instead for Nexi to get in position. Allows Ja right now to let the Tour de Force spring yet again. And George's going to be able to get that takedown. But here we go with Drax and Nexi making the pitch work. Eventually, the second wave here from Oasis actually getting the kills that they need. The camera's perfect too. Gets the intel, gets into cover. Spike looking to get planted right now. Oasis resetting themselves to allow their post plan to be better towards main.
Yeah, you see the respect here. They know the two young guns from NAOS are still alive, so they pop that neural theft just to be sure of the positions and be aware of what's to come. Now NAOS in a scramble a bit here for these rounds. They can get maybe a kill, then this could be a good eco for them. They burn the Tour de Force, they burn opposite ults, but no ones to come as Oasis clean it up.
It's just that bit of recovery from Oasis at the end of the first half that has given them a chance in this game, Black and Blue. It's been the calm before the storm on the defense. Oasis, notable already, struggling against NAOS last time around they played here. It was the same kind of case, but if history repeats, Oasis is just so overwhelming when they're on the attack. It's not just Wild Oreo and Georgie that are the threat, but the small space they make is what Oasis can capitalize on. With the flank from Nexi, with the push from players like Savvy and Drax. Savvy again, just the willingness to play in a different style from everyone else. Those are the little bit of improvements that Oasis is able to eke out when they're on this other side. Showstopper though, brought together by Mojer, slamming down Wild Oreo. No birthday cake for you, but Savvy 8K still sticking on around. He's having a last stand here. He still gets two before he falls. And with that space, Oasis move towards A.
He is such a reliable anchor.
Oh, George too. Oh, man.
Somehow gets a kill, still on the job. Equalizes things down 2-3. They have the post plant here in their favor. Oasis with the numbers. Wits unaware of this. And now once more, Oasis, they're making this comeback look even better.
What can we say about Oasis? It's a bad situation. They still are able to bear with it. And the fact of the matter, with Savvy finding those two targets, really throws NAOS for a loop. Also, with the rotation around the circular motion you always get on the map like Fracture, It's enough for Oasis to always be anticipating where NAOS is coming from. This has been an absolute tear now made by Oasis. Streak versus streak we've seen from the attacking halves, but this has allowed Oasis to get in this game and to get even closer to NAOS.
Oh, look at the ultimates here from Oasis. Mind you, they both started that previous round, round 18, with a showstopper and the orbital strike online, but it's Oasis who come out on top with even more to throw. Rolling Thunder up now for both sides. The timeout is called, and this is the exact basket that we knew Oasis are going to place on the bike to place their eggs in and deliver on this attacking side. With this composition, they have so much to throw, and you're seeing that be a big problem for NAOS. Like when we saw Ja there towards that B site, he was so pressured. Those tower holds by Papi Chulo, so dismantled because of just how much they have to throw. And even these like kind of deep pushes by NAOS on the defensive side, which you kind of want to do in Fracture anyways. Oasis have so much more to fight with.
It's not even a step ahead by this point. It's a step in your face. They're right there in breathing room here for Oasis. It's not just suffocating, it's asphyxiating here. And Oasis, they just keep on going with the momentum. They have so much money to work with. A far cry from what we saw there on Icebox after a while. It really has just been a better stance and a better execute from Oasis. Their plans going the way they want to this time around.
Really, they haven't been able to get Wits going so far in this map, and they rely on him to provide a lot of that firepower and secure potential. And big thing too is that you don't get the null command as up and often as you'd want. And that's such a big ultimate to try and turn the tide towards their way, especially knowing at how much Oasis have got to throw.
You can't say that anymore. There's no harbor.
What do you mean?
You can't say
turn
turn
the tide?
Yeah, that's a harbor thing. But you have a really good point.
Press
A
F5.
while ago in the initiation, right, that KO was a lot more crucial. This time, they have to do it just to stop these kind of executes from Oasis. So at least they get suppressed value. They also are going to use that Rolling Thunder to commit. Plus the Orbital Strike. So now is, in a way, perhaps jumping the gun. Oasis though eventually getting a flank going at the flank. Next, the taps are unreal, and he's just able to get these kills for free. Mojer comes in, but it's Savvy right there, ready to help out the teammate in need. NDG, his time is now, and NDG seems like the clock is going to his side. Georgie though on the high ground, peeking on out, but Georgie will still win it out anyway. NDG from the grave, making it 3K before he falls. Nexty now in a 1v1. Here we go yet again between the Clutch Master and Papi Chulo is truly the daddy of them all. It's NAOS in a scrap who win out the round.
Still gets the better of him, and off of the timing because Papi Chulo is there in advance. Nexy had no idea if he was sticking it, and it forced him to have to telegraph his push off the runoff there with the Cyber Cage. And ultimately enough, Papi Chulo gets the better of him once more, always so ahead. But you see the problems here with the Chamber Dax because you only have that one trap. There's a lot less coverage, and their flanks are left open to the many vices here of Nexy.
NDG has just been impeccable this game though. Without his heroics for some of these rounds, NAOS would not be in this position. And we wouldn't see Papi Chulo in a 1v1 where he thrives without what NDG did all throughout. Oasis really, they disrespect the Aftershock, but this time it bites them as NAOS was so prepared to just keeping the pressure from the hallway and towards main. This is now where it gets a little testy for Oasis. You can feel the momentum is still relatively in their favor, but that scoreline is creeping and creeping closer to a victory for NAOS if that happens again.
Well, the pendulum has at least gone a bit more back towards the opposite side. Still in Oasis' favor, yes, because of the rounds they were able to string, but how now do they capitalize off of it? Do they recognize Josh's position? He gets a catch. He has a rendezvous to back on off here too, but it's destroyed. He can't fall back anymore. He's trying to dodge left and right, weave through this like a well-trained boxer, and Papi Chulo's there for the help.
Rocky's gonna be proud after that one. The weave and bobbing, and he's still fighting. Your heavyweight champion right now, Ja getting 3, and it's Savvy all alone. NDG, he's gonna fall, but you can see the impact made by NAOS. They were just willing to frag out, willing to fight. Who cares without the rendezvous? No meetings necessary. It's NAOS with a stranglehold.
My goodness, dancing like a cobra here. NAOS finding the proper tunes to get Ja going. And we know that when he's doing things, then it's so difficult to stop this team. One of the most potent players we have in the scene. Oasis don't shy away from these moments, though. The timing not working on out. They know where Savvy is. He's been good on a lot of his reliable double kills. That's a triple for him. All they have to do is play time, and that is what they don't have here in Oasis' favor. This should go NAOS, who secure match point.
feel the excitement there for Oasis, but reality check again. Time ran out, and rounds are running out as well. This is not just match point. This is grand finals point for NAOS. Oasis, they need this time out just to clean up their act. How do you even lose to Giant in this situation? You remove his plan B, you remove his escape. He just bobbing, weaving, playing left and right, trying to isolate those duels, and in the end, he still gets away with it.
And he never committed towards going for a kill, right? Not until he knew that he had backup. And who to back him up, Dex? His all-time long teammate here, Papi Chulo, coming in big to help him on out, not letting his teammate go alone. And when you have players like Papi Chulo and NDG especially, who throughout these 2 games so far have been so reliable on helping enable players like Modre, Jai, and Wits to do their thing, that is what NAOS really need to bank on, and that's what they've been doing. So they've been making some cash money on this. An Oasis, a 2-0 loss. Something, they're mental. I don't know how you can recuperate from that. There's still a lower bracket, though, to fight for, but they never want to be in that situation. Not when they were touted as the best team starting this stage.
There's still a chance. They still are in the comfy side that they want. They still have the money to work with. Their arsenals already. Their ults are there, too. And for Oasis, yet again, looking to cast a spell into the series and try to put themselves back into it. But now, it's on the opposite end. Stibble, just ready all the freaking time here, Black and Blue. It was a tear by Oasis, but now they've been able to find out where to station, where to go. Overdrive into play. Wild Oreo will fall early. Mojer and NDG,
oh, no.
The dynamic duo fighting back. Nexie's there to find the target, but the pain shells are there. Fireworks Fiesta for NAOS already. It's a 4v2 immediately. And look who's waiting on the other side. Okay, Ja, he doesn't actually commit for it. Backs on the way. NAOS knows to stabilize.
My goodness, Dex, 4v2. Ain't much to go with here, Oasis. You can always believe when Savvy and Nexie are the last 2 alive. And Savvy has been incredible in finding double kill after double kill in these situations. But this might be a big ask for them. We've seen them many times on over different configurations, different teams come up big. Hats off to Nexie, literally as well. Gained some information in there, but will it have been enough? Wits has been doing big in helping them really with his utility over anything. Fragging department might not suggest that, but there's more he brings to the table. This information as well is part of that.
They get the intel now, and now it's here just waiting for confirmation. They understand it's time to win. Just do it in the most safe way possible. They're forcing Nexie to burn those cyber cages early. Savvy now looking to go for the plant. He's 1 away from the Rolling Thunder. Perhaps that might be the saving grace here for Oasis. They're setting up though onto the side. Committed positions right now here for Oasis. The flash comes on and Savvy again with a takedown. And here comes the Rolling Thunder 2. It's 1v2. He's able to sway the push. A repeat right now from NAOS. Instrumental, and Papi Chulo just does not lose situations like that. This is NAOS spreading their wings and flying over the composition, soar-high over the Oasis. Now's the time to make it to the grand finals.
And it's about damn time here. NAOS Esports take the victory clean, 2-0. No problem at all. High fives, fist bumps all around. They know what they just did, and they're well on their way to securing that top title of the Philippine team.
Yeah, they've been waiting for this moment to get their revenge against Oasis Gaming. The momentum was heavily in their favor. The way they've been winning out these series has just been as clean as possible. And this was a bit of a heat check right now. Oasis, they thought they did enough homework and preparation to beat NAOS at Icebox. Didn't happen in the closest of margins. But on the offside, on the other hand, NAOS, they felt like they could take Oasis on Fracture, and they proved it here.
I mean, they left it open, right? And I think it's still a good pick here coming from Oasis, but it really was NAOS showing up. I feel like almost no matter what map we would have played here, it still would have been NAOS because they were just so on point. You see, defense, offense, that's really where they were good at both sides of the floor. There wasn't a one-sided half here coming from a team like Oasis were.
And just looking back into some of the NAOS history right now, they're just not dropping maps at all right now. They're just keeping it as clean as possible. And it's just really been the byproduct of NAOS when their communication has been on point. Stability of veterans, explosiveness of the youngster. We saw it there come into spades right near the tail end, wherein you got the fast frags from players like NDG and Mojer, and of course the stellar shot calling of the more veterans in the back line. You have Papi Chulo, you have Wits, you have Ja, and they know what to do in specific situations. It really is more so NAOS understanding how the PH scene works, how their team can work, and how they can shift the pace the way they want to.
Yeah, and to that, here's a stat for you, Dax. In the 20 maps as of today that NAOS have played in this entire VCT stage, including the group stages, they've only dropped 2 maps.
Ever since losing against Oasis, right?
Yep.
It's been clean. I'm looking at the same graphic as you. I see the sea of green. I see all the 2 zeros. And this is truly the one-way trip that they have to the grand finals. No need to rebook anywhere else. They are just getting the express flights to the top spot of the PH scene. Guaranteed the second place. They're guaranteed already to be into stage 2. But we know NAOS is gunning for that crown.
Oh yeah, they are incredible so far right now. Big questions asked, as we talked about during that map number 1, right? During the start of it. How do they synchronize? How do they really include the fusion of the old NAOS squad with these new guys coming on in? And what a man to perform in this series. Map 1 to map number 2. It's Papi Chulo delivering the win with GLAB Unlimited.
It's a smile that kills you.
Oh yeah.
That's how he looks like every single time he just wins the 1v1. And it really got crucial there for Oasis. It was the perfect storm brewing. You have Nexi on one side, you have Papi Chulo on the other. But Papi Chulo has just been critical in the clutch moments, and it's something, again, NAOS was able to work with.
Yeah, I remember us talking about this, you know, I think at the start of year 2, while last time around, before this year even started, before even stage 1 even started, and people were wondering, like, who's the best Sentinel in here? I said, or who's the best clutcher? I was talking about, I think Papi Chulo's got this, and he shows today why he definitely deserves those stars and flowers.
Yeah, and you also have to really keep an eye out on the step up of NDG and Mojer.
Oh, yeah.
Just the flexibility Mojer was able to bring on that icebox map. And NDG, he was just gunning for it. He has just been that diamond in the rough polished by NAOS. Every single map we'd see him, every single series that we would see NDG, he just got so much better. We're going to toss it over to the panel to break down that amazing action.
Welcome! Diba? Agawan mo pa ako ng intro, ha?
Sorry.
Ayos talaga yung mga kasama ko dito. Ayaw na akong pagtrabaho.
Wala, ito,
okay, start
ano
mo na
lang.
civil. Gusto ko ito, mahimik tayo. Pero ito na nga, pag-uusapan natin itong 2-0 na pinakitang lakas na itong NAOS Esports.
Mali na naman ako.
Mali na naman si Terror, mali na naman yung prediction mo. Pero Vil, 100% prediction rate ka pa rin.
I mean,
wala ka pang 50-50 na lagay na to, ha?
Iba talaga si Balimbing Caster.
Walang pero. Pero actually yun nga, I mean, dito sa nakita natin dito, well, knowing na Icebox nga yung first game nila, it's just kung napapansin mo, dun sa early games ng Icebox na to, ang ginawa ni Javi, pwede ko siyang tawaging Farmer Javi. Wow. Bakit? Dahil nga isipin mo, round 3 pa lang, kahit 3 kills lang yung meron siya, pero may reckoning siya agad. Talaga nagpa-farm lang siya ng sites in order for them to stop, syempre, yung pag-retake and pag-postplant nga ng mga kalaban nila. Pero dito naman sa mga players nga ng NAOS Esports, it's just, this is their best map.
Yeah.
100% win rate sila dito. So why do you have to pick something or some map na talagang alam mong dehado ka? Siyempre, alam mong open na yung pinaka-best map mo, kunin mo na yan.
Ay, nako. Again, Ja being one of the players here na masasabi nating the best of the best coming in from the Philippines talaga. And aside from that, with Mojer helping him out as well with the verticality and creating those spaces, napakalaking bagay para sa side ng NAOS Esports dito. Kumbaga, sabi nga ni Vil, ginawa ng Farmville ni Savi man kanina, yung mga kaganapan doon. But in the end, around is still around. And NAOS pa rin ang nakakuha at nakapulot ng mga rounds na yun.
Dikit nga yung laban eh. Nag-6-6 nga yung first half, di ba? Pero Laika, mainit tong second game.
Mainit talaga yung second game.
Nakalimutan na naman namin. Sorry. Papasarap ang kwentuhan.
Pagdating kasi dito sa second game, in-expect naman na natin yung pagiging attack-sided sa both of these teams. Kaya nga nung umpisa, sobrang one-sided ng pakiramdam. Nakuha na itong Oasis yung pistol rounds, which by the way, kung mechanical skill lang ang pag-uusapan, hindi na yan question. 3 out of the 4 pistol rounds natin dito, yung Oasis yung nakakuha. However, kung pag-uusapan natin yung decisiveness, pati yung strategy, Terror ang lumalamang dito ay yung NAOS.
Definitely. Makikita mo talaga, kumbaga, tatawagin na lang natin na analysis paralysis. Wow! Panis! Ang ibig sabihin nun, nag-overanalyze sila eh. And because of it, napaparalyze yung buong team. Hindi sila makabuelo at hindi, imbes na parang nakafocus na lang sila. And actually, after going in and reacting to whatever happened, nakafocus na masado sa strat play na gusto nilang gawin dito ang Oasis Gaming. And with that, obviously, kailangan mo mag-adjust along the way at micro-adjustments ang kailangan nila. And it feels like may mga miscoms na pwedeng madala dito.
Yun na nga eh. On the side of Oasis dito nung attack side, nag-pick up na sila ng momentum, ilang straight rounds yung nakuha nila. Tapos nag-time out tong NAOS. Alam mo, Vil, tingin ko kung anong communication na naganap doon. Ja, go kill.
I mean, actually, ang ginagawa talaga dito ni Jano, talagang sobrang kalmado lang yung mga players dito ng NAOS Esports. I mean, nag-start sila ng 2-0, down to 2-8. It's just, it took Oasis Gaming 3 ultis para magamit yun, para makakuha sila ng isang round lang din talaga. Pero kung napapansin ko dito, at least of course, being that MVP, being that chamber talaga na alam natin, one of the best chambers nga pala, not just here in VCT, pero sa buong Pilipinas nga, pinapakita lang talaga nila na NAOS Esports, yes, sila na talaga. Pwede natin sabihin na in terms of playoffs, nasa grand finals na sila. So, sino kaya ang makakalaban nila dito sa mga teams na to, if ever?
Kumbaga, masasabi talaga natin, no, pagdating sa 2 maps na yon, he was really ballin' talaga doon sa mga sumusunod-sunod na mga rounds and mga mapa. But you have to realize na first line of defense pa lang si Ja. Tapos sa may likuran, nandun din si na Papi Chulo. Diba? So, it's just too difficult. Ang daming line of defense na hindi talaga mapunish ng Oasis. And because of that, NAOS basically finishing everything off 2-2-0. Napakalinis.
Ayun nga. Lastly na to. Di ba nakita natin si Papi Chulo dito sa head-to-head, di ba? Pinanood ko siya kanina.
Sige.
Kaya ganun ulit yung upo natin.
Alam mo kasi, ito kasi yun, guys. Isipin nyo na lang, kami ni Laika, nanonood kami sa labas nung game, tapos caster yung naririnig namin. Si Vil, mas matindi. Ang naririnig niya, comms ng team.
Yeah, yun talaga yung pinapanood ko. Kaya hindi ko sila kasama kasi pinapakinggan ko yung comms nila. At ito yung nakita ko. Si Papi Chulo, kalmado lang.
Talaga?
Literal na sobrang kalma. Siya yung pinakakalmadong player na nakakilala ko. Ganun lang. Uy, 1v1 na pala yun. Kala ko 2v1. Legit ganun yung ginagawa niya.
Ito yan, guys. Kung ayan, naririnig natin yung point of view ni Vil, di ba? Alamin din natin yung point of view ng mga miyembro mismo ng NAOS Esports. Dahil eto na, i-welcome natin for our interview segment, si NDG.
Ayun o.
Ay, Noel.
Hello.
Ay, NDG pala. Sorry.
Alam mo, simulan mo na. Ikaw na mauna.
NDG, magandang hapon po. Sa mga nananawagan po kami sa inyo, of course, na syempre, sobrang solid talaga pinakita nga dito sa game, kalaban ng Oasis Gaming. Pero, do you think ba na mauulit yung 2-1 nyo dati sa Oasis Gaming, or are you expecting ba na matu-2-0 mo sila ngayon?
Na-expect lang namin na kami yung mananalo kasi madami kaming preparations and inaayos sa mga error namin.
Ayun, yun naman pala. Pero ang pinakamalupit dyan, si Wits. Si Wits, yung stream natin, PG to, ha? Papaalala ko lang, Wits, ha?
Nagugulat din kami sa yung mga pinapakita.
Trailblazer eh. Biglang tumalon eh. Ay nako, pero ito, NDG, ang tanong ko lang, syempre, dun sa map number 2, knowing na medyo attacker-sided nga, Fracture, at knowing din na naka-double duelist tong Oasis Gaming kanina, ano yung thought process nung NAOS, knowing na nakakabalik na sila dun sa laro kanina at muntik pa nga na mahabol talaga kayo?
Kumalma lang kami, tapos yan, nag-usap-usap para
totoo ba si Papi Chulo pinakakalmado?
Po?
Totoo bang si Papi Chulo daw yung pinakakalmado? Sabi ni Vil eh.
Opo, siya yung pinakakalmado sa team.
Sino pinakagalit?
Si Wits.
Si Wits.
Galit.
Understandable naman kasi siya IGL. So.
Syempre. Ito nga, actually, kanina, di ba, nag-iinit na rin tong Oasis, tulad nga ng sinabi nila. Ano ba yung napag-usapan nyo sa timeout na yun at nakabawi pa kayo? Sabi ni, parang 11-8 ata yung score doon, medyo na-stock up kayo, tapos isang timeout lang, tinapos nyo na kaagad.
Yung mga lang po, protocols reminders, yun lang. Tapos, hin-hype up lang namin yung isa't isa para
paano mag-hype up?
manalo talaga.
Paano yung hype up, NDG?
Binasahe
mo ba?
Bawal ipakita.
GG ba?
Nakakapagtaka na yan.
Okay lang, EFAS naman. Ay, NDG, last time kasi narinig namin yung mga kakaibang pa-shoutout na itong tropa mong si Mojer. Baka ikaw.
Huwag ka papatalo.
Tingin ka ng maigi. Tingnan mo yung camera. Tingnan mo muna yung camera.
May jowa ka ba?
May jowa ka ba, NDG? Yun muna ang tanong.
May kinakausap.
Ayan!
May kinakausap.
Okay.
Kami bahala sa'yo.
Kunyari yung camera mo, siya yung kinakausap mo.
Oo.
Yun siya. Tumingin ka sa camera mo.
Huwag ka
mayayain ako eh.
Hindi, ako rin. Kami rin. Tumingin ka sa camera mo, tas kunyari, siya yung camera mo nga.
Oo.
Sabihin mo ang nararamdaman mo sa kanya. In 3,
Ayan.
2, 1, go.
Ayun, so shoutout to my bebu, mahal ko yan.
Ano tawagin nyo? Bebu?
Tapos shoutout sa sponsors ng NAOS, especially ako as a brand ambassador ng MTech.
Oh,
MTech number 1.
Ayan.
Nakita nyo ba, sumasayaw-sayaw last time si Amix gamit yun?
Hindi nakapag-practice ng mga spin.
Ayan, so shoutout din sa mga fans na sumusuporta sa amin since day 1. Ayan. Thank you.
Ay, NDG, bago ka namin pakawalan, anong oras na?
Now's the time.
Let's go! Congratulations, salamat, at shoutout sa'yo, Bebu.
Shoutout sa'yo, Bebu. Mahal ka ni NDG. Thanks.
Kinikilig na yan, man.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ingat kayo. Sleep tight.
Bye-bye.
Good night, NDG. Salamat sa lahat.
Salamat.
Meron akong gusto kita.
Ay,
Meron pa ba?
Sayang, oh.
Ano
Sino
pa?
yung gusto na makalaban? Oasis ba or GameLab?
Malay mo, APH.
Or APH.
Oh, hindi pa natin. Hintayin na lang natin.
Chat mo na lang, tapos sabihin na lang natin sa kasi
Sige,
mamaya.
wait lang guys.
Mainit. Maganda, nakakatuwa talaga no, pag nag-i-interview na kaming tatlo magkakasama. Kasi pag sila okay na kahit kayo na lang mag-interview sa susunod.
Sorry.
Pero ito guys, huwag kayong mag-alala. Magbabalik pa mamaya ang The Mods dahil sila rin ang magkakas ng ating susunod na series, which is gonna be 3 games between APH and GameLab.Alpha. So abangan nyo yan. Pero in the meantime, papunta muna tayo sa break dito sa VCTPH.
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Not enough to escape the Puggers. They get the pick off now. Fallex though ready to fight on back end. Who cares about sticking the deep the plant?
Hear him run around. You just have to play for the time here, but the crossfire is going to be enough for GLAB to secure the round. And again, GLAB.
Hi, I'm Boogie. Hi, I'm Drich.
I'm Folex.
I'm Chase.
Owen here, and we are
GameLab.Alpha. Masaya maging part ng VCT this year kasi nagbunga lahat ng pinaghirapan namin, and sa lahat ng problemang dumating, ito na yung naging sagot.
Nung una po, parang it felt unreal for me kasi yung parang unang experiences ko is for fun lang talaga. And now, sa sobrang dami ko na na-sacrifice, parang naisip ko na parang worth it naman talaga to be part of VCT this year.
Ang preparation po na nagawa po namin ngayong VCT is, lagi po kami nagpa-practice ng 2 to 3 scrims per day.
Before, nahirapan kaming makahanap ng legitimate org, and dati is nasa bahay-bahay lang kami. And since pangarap namin makapag-bootcamp, and now na nasa GameLab.Alpha na kami, is nakapag-practice na kami ng matindi at talagang na-improve yung laro namin.
Yung mga struggles talaga na-encounter namin is parang nagkakaroon talaga kami ng bad game and lagi siyang nangyayari. And na-overcome namin siya ng having a better mentality and parang a better environment din.
Ang nilolook forward kong player is si Disrupt kasi kasama ko siya dati mag-compete sa other FPS games. And ngayon, mayroon akong chance makalaban siya. Isang nilulook up ko na player is si Batman po kasi same po kami ng role, which is Senti. Ginagaya ko po yung playstyle niya, which is aggro and passive at the same time. Kaya siya po, gusto ko makalaban.
Para sa akin, mabilis kaming makapag-adapt sa playstyle na pinapakita ng kalaban namin. And also is flexible din po kami sa agent composition. Kaya namin makapagbigay ng 2 to 3 agent composition sa isang map. And especially, Tita Bap.
Most. Oh, Micro. He lets him pass quickly, could find another. That he does, could find a third on even. Yes, Micro won that!
On back. Big 3v2 right now. It's all about the duels. It's all about Micro getting these shots. And here he goes again.
Hi, I'm Blurred.
Hi, I'm Derek.
Hi, I'm Micro.
Hi, I'm Kevzi.
Hi, my name is Yanagi and we are Action PH.
I just feel excitement more than anything.
I feel so thrilled to compete against with the other teams.
So much has changed throughout the many months I've missed, and I just want to prove that despite being inactive for so long, I still have what it takes to be on top.
Since we are a new team, we mainly focus on our team chemistry.
We focus on our fundamentals, aim, and communication.
Watching VODs together.
Because we only practice less than a month, so we focus more on that, the basics of how we played Valorant. Less than a month kami nag-form. So yung mga struggles namin is yung paano namin na-execute yung mga strategy namin. Tapos yung previous tournament namin is parang medyo pumalpak kami kasi since hindi kami experience sa pagsasama naming lahat. So parang nagkakamali kami. Pero at least napansin naman agad namin yon before mag-VCT. So na-polish naman namin.
The player I look up or team that I look up to VCT 2023 is Team NAOS PH.
It's more of the NAOS core trio of Wits, Ja, and Papi Chulo because they have been my teammates for a long time, and I'm just excited to be in the same server with them again.
Thank you for your continuous support in Action PH. We will do our best individually and as a team.
Please continue to support us in VCT 2023. Thank you.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Seeker is gonna stun, disrupt so temporarily. He gets the half and he gets the clutch. NCG, what a win! A slight breeze could cut him down, and Senior Carl.
Hi everyone, my name is Maxi. Hi, I am Mid.
Hi, I'm Patman.
Hi, I am Senior Carl.
Hi, I'm Jin.
Hi, I'm 2766 and we are SR Nakage. Feels amazing. It feels like I've been reliving my old run on the VCT 2021, and it feels nice to see some new names in the VALORANT Esports scene.
Sobrang exciting niya kasi first time ko sa VCT, and yung feeling na gusto kong mag-compete. Before kasi talagang napapanood ko lang sila, and sobrang naiingit ako kasi gusto ko rin lumaro sa ganitong league. And ngayon part na ako ng VCTPH.
The preparations I have made for VCT is we have been grinding scrimmages a lot, and I've been playing Valorant so much lately that it doesn't even burn me out. Yun, last year, sobrang ganda ng run namin kaso nagkaroon kami ng problema which is yung overplay. So, minake sure namin na ibabalance namin lahat and nag-usap kami na hindi dapat sobra at make sure namin na hindi dapat kulang din. So, hindi dapat kulang, hindi rin sobra. Balance lang talaga.
One player para sa akin si Modger kasi feeling ko nakalaban ko yung younger version ng sarili ko.
One VCT player, I say it's Hydra from Abadon Esports kasi sobrang bata niya and he got a lot of potential and I know na nag-aaral pa rin siya. But I also know na if you focus playing Valorant, mas malayo yung mararating niya talaga.
JAR next year, team. Kasi ang lakas ng presensya nila, tapos sobrang strong nung individually nila. So parang pag napatay mo sila, kaya nagulangan mo sila, parang ang sarap sa pakiramdam. Hopefully makapasok kami ng playoffs, tapos makakuha kami ng titles. Then sana sa susunod na split to naman, sana yun nga, manalo ulit kami ganun para makalipad naman. Matupad yung pangarap.
Feeling ko anong unique sa amin is yung samahan namin as a team. Outside the game, para kami magkakapatid. Kaya na-apply din namin yun sa in-game, kaya sobrang solid ang chemistry namin.
Gusto ko lang magpasalamat sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa buong team. Sobrang appreciated namin kayo ng buong SR.
Simula sa pamilya ko, sa mga kaibigan ko, sobrang thankful kami buong team kasi yung kahit konting suporta lang ma-feel talaga namin. Kaya wala akong iba sasabihin kundi pasasalamat. Thank you so much.
Able to spot Sladden, but he's in the corner. Going to be disciplined.
Nagsama-sama na naman ang inyong paboritong Maritres. It's likable, honey glaze with a double E, and of course, Ray Ray here on the panel. At pag-uusapan natin ngayon, mga Mars, ang napakainit na laban dahil may isa na namang pauuwiin ngayong gabi. Sino kaya yun, Ray Ray?
Ay, ayoko mag-predict. Baka masisi tayo, mga Marites. Pero ang chika ngayon, yung unang mapupunta sa lower bracket ay yung Oasis Gaming.
Ay, ganun na nga yun nangyari dun sa una nating series of the day. Nakinas nyo! Diba? Napakalupit. Pero isa ko pang chika dito, Ray Ray, parang wala ka ng sumpa.
Wala talaga, guys. Nag-appear na kami ni Vil kanina. Kahit ibalik niya saan, wala 2-0 talaga, HG.
Hindi, ito. Yung prediction mo ba, 3 games tong second series?
Hindi, sabi ko 2-0 pag nanalo sa Icebox yung Oasis.
Hindi, itong series na to paparating. Kasi si Tavil yung magkakast eh.
Ay, 3 maps yan. 3-0
Sorry.
na kagad, no? 3 series.
Alam ko na siya, sabi na naman ni Vil, hindi ko na naman gusto yung tabas ng dila nyo. Yan na naman kayo, ha? Pero syempre, itong mapa ng mga napapanood natin, dahil ginawa ng mga sponsors natin, etong broadcast natin, of course. So maraming salamat, of course, sa Riot Games, pati Mineski Philippines, dahil napakalupet ng VCTPH.
Siyempre, hindi nahuhuli dyan ang Grab Unlimited. Subscribe na kayo sa Grab Unlimited dahil sobrang sulit lang lahat ng kanilang mga delivery dito dahil it's all free in every store.
Ayun, gabi, di ba? Free delivery. Pero syempre guys, itong ating VCTPH is sanctioned by Games and Amusements Board. Gabi talaga yung support sa mga ating mismong VCTPH. Pero, ang init ata nito, Laika.
Mainit talaga, lalong-lalo na dahil ang unang team na pag-uusapan natin, ayun, init na yung kamay ko. Mainit din yung kamay ng mga players natin kasi nakapag-warm up na. Ready na sila sa action!
ang newly formed nga na Action PH. Grabe, they came from different teams who had VCTPH experience na mahinga sila and now they are back on track. At based sa mga games nila kahapon, napaka-crucial. Kahit may pa-Skyflakes si Kevs dyan, prepared sila. Ito pa, Laika, even if magkakasamang SR na Kage, tapos yung iba sa kanila nakahiwalay sa mismong bootcamp, the advantage that APH has, alam mo kung ano, is yung mga nila, mga good calls nila sa mid-rounds talaga.
Nakita ko rin yung mga naging precise executions nila pagdating sa mga points na naiipit na sila eh. There are times na talagang magugulat tayo kung bakit parang nahuhuli na sila pagdating sa updability, pero nakakabawi na rin naman na sila after a few round lead na nakukuha nila from their enemy team.
Actually, sakto yan eh. Kasi yung isa sa mga naging biggest concerns natin sa kanila this season is yun nga eh, yung experience sila individually, meron sila lahat, di ba, na background dito sa ating VCT circuit. Pero, hindi sila umaabot dun sa expectations natin. Pero one of the reasons behind that is obviously, yun nga, sabi ni Rere, bagong form pa lang tong team na to, around December lang sila nag-umpisang magsama-sama. Pero in fairness naman, dun sa interview namin kahapon kay Derek, happy naman siya sa nagiging resulta. And they're hoping na ma-develop pa further yung chemistry nila para smooth sailing na. Lalong-lalo na. Dahil ang makakalaban nila, nako, etong team na to, meron silang IGL na, recruiter pa, nag-aaral pa, lahat na. Pero in fairness, nakwento mo sa akin ni Riri, disiplinado to tong mga to, Mars.
Bago yun,
Oo, syempre kapag ikaw ay nag-e-eksperimento sa iyong laboratorio, kailangan talaga may disiplina dyan. So alamin natin kung ano nga bang klaseng disiplina ang ipapakita sa atin ng GameLab.Alpha.
Perfect.
Sa pagbalik ng ating mga scientists dito for GameLab.Alpha, we have Boogie, Chase, Folex, and Owen QT together with Rich. They have been really jumpy nung pagbalik nila dito. May execute yung 2-0 nila yesterday against Abaddon Esports kung saan nakuha nila yung pag-on ng switch ni Folex. We gotta agree that Folex has been really jumpy, really aggressive pagdating sa kanyang mga nagiging duelist sa pagpasok na nga in our games and our maps. Makikita mo may mga precise follow-ups din dito dahil there has been a lot of clutches din na naibabawi dito with the rest of the gang, katulad na lang din nila Owen QT.
Talagang good calls talaga coming in from GameLab. And what I love about this mad scientist is, yun nga, talagang nagagalit sila, talagang nagiinit sila every time they are successful. Tapos they keep on trying lang, yung sabi ko ngang alam na nila, they follow their own stats. And sobrang magically formed talaga sila in a lot of ways. And yung mga rounds na natatalo sila, dun pa sila nagiinit lalo.
Gusto ko lang rin ituloy yung sinasabi kanya ni Honey Glaze na sanay tayo na kapag si Fall X nagpa-pop off, parang nagsisimula na yung pagsusnowball ng entire team sa mga labanan nila dito. Kumbaga siya yung nagsastart ng momentum and then the rest will follow. Yeah. Pero hindi rin naman magiging posible yung pag-pop off niya dito kung hindi na lang sa tulong neto ni Dreech. Na kung ipag-uusapan natin dito sa ating head-to-head, maganda siyang itambal dito kanino? Kay Kevzy.
Yan. Talagang itong dalawang to, guys, sila yung nag-i-initiator at madalas sila ang nagsisentinel. Si Dreech nga, guys, he is a back-end worker katulad ni Kevz. Tapos saan sila nagpa-pop off? Doon sa mga 2v1s, sa mga 2v2s. Doon talaga mas nag-originate yung value na binibigay nila sa bawat team. Even if they're duelists, like si Blurred together with Folex nagpa-fall down, we have Dreech together with Kevz. Silang sasalo doon sa mga mistakes na nagagawa ng duelist nila.
Para silang yung mga pillar na talagang nagka-come up tall pagdating sa kanilang mga nagiging executions. Yes, papasok nga dito yung kanilang mga duelists. Papasok yung pagiging aggressive ng kanilang mga players dito. When in fact, sila naman dito yung talagang nakakakuha ng mga pick-offs. Kapag nag-fall yung kanilang back-end support for the side of GameLab.Alpha, it can be really hard dahil alam natin kung gaano ka-precise and methodically nag-a-approach ng mga games dito and maps ang Action PH.
Ito nga rin yung magandang topic na pag-usapan. When it comes to these two initiators, alam natin laging ang spotlight pag nakakita mo sa umpisa, akala mo sa duelist lang. Pero hindi. Sino bang nagdi-dictate din ng play? Oh, pre, pa-flash naman to para sa akin. Pre, pa-outdrawn naman, sasabayan ko yung outdrawn mo. Hindi naman ever mag-isa lang yung mga duelist natin basta-basta pumasok. Kailangan andyan yung information natin, andyan yung flashes natin just to clear enough space or have something to block the vision of the enemy. Yan yung nagiging importante pag itong dalawang roles na to yung pinag-uusapan. Pero, pag-usapan natin yung history netong dalawang teams. Huling beses na nakita sila, ano nangyari? 2-0 sa side ng Action PH. Sa tingin mo, Riri, dun sa history na yun, makikita pa kaya natin ulit yung mga mapa na pumabor dito sa Action PH?
Tignan natin kasi sa GameLab and the small amount of time, ang dami nilang natalo na teams. So we have Abaddon nga na tinake down nila. Like, so it's something we didn't expect after all that talagang nag-nourish at the small amount of time itong GameLab. But then ang masasabi ko naman pagdating sa Action PH, nandun na yung fundamentals nila. Nandun na yung talagang marunong sila mag-adapt sa isang gameplay ng isang team katulad ng GameLab. Kaya nga nila na 2-0 kasi nagbibigay sila ng first few rounds tapos biglang na-accomplish na yung gusto nila. Tignan nga natin, di ba, ano yung next step nila towards this map veto.
Kung titignan natin yung history dito sa map veto nila, nakita na natin naglaban sila dito sa Pearl na GLAB pa nga yung pumili. Medyo dikit yung laban 11-13. Pero kung pag-uusapan natin yung current na status na itong Action PH, mahilig talaga sila sa sa mga dikit na laban. Kumbaga medyo late din nila nabibuild up yung strong momentum na kaya nilang ibuga dito. Tapos yung isa pa natin dito nakita, Honey Glaze Icebox na pinahirapan talaga nila yung GameLab. So siguro ibaban na nila yun, no?
Most likely, yes. Dahil Action PH, they know how to respect GameLab.Alpha. GameLab, ang laki ng naging aggression nila nung nakalaban nila yung Abaddon Abyss. Dagdag mo pa yung mga chances na pin down nila. And remember guys, this is one of the teams na nang pin down sa Oasis Gaming. Kaya it can be one of the biggest factor kung bakit na pwedeng kabahan at pwede ma-pressure dito ang APH. Pero balikan natin yung Mavito. Parang i-expect ko talaga dito, piliin ng GameLab. Lalo na sila yung unang magse-select nito, Lotus.
Prediksi yun. Malakas ang GameLab pagdating sa Lotus talaga. It's something we didn't expect nga when they went up against Abaddon, di ba? Pero kasi itong Action PH, sabi ko nga, magaling sila magbasa. They have a lot of IGLs. They have a lot of free strats, di ba? Pero it's good to see naman that they actually manufacture. It's not the safest map that they can actually pick. So might as well contest na lang yung mga best of the best ng GLAB. I'm sure naman kahapon based on their match against Abaddon, ginalingan naman talaga ng mga taga-APH. Talagang, nag-research talaga itong mga taga-APH sa kanilang setup against GameLab.
Nag-research naman din talaga, but by the looks of it, yung mga vinivito nila dito so far, yung mga maps na sila mismo, hindi pa komportable. So, hindi ko alam Yan na nga, sinabi na natin yan yung lalabas na mapa on the side of GLAB. Ang curiosity ko lang dito, bakit hindi na lang sila nag-focus dun sa mapa na sa tingin nila, yung mas kinakalakasan ng kabilang team. Kumbaga, sana itong GLAB, binan nila yung Icebox instead na yung split, di ba?
I don't think nakita ko pang maglaro ang Action PH dito sa Lotus. Pero correct me if I'm wrong. Kasi alam ko kung gaano ba naman na paglalaruan mismo ng players from the side of GameLab.Alpha. Itong Lotus na ito, kung paano nila dito na paglaruan yung Abaddon Abyss, it can be really be one of the times na pwede nila itong i-execute din against Action PH. Nakita ko sa history nila, nalaro pala nila ito against Abaddon Abyss. So let's see now here if Action PH can still do this and win it out laban sa GameLab.Alpha.
Ang akin nakikita ko if Action PH wins the first map, this is going to be 2-0. Promise. Kasi kasi at the same time, kahit sabihin mong hindi pa sila naglalaro, they are still mysterious pagdating sa Lotus map. And sabi ko nga, di ba, ang bilis nila mag-adapt, walang problema sa kanila kahit bagong map. Kasi yun nga yung mga unexpected plays, katulad nga ng ginawa nila against SR na kagabi.
Since nandito pa rin naman tayo sa topic ng Lotus, actually, chinek ko na yung record natin. Naglaro na sila dyan 2 beses. Sabi nga ni HG kanina, okay sila against Abaddon Abyss, pero hindi natin pwedeng makakalimutan yung epic comeback game ng Sky Empire nung nakalaban nila dito yung APH na sobrang dikit na nung laban. Kaya na sanang i-close ng APH but by some miracle, nabuhayan ng loob tong si Kelly S at napanalo pa nga nila yung map na yun, bringing it to overtime. Di ko makalimutan yun. Pagod na yung Damods na mag-cast ng araw na yun. Umabot pa sila sa map number 3 eh.
Tumekpos pa eh.
Ano na naman naririnig ko na natatrauma na naman yung dalawa din sa casting desk nila. Pero, ayan na, nagkaroon na naman ng mga veto which does leave us. Aling mapa yung natitira sa atin dito?
Wala sumagot.
Pearl.
Pearl.
Yun na, sinagot ko na, Pearl.
Ito na naman tayo sa mga mapang ito kung saan Lotus can be really one of the game changers na pwedeng magbaliktad ng mga momentum. Pagdating ng second half, first half, yes, pwede kayo manalo. Pero naaalala nyo ba yung lahat ng mga overtimes dito sa Lotus? Kaya ipapaalala na muli natin sa mga Damods yan dahil pwede tayo umabot ng game number 3. Icebox pa lang. Action PH has been really good dito sa Icebox. One of the best teams in Icebox. Pero with GameLab, they are explosive enough. Pero will it be enough talaga para sa APH? Alam mo, natatawa lang ako kasi yung mga binanala is uncomfy map sila.
Oo
diba?
nga, diba?
Kasi usually pinalaro talaga ng dalawang teams na to. Icebox, Pearl. Tapos minsan na lang masakto Ascent or Haven nga, diba? Depende sa kalaban nila. Pero going on the third map in Pearl, pag umabot pa to ng Pearl, makakita na ako ng OT, makakita pa ako ng dikit na laban.
Ba't pinabati? Naririndi na yung mga nakikinig sa atin, Ray.
Sorry.
Hindi nila gusto yung tabas ng dila mo. Hindi ata alam ni Raf. Ano yung tabas in English?
Bawas.
Parang yung bawas, diba?
Bawas.
Yung tapyas ng dila. Yun. Raf, kung nakikinig ka, which I know nakikinig ka.
Kasi
ang sama na ng tingin sa akin, Raf. Kagano na naman siya sa akin. Yun yung tabas ng dila. Pero ito lang para sa akin, pag tinignan mo yung mga mapa natin, kung hindi makuha ng GLAB etong map number 1, 2-0 to on the side of APH. Delikado talaga na inopen nila dito yung Icebox. Hindi solid yung performance nila dito. Dahil dyan, I'm gonna go with APH for my prediction.
Ako naman, I totally agree with you. Talagang ako, big fan na ako ng APH. Itong mga individual players na magagaling nga mula sa mga previous teams nila. And now that dito sila, they found home in APH. And now they are finally giving us yung identity na ine-expect natin galing sa kanila. So I'm gonna go with APH.
Hindi ako papayag. Hindi ako papayag na walang gagante, walang ka-counter sa lahat ng mga predictions sa mga analysts natin ngayon dahil naniniwala ako sa explosiveness at sa craziness dito nila Fall X. Kapag nag-switch on and off na naman sila dito against APH, they can possibly win this one. Game 3 nga lang.
Ay, naku, game 3?
Di ko alam.
Narinig ko na si Tavil. Game 3? Overtime? Di ko gusto yan! Pero ayan na-lock na yung predictions ng ating mga maritres. Si Honey Glaze naman, laging nasa gitna yung naiibig. Kasi pagkasama ko rin dito yung Damods, kami ni Vil kadalasan yung Wala ka bang 50-50? Kasi si Vil lagi may pa 50-50.
Pating
Pero! Uy, pero akin may para at least may iba, diba? Pero yun nga, diba, nakailang pero na tayo dalawa. GameLab.Alpha, feeling ko talaga they have the chance dahil kaya nila ditong patumbahin yung pagiging strategic ng Action PH. Action PH, dahil sa pagkagulo-gulo dito ng GameLab.Alpha, pwede nila ditong mapahirapan yung Action PH kung ano ba yung dapat na gawin nila.
Ingat-ingat na lang for either of these teams kasi once again, guys, may uuwi na naman.
Lower bracket.
Pero, hindi pa uuwi ang ating mga casters dahil game number 1 for this series is about to start. Back to you guys.
I feel like when Ray starts counting the games, I do get a little bit nervous after, but I am very, very curious what the mad scientists have cooking in that lab. Once again, guys, welcome back. Yeah, my name is Raph. That handsome gentleman is Asrai. Congratulations, by the way, on the PR. You know, that's Mr. 85 on the bench right there.
I didn't 5 too much, man. 80. We'll get to 85 soon. But you know what? teams are now striving for the next level, striving for that greatness. Right now, GameLab.Alpha and Action PH winning consecutive series to keep them in line here. And again, it's really the final stop for them. Will Action be able to survive? Because if they do, if they win this series against GameLab.Alpha, and to be honest, it feels like they could definitely can. It's a straight shot against Oasis here.
That's a very strong word, you know, survive against Action PH, because I feel like, in a bit of a sense, GameLab is the underdog and has been the underdog for the majority of their series, right? But they've been such an unpredictable team. They've made gods bleed in more ways than one and have really flipped the results over. But that is going to be a fabled rematch, Astra, if that will come to pass. But right now, we have to put our eyes on Action PH versus GameLab.Alpha. And I have to say, with everything that they've talked about the panel, establishing an identity first is, well, once again, a main priority for them, especially in this stage of the playoffs already.
Well, with that being said, players in the GameLab.Alpha roster have been really popping off, especially I think with Boogie, who's taken the helm. You know, Fall X, he's been, I think at the start of the playoffs, he's looking somewhat shaky in a way. There were some series that we saw that they really, really struggled against the opposition. We saw that with SR Nakage. We saw that with Action PH even before that, I think during the regular season. So all that being said, I really love how Boogie is leveling up himself to help out the team.
Leveling up is a great way to put it. Again, I feel like I sound like a broken record. I've talked about how a lot of our teams, every time they're in the official circuit, they have quadruple XP. They never come out the same. They will always become a beast in their own right. And with so many teams that have come from open qualifiers and one more still surviving in the form of, I believe it's GameLab.Alpha. It's just insane to witness. And Boogie, who's been pretty much a firecracker of a player, who's been the main strong arm of GameLab.Alpha, as we've seen him perform time and time again, but with a different environment, a different setting, with, I would say, higher stakes in the line. Is he going to do the same for them?
Actually, here's something interesting. Oh, before that, guys, we do, of course, have a giveaway for you guys to join, and that is VP being, you know, given your general direction. That's why it's called a giveaway.
Wow.
790 or 1650 Valorant points. You know what? If you can stack it up, you can buy yourself an Oni 2.0 set, which would be amazing. Or in my case, I'm just waiting for the Araxis Vandal. Anyways, like and follow the Valorant Esports Philippines and GrabFood PH Facebook pages to start it off.
Of course, comment on the live stream which team you are rooting for. Winners will be announced at the end of the playoffs. Broadcast day from March, end of the day, from March 7th to 12th. And of course, it's this year, Astra. It's for people like us who get confused. What year is it? But in any case, what are your thoughts on the Oni Vandal? I think you're a little impartial to it. I'm pretty open to it. You know, I'm just saying, guys.
It's the same thing, I think, with Araxis. At first, it's like, oh no, you know, I'm trying to not buy skins, and then when I had a chance to actually use it, I'm like, this is really nice.
You know, when you
saw
my
it.
red Araxis with my Riot gun buddy, it looks so nice. It feels so good.
Yeah, it actually is.
I'm pretty sure the Oni Vandal's gonna feel the same way. I mean,
I have tried it at least, because I had like people that I was playing with that, you know, has dropped the Vandal for me. It does sound nice. The animation, of course, is just a Vandal. A Vandal skin with the Oni, or a Vandal with the Oni skin.
Yes, that was the intention.
The thing is, how do you say this? There's no like different animation to it, right? For example, with Araxis, there's the like bug shell thing that comes out when you whip out the weapon, right? For the weapon, it's for the Oni Vandal. It's just literally the Vandal animation.
Well, with
you know
that
what
being
I mean?
said,
Anyways.
I am thoroughly excited to see these teams. So is this just going to be a new coat of paint, or is this going to be an entirely different look? Because
sorry, I just wanted to add as well, we are already in the top 4 of our teams here. So that means that come what may in this series with GameLab.Alpha and Action PH, they've already secured themselves a split 2 spot for the regular season. So again, top 4 teams there. We have NAOS, Oasis, GameLab.Alpha, and Action PH already have made it into, again, the second split itself.
Well, that is definitely looking into the future quite a bit. We are all super, super excited. And I'm feeling a little hungry, Astra. What do you think?
Oh, Oh, you want something to grab right now? In terms of the food, it's unlimited. Yes, of course, guys, grab Unlimited. Celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now for free on your first month. You know Adam Sandler on the...
I know,
Yeah,
but I feel like there should have been a little more disappointed that you could have said your signature 9 pesos, but we
evolve.
Oh yeah, we evolve.
As well as the teams watching right now.
Yeah, and we are not going to leave anything to the imaginations, folks, as we are going to jump right into the Agent Select. And Lotus, interesting first map with equally as interesting compositions here. Obviously, very different ideas on how to approach the map. It seems that GameLab.Alpha want to hinge on their ability to just really take duels and be active, especially with that Harbor pick.
Triple Sentinel on attack, though. This, very interesting. What would be the combo here? At least, we do know that if they can take a site, they can definitely hold the site as well. That's the strong suit of the Triple Sentinel here. What I do like about this, though, I think, is because they do have the Harbor, space creation or space taking for GameLab.Alpha isn't going to be as difficult. So they don't really need your traditional duelist like in the form of a Jet or a Raze. But of course, that poses a lot of questions is how do they get the site first? If they get the site, I feel like, again, they have a massive, massive advantage in terms of the hold. But anything other than that, I'm wondering how this is going to be panning out. But I really like the composition here. It all hinge on how well Owen Cutie utilizes the Harbor and how well Boogie gets to start off these rounds for GameLab.Alpha, especially, again, that they are going to be on the attacking side for the first half.
So you're saying that GameLab.Alpha has a bit of a juggernaut comp. Not a lot of mobility, but a lot of sustainability and a lot of firepower. It's just how do you get to point A? Rather from point A to point B reliably. Now, we are going to be starting off the pistol with a fairly uncharacteristic play from GameLab to kind of actually take it slow. They do have a lurk threat already towards B. Now, the question is, what are they going to do with that? Yes, the traps are there. Yes, there is the anti-flag, but they're not necessarily selling it too well. Maybe they're trying to kill the rotator here, but I feel like the Killjoy or Dreach is just a little too far away from actually meaningful points of contact. But look at that. They actually double back out.
Leaving Fall X first to just hold just in case somebody actually tries to jiggle out. But this is the strong point of Lotus. You really just have to wait as the defenders. You don't really need to get that crucial information because you'll know when it's going to be the push. You'll know when it is, especially with the utility being thrown out. They hear the TP, they see the wall, now they know it's a full commit. Although Fall X, of course, not going to be denied. Absolutely beautiful. Whoa. 2 shots, but Blurred picks it right back up with the 2K on the nades. That's a little bit awkward. That's going to stop them dead in their tracks. 3 versus 3 as the round continues. And Boogie, as I mentioned, he needs to create space. He needs to be the one to get things started. That flash does not hit Micro. And he finds the Omen just hiding on Waterfall, leaving Cabs and Yanagi on the retake.
Duty apparently does not end in death, as the call has been answered with a little bit of martyrdom to start the round. But Boogie, who has been leading the stats, gets a big 3K for him. And Action PH concede the first round. And with the Phoenix getting such value off that orb at first, and now getting all those kills, he's really, really close to that run it back. Having a Vandal, a lot of confidence here in Action PH. They seem to go for the conservative buy here. I mean, what can you really do on the defensive end, right?
Sure.
Because, as you mentioned, Lotus is a map that takes a lot of commitment, especially on the defensive side.
But I really like the comp right now. I feel like it has so much merit, and it makes a lot of sense for GameLab.Alpha that, again, we know has just pretty strong or incredibly strong dueling capabilities. In any case, Dritch could be a bit of a ditch here. He's not careful. The stun's going to be there, but he baits it out beautifully. Blurred deciding if he wants to throw out the nade. And Dritch, of course, indecisiveness of that nade throw will cost nothing for him as the picks just go into the favor of GameLab.Alpha. A pick off of a Derek, and you can see right now that the roster is slowly moving up to C as they've already cleared out. OEQT has set up all of his walls there. And again, this is where it gets very tricky for APH. How are they going to be able to retake the sites when it's just fully locked and loaded by, again, the Triple Sentinel?
I'm really interested why Action PH decided to go for the Omen as their solo smoke. I mean, there is a lot of verticality, a lot of mobility in general.
The one-ways, yeah.
The one-ways too, but I feel like just the lack of control over the map is going to prove so much problems considering GameLab just wants to play super compact. Like I said, it is a juggernaut comp. They do have a lot of sustain. They have a lot of staying power. Really, the best way to deal with it is to cut them off, and Micro gets a kill for himself. That's going to be under reach, but not before Blurred falls. As these two classics and Sheriffs, I mean, they can do some damage, but Boogie's already ready to pop that ult in the future rounds. And Action PH, they're just going to surrender to the spike here, Aster. I mean, what else could have they really done here?
Nothing really. Nothing at all. Nothing at all.
I feel like Yanagi's going to be such a crucial point here for Action PH to really hinge off of. I mean, he's really the only one who can set up reliable fights for them. We do have Paranoia on the side of Micro, but you don't necessarily want your smoker to be in any presence of danger, especially on the defending side, because you really want that smoke to be up as much as possible.
Okay, question. You think the reset value or the reset factor is much quicker for GameLab.Alpha compared to Action PH, again, because of the comp that GLAB got?
Reset in what way?
Like if they make a mistake on a site, they can always reset and have more utilities going onto the other side.
I mean, yes, just because they have that Phoenix and, of course, Chamber, who's just as oppressive as Chamber can be. Ja definitely proved that today. And Boogie wants to do the same, except it's Derek sniffing out the wall boost. And as smart as he is, Aserai, what is Brain in front of Braun? Still very, very effective, apparently, but a clean 4v4 is about to happen. We do have quite a bit of utility on the side of Action PH. Micro still has that ever so important Paranoia, and Owen might be pulling out that Cove at the most unopportune time. The flash is ready by Boogie, and he is just about to hit the action here, but no. So much utility, layer upon layer. And in the end, he's the one to fall. Can't really find some sort of stronghold, some sort of safety here, Aserai. As Action PH, they're bringing the hammer down, they're bringing the fist down. And Fall X, that's one for him. Is that the clutch? Yes, it is. And what a bonus round by GameLab.Alpha. I see your stunned. I see your jaw is on the floor. So pick it up, good sir, because we have some analysis to talk about.
Holy guacamole. I saw the avocados that Ray's wearing on her head, but what an absolutely spicy setup, spicy clutch, excuse me, from Fall X. Let's look at that once again. He's able to deal with the one, another one, the whiffs from Micro really hinging on that fact, and he deals with the diffuser so quickly. Where was the other person? Like, where was the third person from APH looking? It was just looking elsewhere. Unfortunately, they thought it was already a one-and-done round, but Fall X never count this man out. I'm sorry, again, that I mentioned how he was, somewhat maybe underperforming a couple of the games ago, but he is looking so just menacing in the first starting rounds of this game.
And that is the value of having a hot start, right? Sometimes it's super contagious. The rest of your team, they just fire on all cylinders. GameLab.Alpha, they really want to keep this going. As attacker-sided as Lotus is, Action PH is not a team to trifle with, even with the weaker armor here, seeming to be a little more proactive this time around. The nades and the flashes, they're going to delay GameLab just a little bit. And a flank has already begun here on the side of Micro. The question is, can he time it perfectly? Action PH, they have to pull this as well as they can. Otherwise, this is just another round down the drain. Granted, it is an eco, but you still got to find some value here. Some momentum as Yanagi gets a beautiful flick onto Boogie here. That's already -1. They're doing so well. They're doing even better. And Yanagi proving why he belongs. And before he falls, that's 3 big kills for him. The rest of the team, they have to pick it up now. They can't get the rifles here, but the damage has been done. They're going for the safer play here, Asar, trying to get this 2v2 going.
Yeah, this is absolutely winnable right now, especially because of the great efforts, the heroics there of Yanagi. Now it's all going to be on Derek to find a little bit of information first. Teammate Micro does not have a Paranoia, so he's going to have to come closer. But look at where Fall X is looking. Where was he looking? Where was Dritch even holding as Micro gets the 2K? 3 for Yanagi, 2 for Micro, and APH with a phenomenally absurd thrifty round.
Very, very well placed there by Action PH. A little curious on the side of GameLab, actually, because when we think about the ecos, right, you want to cut down the range advantage as much as you can. So going B might be like, oh, this could be the curveball play. But at the same time, it just didn't work.
I was about to say, I think it's just because, you know, the Gucci gun is pointing out again. It's too long, dude. The third to force.
I know.
Yeah, you saw how just the micro was like, bruh, your gun's peeking out, you know? I mean, you're a little bit too excited to get a pick, but
I knew you were gonna say that. That is the exciter indeed. Azaraz VALORANT has been fantastic, but no more tour de force for him. So Micro, he has to back out despite not having that HP to duel. The rest of his team is going to pick it up as quickly as they can. It does seem like some of the players are going to be touching shoulder to shoulder here by the doors, but no information has been given on each side. Derek, very, very patient here. Can say the same thing about GameLab, and they're going to try and milk this clock as much as possible. Action PH. One thing that we've noticed is that they have been taking the more safer avenues, and it's been giving them so many rewards. The question is, how can GameLab really open them up? Again, they're not very mobile, but with this ult in hand for Boogie, maybe that's enough of a threat to pull Action PH into a rotation. But it seems like they're going to get this plant uncontested, Aserai, and this is going to be a clean retake on the side of Action PH.
There's so much information you can garner from that webcam, or excuse me, CCTV, or camera, excuse me, thank you. Anyways, Rolling Thunder is going to be utilized, but they have to be aware that Chase is playing so close. Action PH not able to find that or even just respect it, thinking that there's going to be the overall stack. Hold on, that's not the biggest of their problems because there's still two players using the great holds. That Paranoia is solid, but again, you can see the indecisiveness of Micro because he's just 3 HP. They need to fight this first. They're chasing, looking for the peak. Boogie, unfortunately, does not respect that, thinking that that was only a tap on the spike. Hevzy is going to be here, and Micro's by himself. Needs to hit the shot. Is there enough time? Oh, no.
Find out. Nope.
Boom goes the dynamite, and GameLab.Alpha plays that perfectly. That was... Did Micro know that there was 3 people there? Or it's because he's 3 HP that he couldn't really defuse the spike because of the flame wall?
I think it's a combination of a lot of things. Definitely the threat of having a Phoenix with a Molotov, the wall, and everything. Even just a spam at that point is pretty much enough to knock him over. Chase really got that run for GameLab there. Just a huge, huge swing in their favor, and that's going to charge up his res. And that is going to give them an even better time. But now Action PH in a situation where it's become too familiar for them. Yet another eco Aserai. And doesn't seem like they're keen on trying to go for something a little more proactive. And as I say that, I jinx it for Blurred. Oh my goodness. That could have been the career showstopper. But the curtains, unfortunately, just close on him.
Yeah, the tempo just not there at all. Yanagi, once again, you know, up to his old antics. Does get a pick or so, but definitely a far cry from what they definitely need. Kev's making a bit of noise here so that Micro can sneak in on the other side. That's going to be through Waterfall. It's good. It equalizes the numbers a little bit more here as we do get to the 3 versus 2. Kev's getting closer and closer on the other side. He does have a hand cannon. He does have the Sheriff. Going to be utilizing the Haunt to see if anybody's going to be at close, which it is. Owen is still playing somewhere on water here near Ben. FallX alongside him. All down to Micro. Finding the angle. FallX again just pops off. And you can really see the Chamber player, the star player of GameLab.Alpha in his element in Lotus.
I feel like the Chamber is going to be such a big problem on defense. Granted, that is a Sentinel. Just like, oh yeah, you know, thanks for pointing out the obvious. You're welcome. In any case, on C, there's just so many ways you can use that anchor. You can probably put it towards Link and be a little more active towards that box to contest Mound. And there's just so many angles that in the future Action PH have to worry about. But let us focus on the present here. As the ultimates, they're slowly stacking up Aserai. I would say that GameLab.Alpha has the higher impact ones, generally speaking. We do have Res, we do have Lockdown on their end. So Action PH have to be a little more wary of what they have in their hand here.
They need to reset. That's why you're already seeing them call a bit of a break here Fall X, once again, look at that, 11-3-1. He has just been going ham in these rounds that he's given. So, and is it me or it just feels like a disconnect right now for Action PH? There's like, it just feels like there's 1 to 2 seconds step behind of what they wanted to do. And there was that one point where you saw Blur again, wanted to set up for the showstopper. Yanagi's stun felt a little bit late on that as well, maybe half a second late, and because of it, Blur was just shot in the air before he could really do much damage, all of that, and this continual disconnect for Action could prove fatal if it keeps continuing. Again, even though we do say that Lotus is heavily attacker-sided, you still can't remiss the fact that you got to take crowds as defenders.
And as we were talking about earlier, and as the panel were touching up, that identity is really something that both these teams have to focus on, because if they have anything similar, they're probably the most 50-50 teams. They'll either show up or not show up at all. And Action PH, this was very, very obvious in their first match in the playoffs. There was a lot of hesitation in what they actually wanted to do. And is that going to get it?
Wow.
That's max value. And to circle back to my point here, Action PH, despite having that fantastic play there, they don't necessarily have the, I would say, tenure as a core to really make those decisions as quickly as we would want. But Fall X, the fall guy for this Spearhead, still remains safe, Asteroid. What a beautiful flash coming in from whoever it did. And GameLab.Alpha, they're doing what they do best, and it is to barrel onto site and take those fights. Now, Chase still has that res, so he can get Fall X back online if he chooses to. But it seems that Action PH are providing quite a bit of resistance here. Derek, despite having that neural theft, will have enough information forcefully given to him through the Vandal Boogie.
I was going to say, Yanagi's stun on point right then and there, but I think when you mentioned that there was going to be a good, the flash was just pivotal for GameLab. I think that was the flash from Boogie. There was also one thing. I believe there was some spams through B-Link, but because Owen Cutie threw out his Cove early on, it absorbed a lot of the bullets that would have actually caught GameLab.Alpha, which allowed them to reset, which allowed them to push him back into the site, flash it up, catch Micro, get the location that they need, as well as just allow Chase to set up. And look at Fall X, man. He is just so on fire right about now. Getting helped out with Boogie. The wide swing, Micro hits nothing with the Paranoia. And GameLab.Alpha, I don't know what's happening, man, but they're cooking something in the lab, and it's looking good. Dexter's happy.
No clouds at all. Clarity. Crystal clear what GameLab wants to do. As Action PH, they are still in a rut, Asteroid. They have been soul searching. And Yanagi finds one, but Chase is too quick to hit that shot in reply. Derek with the Sheriff. We know how lethal he can be. But that lethality is quickly dealt with as Chase, once again, finds the better of his Sentinel counterpart. 1-7, this is looking even worse. As Fall X has that tour de force, Asteroid. And as we mentioned, right, Action PH should be doing something to halt this push before it even starts, because there is really no mobility on the side of GameLab.Alpha here.
The thing is, GameLab.Alpha are aware of the starting timing, tempo of where the stun comes out, right? Because usually you throw out the fault line as soon as you fully charge it, because it needs to hit the entryway of a main. After that, it's going to be where the nade gets thrown out. But you already see there's no fear from Fall X. They're like, guys, if we do this, I will hit my shot. Just follow my lead.
Yeah.
No, yeah, I was about to mention as well. No, Boogie, I am the danger.
It's his middle name, apparently. And, I know there's a lot of Chamber non-believers out there. It's like, oh, he's unreliable. Just hit your shots, bro. It's an FPS game. Get better.
Ooh,
anyway.
Yes, absolutely.
Fall X, he's going to be exemplary of that, but he might have to bite the dust as Kevzy, who has been a master of the clutch and master of winning rounds for his team, will be the catalyst of this victory. And Dreech, he is ways away. Even if he had a lineup here, there's just too many bodies to deal with and not enough time. Derek will eventually find the end of Dreech. I feel like, actually, nah, that would have been fine. They have enough of an economy to really just keep barreling through this Aserai, and they still have the tour de force and Fall X in case they need it. But another thing that we have to look out for is Owen Cutie. He does have that ultimate in his pocket. Remind me what the name is actually before I get roasted.
Of
by
what?
Chat. Harbor's ultimate.
Reckoning.
Reckoning.
Yes.
Why was I thinking of something else? Anywho, with all the utility and all the ultimates that they could potentially use this round, they could even just use it as a passive threat. Force Action PH to play a little more receded.
You know what Harbor's ultimate could actually be called at if it were in the Philippines?
No, I don't want to know.
Oh,
But-
you really? Splash Island.
Well, it seems that Action PH is
Oh,
very
nice.
inequipped.
What a setup.
They need a few floaters, and Blurred is going to be the safety net that they need. And finally, they force the res out, but Chase, he wants to recharge that ultimate as quickly as he can. And you see how adamant GameLab.Alpha is. They are just rearing up the battering rams and just destroying all the gates of Action PH. Chase again, getting another kill and charging up that resurrection, as I mentioned.
Man, the ability to, again, just recuperate, regenerate as a team is so well built into the roster right now of GameLab.Alpha. There's nothing really the Action can do. It feels like they're 5 separate pillars just being whacked at as the temple collapses. And Yanagi here, unfortunately, he was the last one, and there you go. He crumbles back again. We reset, but 2-8. This is looking massive for GameLab.Alpha. But, of course, the panel has mentioned that there always is that possibility of comeback once you come into that attacking side. But, of course, it's not ideal, but it is, in at least Lotus, very, very, very possible.
I love this play. It's really, really creative. Again,
he can re-jump on that too.
Yeah, and the thing is, they don't have conventional mobility, but they're making so much use of every tool they have here. And as you mentioned, Lotus can be incredibly snowbally, especially in its current iteration. But GameLab, they're very equipped to just kind of stand there. Look at their lineup. They have a Phoenix. Again, self-sustain, a lot of firepower. Now we have the Reckoning here. What does Action PH do in response? Yanagi does have the Rolling Thunder, and it is going to come out here. He is going to find a few of them. Breach is already making his bag by finding a few players himself. And GameLab, they are unbothered by everything and Blurred. He has to sit this one out, get on the bench, and just hope that Operator is going to be the key to success. At least get a third round on the board for them.
Was that stun on Derek the fault line, the Rolling Thunder, or the Reckoning? Because either way, he got...
How can you tell at that point?
I couldn't tell exactly. I was asking because it's so confusing because there's just so much basically rocking ultimates here that's being thrown, rocking abilities that's being thrown that just makes it a living hell for somebody to make do with this one. Oh, that's a big whiff. But you need to hold the line with the classic. Unfortunately, Fallex just run past Blurred.
Oh, man.
Well, you were mentioning it. You know, how can you make this Operator do what it can do in this round? Well, they didn't even get a chance to blossom.
Not at all.
And his flower's been plucked.
It's just really strange to me what's happened to Action PH right now and this slump that they've entered as soon as the playoffs began, because we know all these players are capable of doing so much more. Again, this is still a very decorated squad. They have their accolades, they have their achievements. I believe a lot of them wear it on their sleeve. But right now, Action PH have to find some sort of key to this puzzle.
Yeah.
They've tried a lot of things. They made Yanagi the first responder. Again, he has been playing Rotator a lot. But it doesn't seem to matter. GameLab have just been so good at finding that initial pick. Is it just a product of the utility they have? Are they just hot? Find out on the next episode of Lotus Ball Z, apparently, as everybody's already charging up. And they are going to be running into this, and Boogie, despite drawing his gun last, will still get the first shot into that duel. GameLab.Alpha. They have found some sort of super soldier serum, Masterai.
Well, let's see if they can turn this into Captain America. Okay, Derek's got some bite with the classic, but unfortunately, not really. Gonna have too much of the follow-ups. You know what is kind of interesting here, Raph, is Action PH, in regards to their performance in the previous Lotus games that they've had, it's all been just hard-fought 13-10s, and the one that they lost was like 13-15 overtime.
That is true.
So this does mean that, again, this team definitely does struggle in this particular map. In GameLab.Alpha, they went the risk as well, the gamble of seeing how far they can push APH to the brink. Now, if they can win this pistol round, they're almost guaranteed a 12-2 because of the fact that, again, it'll force APH to have to go maybe into a force round if they get this this pistol. But if they don't, well, this is where, again, things could go awry. Boogie is trying to run for dear life here, but Derek is not giving him any satisfaction to do so. And APH starts it strong with a 2-pick. They will be pushing possibly on B, but that's only a ruse wrap. It's going to be the double back as Derek clears some angles, as Blurred clears some angles, and the rest of APH will follow up onto the A side.
They have no issue of taking this now. A little bit of gratification this round, Astra, as those 2 picks have been pretty much the raid bosses of GameLab, right? And Dreech is going to make quite a bit of noise here. We already see somebody else marking it, and it's Micro to find yet another kill. Chase will get 1 for his troubles. Owen is trying to find a little bit of value here. It's seized and flashed. There's very little he can do in that situation. Chase with his little classic finds yet another bonus, but Yanagi looks to lead the charge, or rather just finish the round and get something going. At the very least, they avoid that certain doom if they lost that pistol. In Action PH, maybe what you said is coming true, Asarai. Maybe they really need that that diesel engine start. Like, hey, you know what?
Yeah.
We gotta start taking rounds now, boys.
We'll have to see, though, because, again, it's way too early to describe it in that particular manner. But at least, again, with regards to the performance of Action throughout Lotus, it's been just absolutely back and forth for them. They don't really look like they are just that defiant in it. And you don't forget, GameLab.Alpha, they've won both of their series against, or they've won both of their Lotus maps against Abaddon Abyss and Oasis Gaming. So this team knows what they're doing. They love to go for the triple sentinel here, and you see how well it just works. Are they gonna?
I don't think that was gonna work. I had a feeling, but you know what?
Spike planted.
All that for a drop of blood. It was Micro. He's gonna clean up. I mean, fair play. You know, GameLab, like I said, they've
shattered.
I think that's another thing that I like about GameLab. They're super ready to do things that you don't expect, and it's been working out for them. And it's, well, maybe not that time, you know. I feel like that was a poor example, but GameLab, they go for a pause here. It's probably just to, guys.
You know, I think what could have worked, because again, the reason why the wall dissipates like that is your head is about to reach the ceiling, so it breaks the wall itself, right? But if they did it on the outside, there's a possibility at least 3 people could have.
The ceiling is too low.
Yeah, but at the entryway, you could probably like line them up right behind you. I mean, again, we're just trying to optimize. We're not telling them what to do, but if you think about it that way, it might have worked. Might have.
Might have.
I like that. That was good. That's pretty good. It's fun.
Hey, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's pretty fun. GameLab.Alpha, like I said, they're a bunch of mad scientists here. And so far, that has been paying off, except that one round. And this is a good moment for them to really, guys, we are in the playoffs. Relax. Yeah. It is super important for them to take the momentum now and not allow Action PH to wake up. Because you know how Action PH can get.
Yeah. You know, the transition again of your comp, of GameLab's comp to the defending side actually makes a lot of sense. You know what? If you're having difficulties rotating your Sentinel through the 3 sides of the Lotus map, right? Why not just have 3 Sentinels?
Yeah, and
yeah, it's actually a genius idea. I like it.
As I mentioned earlier, it's going to be a problem for Action PH to really try to break down these gates, to break down these defenses, as they're pretty much geared towards this side. Again, this is going to be the first gun round here. Derek is going to take a little bit of a lap tap on the nose there. Just, hey, don't do that. Not very nice of you. And what I like about what GameLab is doing, they're immediately taking Rebel. They don't want that retake threat. And right now they're going to be peering into potentially a few players here on the side of Action PH, and Blurred once again trying to bring his team back into contention, making this a little bit more possible with that opening pick. The rest of GameLab.Alpha still unsure of what might happen, but with that plan, it is absolutely certain what they have to do. The question is, at this point in time, do they have the resources to commit?
Probably not, right? But they'll still try. I think there's no
harm in trying.
Yeah, they'll still probably try to do it right now, especially. Chase getting the first pick is huge. But no, now that enough time has passed, they probably just have to give it up. Is this a good spot? Oh, yeah, probably. He's not gonna, the Event Horizon's not going to reach them. In any case, they need to hold on their utilities here. Chase is making sure. I like his buddy. It's nice.
Here.
Isn't that the Sao Paulo one?
Yes, actually. Oh!
Well,
what?
At least they didn't give up orbs. There is a positive in everything. A little confusing.
And APH does have a bank, so yeah.
They do have the spirit. A little confused, but the spirit is there. That's the most important thing. But as we mentioned, and is a recurring theme here for the match, is that Action PH, they have to be a little more decisive, Asarai. It's these moments of hesitation where they've really opened up to GameLab, and now GameLab looking to be a little more dominant this time around. They've dropped the last 3 rounds or so, but a little more activity here on the smoke. Oh, and wow, despite that, FaltX still gets demolished on that duel by Derek. Derek is going to run that neural theft, see where the tender spots are, see where they can really try to hit him where it hurts. No, and despite everything that's been covering him, the neural theft ping is just going to force him back. Again, this was a bit of a broken buy, but there could have been so much more that could have been done. With FaltX away from the Hellmaster, GameLab, significant disadvantage, especially with just 2 upgraded secondaries in their bank too.
Okay. Is there going to be a TP up from Micro here, or are they just going to wait and break through? No, there was enough of a gap that the wall actually didn't stop anybody. Thankfully for Chase, that Boombot will not clear him out on the angle, but Blurred still finds him. That's going to be huge. And now they give it up. Right, the remaining players will be the riflers here of GameLab.Alpha. It's going to be Owen Cutie as well as Boogie. Going to be ninjing his way in with the flash. Tries to get for a peek, but his teammate actually walls off his entryway. That could be good if somebody was just right beside him. It was Derek. Great anticipation as well as a reaction from Boogie. Cove, get them a little bit closer onto the site. Cutie is trying to clear every single corner, and they are starting to do it so little by little, bit by bit. But time not of the essence and almost incapacitates Kevs. But thankfully, Kevs was able to retaliate in the nick of time. APH keep the ball rolling.
Took them a while to get it going, Asarai, but it seems that the snowball is inevitable for them. GameLab.Alpha, they have to find some sort of way to outmaneuver Action PH. They now seem to be playing at their strengths, and they do have a few of their players starting to really get going. Derek is one of them. Derek is also one of the brighter spots of that first half. Again, a lot of initial picks, just really not following through with it. Right now, though, Action PH, they seem to be a little more interested towards A. B is going to be pretty much free county for the defending team here, as Derek is going to look to oppress and pretty much pressure from the opposite side of the map. And Chase, I feel like he's been a difficult target to kill. He has been fragging out, but right now with the judge, can't really play as forward as he would want to.
FaltX, Blur's right there. Great on the quick swing just so that he doesn't get incapacitated that quickly. Pop shots to the back of the site. Could have been a deterrent for him, but he's fine. Now, look at this. APH are taking a very long time to just figure out where they want to go. But now that they're feeling the heat, now that they see the harbor utility being thrown out there, they respect it and back off onto their side. And this could be good because the rotation means if they go on to C, the wall's about to break, and they try B here, the Killjoy utility will be there. But Dritch has to find contact first. He needs to respect this. If he throws this out, he might be in a really bad spot. Now he delays. Now he will have his Nano Swarms to do the dirty work for him.
Oh,
as
wow.
Boogie utilizes his ultimate. And unfortunately here for APH, they're caught on time. They don't have enough players remaining. And Derek is on the other side. He does not have the spike here, Raph. And GameLab just absolutely body actions offense there.
Oh my goodness, Boogie. He truly is the stuff of nightmares here. As Action PH, they're left scratching their heads. Where did that push go wrong? When you bumped into Boogie. And now Action PH, despite having a little bit of momentum on their side, now slowly realizing GameLab is responding, GameLab is adjusting. We have to find a way to stop them from winning 2 more rounds, basically. Wow, basic math house, right? 11 plus 2 is 13. That's crazy.
Was that the correct decision there from APH? They, as I mentioned, they had the time to go for C. The wall was there, and I don't know, maybe they weren't able to scout out that Dritch still had the KJ utility on B.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I was just mentioning that if Dritch just does not die, you know, he's going to have his utility to delay things so much better.
And I feel like trying to chase after the defenders on the B side is such a monumental task. And as I say that, they can't even enter this time around. It's both Reach and Owen finding those kills before anything could be set in place here on the side of Action PH. And this weak economy is only going to whittle down to an eco next round if they cannot find the necessary opening. Boogie playing great discipline here. Oh, and he double backed again. Once again, hesitation has been the biggest enemy of both these teams. Kevzy considering if he should hit the flank here if GameLab.Alpha is taking forward space, but to his surprise, nobody is there. GameLab.Alpha actually looking a little more, I guess, spread out here. Their forces are running a little thin despite having the man advantage. And Dritch, he sees him, he feels him. Can he kill him? Yes, but only one of them, as Kevzy is going to open up the B site. This is that much more doable, but Chase, one more slow orb Arbasser and a little more healing. Unfortunately for him, he's only going to hinder his own progress. Yanagi slowly coming back to life, getting Owen. And now they've doubled up. It is going to be towards the connector, and look at Chase, absolutely fearless. But he will be reminded why you shouldn't chase the double initiator combo here. Is that enough? No, not even. So much time being burned here, and Fallex has to be the hero again. That's the first frag. One of them has to stick, and Fallex gets both. Action PH, once again, getting cut down where they stand.
This is why GameLab.Alpha are supposedly feared in the Lotus map. There is just nothing to kind of counter what they're doing here. Their ability, again, Raph, to take a slower pace, to take a breath and not get punished for it is just absolutely mind-boggling, right? Look at that. They had a couple of stints on A where it looked like they were having issues. But then, lo and behold, Owen QT just throws out, you know, a couple of his smokes. They reset onto B, and when it looked a little bit more hairy, they can always go on to C. It just gives so much opportunity here for GameLab to stop the offense of APH.
I actually feel like on the side of APH, they don't have as much staying power on the B side or just any of the sites really in general. If anything, their C hits were very, very good. They had a lot more success there. It does nullify a few of the flashes on the side of Boogie. It doesn't really, or at least it cuts the value of that slow orb because, once again, there's a little more verticality. There's a few more lanes to really occupy. And it's just strange to me that they're not really hitting it as often as they are. And with this timeout going, they are pretty much forced in a corner here. They're going to have to work with a few SMGs in hand. Yanagi and Blurred, not really a good look when your duelist is also on the weaker weapons. As GameLab.Alpha, they are looking to take the first map, to take at least a first step in this long series.
Could definitely be a long, long series here, Raph. Action PH cannot take this line down if they drop the first game. If we go into the next map, it's going to be Icebox. At least that is one of the, you know, stronger maps here of APH. That's why they picked it right back up. But GameLab making such a statement on Lotus, man, teams will really have to go deep into their research mode just to figure out how to deal with the GLAB setups here. In any case, look at this double up between Dritch and Owen Cutie, waiting, coaxing APH just to push up if need be. But first, it's just a cut of noise, at least for now. Fall X. Okay, recalls his utility. I don't think he was spotted by the dog, if he was, or the Prowler, more specifically. At least that'll push the rest of APH to go the other direction. But this could be the right call right now, because look at where most of the utility for GLAB is. It's on B, it's on A. Nothing too much on C here. There's the Nightfall, there's the Paranoia, and they really set up the whole enchilada just to get into this. But if this Reckoning slow works for them, oh my goodness, look at that. They're all getting slowed.
Oh, no!
Oh, the Reckoning has another pulse too. And look at the angle from Chase. They're not going to know about this. They're just going to think, maybe not. Blurred tries to go for the cross, but Micro is prepared. This is a step in the right direction. And, of course, it gets planted. But look at the damage already done just to try to hold that spike well in its position.
And we have Fall X. He's gearing up to get a free fight here. Doesn't have to use his rendezvous. Yanagi is going to be blind as all hell, but the water's going to keep him safe just a little bit. But what is in the water that's lurking? And it is GameLab.Alpha swiftly taking this round like shooting fish in a barrel.
I mean, that's a nasty combo, Reckoning and Slow Orb. Look at their faces, it's absolutely serious. They know it's do or die, but at the same time, they just performed exceeding outstandingly here. They just understood every single role that they needed to, right? Especially on the defender side. And this is one of those things where it looked like it was a breeze for them. And again, we mentioned how Lotus, at least for now, guys, is heavily attacker-sided, but it did not look that case when it was GameLab.Alpha playing on that side.
Well, composition-wise, right? Again,
exactly, but they made it work on attacking too, which was crazy.
So much staying power, so much sustain, so much firepower in general. We will break down the stats here as Boogie has been an absolute demolisher. Action PH did not respond in time and in kind. Chase as well, honorable mention, had that res up and running at the most opportune times. So Fall X really being the fire starter that allowed GameLab to ignite.
Look at the first kills. It's about the same, but
follow through
did not. Yeah, the follow through. That's why you're looking at the post plans. Just look so much marvelous here for GameLab. 10 to 12, 4 to 6, double the amount of post plans for GameLab here. Just absolutely tremendous from the GLAB.Alpha team. And just again, a quick gander at these highlights, and you really do know that their setups were just amazing. And I think a lot of them also hinged off of the starting wall of Chase, to be honest.
And like I said, right, it's really the same problems that have been plaguing Action PH at the start of the playoffs. It feels like their intention to do things after finding advantage has been just not as clear-cut as we would like to think. And it is such a bad time to have these types of growing pains. Again, when they conquer it, they're going to be such a solid team.
Yeah.
In fact, they were my dark horse pick for the entire tournament. But right now, GameLab.Alpha, they are proving a lot of people wrong, and they have been performing exceedingly well.
I just can't. Again, you're absolutely right. Honestly, on my pick'ems, I never expected GameLab.Alpha, and you know what? As you mentioned, they proved everybody wrong. What? I'm just taken aback. That was just absolutely gorgeous rounds for them. APH did not know where to position themselves, and GameLab just felt online here.
So suffocating, and it's Boogie delivering the win with GLAB Unlimited, the man that you have been championing all throughout our, I guess, pregame Master Eye. And he has really proven his worth. So many rounds where his multi-kills just, well, obviously, right, led to the win. And just to break it down a little bit more, we also have to credit his team for really setting him up. Again, everybody just had such a distinct gravity. Fall X for one, Chase is another. Really gave him enough space to run wild and just absolutely throw as many haymakers as he could have.
Yeah. So with that being said, I mean, we're going to go to Icebox. Map that. Oh. We absolutely know. We know that Action PH can really perform into this one, but with the steam, the locomotion right now that is GameLab.Alpha, I don't know, man. Maybe they're able to go to Destination A to Destination B with steam.
I see. I don't know, honestly, what you're trying to set up here. And that's pretty much what we're asking, because there's so many unique profiles on the side of Action PH when it comes to this map. It is still very much an exciting treat for all of us, guys. So before we nerd out a little too much, we'll be going on a short break, so stay right there. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back as we Asarai stare into our own thoughts and wonder what can Action PH do to alleviate the bleeding, to stop the momentum that GameLab.Alpha have done for themselves. And with everything being said, Asarai, we are going to be heading into Icebox, I believe. Do you have any thoughts on what might happen?
Honestly, I'm still unclear about what could happen here, but at least in terms of the way the teams feel from what we saw from that game one, it could be a possibility that GameLab.Alpha can really set that 2-0 right now. It's much clearer than I think what we saw before game one started, because again, you're seeing Boogie and Fall X really come into the swing in this particular series. There seems like there's a disjoint in Action PH where any kind of play that they want to do, it feels like somebody is just, you know, a little bit off position, a little bit off kilter. And because of that, GameLab.Alpha has capitalized multiple times. Now, coming into Icebox, this is still a map that I feel like GameLab.Alpha still has some bite in them, especially if they put Boogie on, you know, another duelist on his own end. I think we are going to be going on, this one here. They could also put him on the Sage, but I would love to see him maybe back on his Reyna. In any case, the momentum definitely is heavily in the favor of GameLab.Alpha. And APH, if they want to bring it back, this is the perfect map to do so.
KO, interesting choice. Definitely something that we've talked about quite a bit in the past, but I would have loved to see that Reyna. I mean, I did try to pull off the casual Reyna look today. I just couldn't find a white turtleneck. In any case, Action PH, they are very well versed in this map. We've seen them really get their more iconic moments here, whether it be competing against each other or together. Now, GameLab with KO, obviously you want to reduce everything to Brawl here. Fall X, this time around on the Jet, Asarai, so there is a little bit of a swap on the roles, and we will just have to see how efficient they can be, and with a sudden swap of mindset perhaps, because we know that there is still a pretty decent jump of mentality, especially when you swap roles like that.
You know what's kind of interesting as well? This is one of those few games that we're actually going to be seeing the same team play attacking side at the very first half. Because GameLab.Alpha was also attacking side on Lotus. So there's something different from what Action kind of wants to get started in this particular map. They want to go straight on the defense. And, excuse me, their composition also screams that ability to do so. The tricky part here for them is they're going to have to go against the double initiator right now of GameLab.Alpha. KO is a great supplemental initiator alongside the Sova, because again, Recon Dart is so necessary, and at the same time, if you have a flash to supplement that, it's so strong. Anyways, Fall X not wasting any time to get control here. Already isolates a couple of angles right now. And wow, safe plant. Okay, they need to get control in kitchen here. Swats out the contact first. Kevs gets to utilize his shock darts just to push them away. But look at how many positions GameLab.Alpha is holding. This could get tricky for APH.
I really like that call. This is not a very common pistol strat we see, but I feel like should be done more often. Again, just the claustrophobic nature of Kitchen can really make these pistols shine. With a Killjoy here, finding an opening for Action PH. They do the same in a different front. Boogie is still holding strong. Suddenly, a man advantage has been dealt with extremely swiftly. Fall X and Chase.
There's no time.
Pretty much no time for Kevzy to do anything here, but they are still going to re-aggress. Kevzy gets a third, just to make sure. But in the end, everybody falls. But the rounds, they are going to go in the favor of GameLab.
You know what? That transition into the retake was risky for GameLab. You saw that they were getting picked off one by one, but they started to come back after that. And what better way to, again, showcase to us the identity that is GameLab. They always take those risks. And somehow today, man, it really is starting to come together. The payoff is just big for this team. I mean, of course, it still is the pistol, but as you mentioned, an orthodox play, pushing up onto the bottom there. Usually when you actually see that play under tube, right, it's going to be the plant on 2F on B.
Yeah.
And then everybody tries to get farther away because distance is king. But there, they try to get as close as possible because of the wall, because they're on the pistols. And it makes so much sense. And gotta give it, the Sage plays, the Sage walls for GameLab.Alpha have been so immaculate this entire, well, last game and then the start of this game.
Like you said, right, there have been big gambles, but the payoffs have been enough for GameLab.Alpha to really just keep going for it. And they have a pretty default plan here. Blurred is going to find one, but the Spectres, again, they can do major damage here, and Boogie just proves why a reckless swing like that could prove so many issues. The tap is going to force out the recon dart, but once again, the firepower discrepancy is just too much to overcome on the side of Action PH. Beautifully done by GameLab.Alpha here. And I'm curious if they're going to go for that double rifle buy that they like. It seems that they aren't still. They're considering it, but they go for a very, very safe buy here, Asar. Just a pistol upgrade on the side of Boogie. But Fallex, he's going to have that Vandal. I love the confidence. I love it. You know, when you're a duelist, sometimes that's the most important currency, right? It's not rounds, it's not your kill death. It's your confidence.
The thing is, even if Fallex or GameLab.Alpha doesn't, get this round in their own end, he's still gonna have, well, that Vandal to utilize, especially there. Dritch is charging right in. Are they gonna be aware that again, just close by is going to be Micro? Dritch does find one with the pick, but Micro's already there. Once again to double up on the angle. Chases by himself, only has the SMG in hand. Kev spots him. Very clean round here for APH. Unfortunately for Fallex, they were aware. And he loves to go for tube. And, well, let's take it in for a spin.
This time around, Action PH a little happier with what they've done. Because in Lotus, they really could not respond to the bonus Asteroid. GameLab.Alpha, they had an idea of what they wanted to do. But ultimately, Action PH a little more calm this time. They did have a significant advantage. There's just really less angles on Icebox to abuse when it comes to stuff like this, which makes it such a good map in terms of looser calling. It's a little more freewheeling. I feel like it's the antithesis of Fracture in a way. But right now, GameLab a little more interested in defaulting towards B, just to lay off a little bit of aggro on a lurking Viper towards mid. And there is also a Jet. Just waiting for something to happen, waiting for Action PH to overextend.
Fallex holding the entryway to A by himself. Needs to get called back into rotation for the rest of the team. The Viper setup is here, but there is a very plausible position that they can actually push for this. GameLab.Alpha waiting for some sort of, again, stimuli or reaction from GameLab, but nothing is actually happening now that they see a little bit of pop shots be thrown out by Boogie here. You can see the movement of APH accordingly to it. 40 seconds, still good time. Ooh, this is going to be tricky. Owen Cutie is going to be passing through on his own smoke. He spots out Kevs and almost decapitates the man. Tries to get back into cover, but there's one more right behind him with the flank. That's going to be Derek. Absolutely beautiful shot. The wall is there. Fresh as can be. The Protoss is good. Right. What? Okay. Fallex. Maybe he can make a difference here. They need to start charging in. 20 seconds on the clock. Boogie takes a little bit of damage. One right in front of him. Derek gets the trade. 3 versus 3. They go in for default, but Kevs is so close. Now Chase, he's going to have to plummet the spike. He's by himself, picks up the Vandal right alongside Dritch. There's the ultimate to flush them out. It's about the hide and seek, the peekaboos. I think Dritch brought Kevs' ultimate towards him, unfortunately, so it's going to have to be him in a 3 versus 1 repositions. Here's the drop. Dritch, though, gets spotted once. He cannot peek again.
Seems like the tail of the tape is a little more even on Icebox. Asarai, as we are watching Action PH recover beautifully. And they don't lose too much of an investment there. They did burn Kevs' ultimate, but it did find them that kill. I think that was a really interesting whip on the side of Yanagi. But, of course, despite the level that we're playing at, or rather they're playing at, they're only here. Mistakes like that do happen. And with all the smaller adjustments that Action PH have been making towards that side, and just in this game in general, the trades have been a lot cleaner, Asarai, and the utility has not made them flinch as much. If you've also noticed, they're not as hyper-responsive on those rotates. They're just really holding strong and trying to give as much as they can without losing meaningful ground.
Any case, Firepower's been just knocked right out of GameLab. Oh, and Cutie loses control of the spike. They're going to have to try to retake that. Fall X is wanting to find some form of control here, and he's getting it. Okay, he's not yet done. Spots out one already. Derek's right here alongside teammate. Micro finds the retreating Fall X. That's already the biggest hitter right now for GameLab.Alpha. Done and dusted. Micro reholds the angle. This forces them to peek him out in the open because he's got the better weapons. Oh. And he's going to be able to hit those shots just absolutely beautifully. Rich spots out one, gets the heal. There's a bit of a stall right now for GameLab, thankfully enough. They still have time to wiggle. Oh, this could be good. I don't think Blurred spotted Boogie here. Oh, Boogie, unfortunately unaware of the positioning, is going to pay with his life, and it's all down to Dritch once again, who cannot find any value with the Sheriff.
Not at all, as Action Page, they remain unscathed. They are going to be very, very happy with what they found in that round. And with, once again, them retaining their weapons, all is good. You know, they are absolutely vibing right now. GameLab.Alpha, though, they have to reconsider their attack because, once again, after that first gun round, after that first exchange, they've honestly fumbled. They do have the null command here. So that is going to be both an extra life and an easier way to really push through any lane that they choose to do so. Boogie's going to get rid of that recon dart, so that is going to prompt Derek to train his eyes towards undertube. Boogie will take a little bit of damage. He does have a heal up, so not enough to deter him from marching forward. We still see majority of GameLab really trying to work this kitchen angle here. And Action Page, they haven't really caught the scent of this plan yet. They haven't found any inklings of what is about to happen. Kevzy's drone is going to find one, but that's all there is. The sound spot isn't enough to confirm that there's going to be a million people here. And with all the utility, that is the go signal. Kevzy playing with fire here. GameLab just saying hello, waving goodbye as they cross, but Derek is waiting at the end of that station. Micro chimes in, and Dreech is going to fall. That's a big double kill for Micro. As GameLab, they are trickling into the site now. Aserai cannot even find a clean duel.
Cannot find a clean duel. Every single angle that they peek, there's just no APH member there. It's the other direction. It's the other corner where APH tucked themselves in. And unfortunately for GameLab here, as he mentioned, it's just not going to transition well. Man. Excuse me. Something is making me incapacitated here. And the same could be said right now for GameLab.Alpha and the rest of them. They just can't find the picks right now. And with Blurred having an operator, even more so, the grip, man, it's a vice grip.
Well,
very tight.
With everything that's happening, both in-game and to you, all I really have to say is when you have an advantage, don't choke. Again, those are two divine words that is so incredibly ominous to a lot of teams, a lot of players, in a lot of situations. But right now, Action PH, they have everything to throw at GameLab.Alpha, and GameLab have absolutely nothing. They do have a few ways to go, actually, for the Blades as I readjust and recheck. They will take this orb. There's a bit of a gap in that wall, maybe, just maybe, giving GameLab a false sense of security or a funnel to kind of get stuck in. Blurred, he sees the gap. I know what he's trying to look for here, but the dash is already there. Now there are two targets he has to worry about. Yanagi making it one again. A crucial whiff, but the chase ensues. He has to be in range, and he still finds it. Jays has the trade frag here, but suddenly Dreech has the Phantom. Where did he come from? He does have that null command still, just so he can deny Micro and Derek of this lockdown of this pit. It's going to be a little too late. Micro's here just to double up. They will fall back. They still have decent post plant here. They have two flashes and a shock dart. None of them are really hurt, but this is going to be expensive for Action Page nonetheless. Weapons have been taken away. The flashes are there, and Micro's sticking. He will get both of them get tagged up, actually. Chase fights Micro. Derek avoiding it. Nearly gets tagged again. Has been discovered by the Raw Peak. And there is very little he could do here. It is half, so he has to win one duel. But Dreech
with the 3rd kill on the board, or rather on the round for him, making this incredibly difficult for Action PH. And I hope that they will clear their throats after this one, right? Because that was insanely expensive. My goodness.
That was the awkwardest thing. Like, again there. Anyways, with the lockdown being used, there was no reason to utilize the Hunter's Fury because they already know they have time to exit out. I do believe that Chase was also able to spot where the other player was coming from. So with that being said, again, no real reason for GameLab to just throw out their utilities and play on the side itself. They already planted it so well already for post-plant that there's no reason to. Anyways, Boogie forced to use that res much earlier on, but they know Blurred has already used his dash. Can't be as aggressive as he was before. Fall X, spots out 1. This could be bad. Look at the positioning. 1-to-1 trade. The offense for GameLab.Alpha could get still tricky as you do see the 4 versus 4. Chase making sure that Boogie is safe in transition. The wall should be broken in a few moments if need be. Micro's lurk could find some value here, but you can already see that Owen Cutie is very much aware of it. It's a fight between them. Did he spot it? He should have. And look at the vice grip right now on the post. And Micro, unfortunately, makes the mistake of whipping out his snake bite. But Kevs, okay, he's hitting a couple of the shots. That's crucial. That's very important. But the recon dart is absolutely good. But again, Kevs, every single time. 3 kills. And that gives APH a wondrous retake. Honestly, I was kind of confused what was happening there because GameLab looked like they had everything in their pockets, but they just wanted to battle every single time, and it is costing them these rounds.
Don't give them time to reposition.
I would have to agree with you. I mean, Owen already won that first duel. They did have quite a bit in their utility belt. But once again, I feel like it is the urge to steal this momentum away from them because they literally had everything here. You were right. They had so much utility, but it came down to just them over-swinging, over-peaking, being a little too eager for their own good. Now, Owen Cutie, he does have that Viper's Pit if they want to have a safer take here. He could use it to waterfall out of Kitchen. But Kevzy, who's been performing out of his mind, at least in the last round, is going to be the stalwart watcher of this mid position of the map. Micro could find a free kill here, and that he does. He even finds a spike. But a trade has happened. And now GameLab.Alpha. Many avenues to explore, many avenues to pretty much abuse here as Derek is going to get warded off with that. But Action PH, they've circled the Masterai. Once again, GameLab.Alpha seem trapped.
But look at Yanagi. With that wall of his, it stops the defenders from coming right in. And Owen Cutie, where was his bro? Oh, well, didn't have any bros there. It's all about B long. Blurred contacts if he hits that shot on Fall X. That would have been just phenomenal. Any case, Chase gonna have to create some space. They have to pick up the spike. Fall X at the same time needs to pitch on the other side. It's a 4 versus 2, but they cannot stick together. They have, at least the call here is to divide and conquer. But we'll see if these generals are really here right now for 0 hour. Chase does find a first pick. This is good. Step in the right direction. Fall X needs to help him out because Chase is alone. Kevzy and teammate right now about to just swing hard on the player itself. And Fall X, he's been contained with the snake bite. I think they know where he is right now. And there it is. 1 player remains. 13 seconds. Heroics from Fall X. Maybe he runs in. Maybe he gets a couple of picks. But it's not going to be that. And 6-3, APH building up a lead.
Unlikely to happen as Fall X was already super low. Again, GameLab, their mid-round decision-making a little questionable at the moment. And Action PH, honestly, reading these situations so well. I feel like that was the biggest, I guess, throwaway for that Viper's Pit. Again, if they could have just doubled up and avoided that pinch, then maybe that round would have went their way, just to try and force themselves maybe towards B. But that was really not the case. They even lost the spike yet again after a trade. Fall X does have that Blade Storm in hand, and Chase has that Marshall who has been super lethal with it. Well, what can they do now? It seems that they're trying to pick up the pieces here, Asteroid, but not a lot of variation with the way they're approaching the sites here.
I mean, if they can at least bait out the tailwind of Blurred, you know, they can, again, lower his impact if ever. Fall X was banking on it. Look at that. Just spots out Blurred and takes him out before he can make any damage whatsoever. At the price of Boogie for a Hunter's Fury, that's all what they want. Because now, even though it is going to be a 4 versus 4, weapons are still in the favor of APH. You can already see the flank coming in from Derek here. If Derek actually gets overwhelmed, this could be bad. But when Cutie picks up the weapon, there's going to be the wall. The segments, there it is. Start using the spike. That is... Oh, wait, hold on. Holds up. Pros don't fake, but Fall X goes for the drive line. Right click with the blades. And GameLab.Alpha out of nowhere just snuck out of Thrifty.
Looking like Max Verstappen there, actually, Aster. Just, hello, goodbye. Just, once again, making him, or rather, making everybody sort of out of control just to try to catch up to him. My biggest question is that GameLab.Alpha, or maybe even Action PH, they're just not really responding. Actually, no, it is Action PH. They're not responding to these eco rounds as well as you would imagine, right? I mean, they have a lot of composure, especially with the players they have, but very uncharacteristic. Nevertheless, Aster, they still have a considerable round lead here. As Action PH.
They have a round lead.
I wonder if loud is actually a word. I'd have to look that up. But in any case, they're looking up the root of their problems. Why are they losing to these ecos?
It's the plural of Lond or Londer, which means land or country.
And right now, GameLab, they're skirmishing, taking away that land away from Action PH. It's just unbelievable, even with these, I would say, guerrilla tactics. Again, super asymmetrical warfare, especially in eco rounds, right? Fall X, beautiful, beautiful recovery with the Blade Storm, as I mentioned. And it looked so good with the Yanagi wall. But, you know, I hate to bring this up, and I hate to put a lens towards Yanagi, but I feel like there is some sort of inconsistency with them, because there are games where he's just going to absolutely demolish, and then there are games where he's just completely off.
Yeah, I feel like it's because of the fact that he does so well when he is on the initiator, when he is on that KO. It's his signature agent at this point, right? So putting him on something other than that might put him in a pinch. In any case, Blurred, uncharacteristic miss of the shot that will allow GameLab.Alpha to pinch it ever so closely. And this is what the GLAB team really wants. Fall X is so... I don't want to say the word scared, but he is very cautious about being picked off right there in the open. And this is actually a good thing rather than a bad thing, because he's identifying that it doesn't really need to always be that impact man. Just stay with the team if you can. Now you have a 5v5 post plan, and this is what they just need to do, what they want to have. If that blade hits Yanagi, that's going to be huge. I don't think it did. So the wall's going to come up, so the fight's going to ensue. And look at them get isolated, and this is why he wanted Fall X in that position.
Oh,
but
dear.
Look at the defuse from Yanagi. Nobody can break the wall, and the wipeout from the team as Blurred finds the final beat. That was close, though, but again, nobody was there on wall duty.
Interesting strat there by Action PH, regaining the momentum, getting a few kills despite there were a few, I would say, obstacles in the way early in that round. Once again, it's the recovery that matters the most. Last round of the half, Asterai. GameLab have to win this round and make it a little more competitive. Otherwise, Action PH could run away with this.
Definitely could. It's already looking like that. In any case, GameLab, it's not the biggest of leads. It's not like GameLab are doing big mistakes here and there, and they're gonna really throw the pressure right now. Fall X trying to get a bit of modicum of control here. Rich with that null command of his just finds everything. Oh, okay, now he's on that cleanup duty. Blurred. Look at how just, again, respectful Owen Cutie is of that operator, able to reposition. Unfortunately, on the side itself, Fall X has been knocked down, and the Killjoy ultimate is here. Once utilized, that's going to flush out basically everybody unless they have a lineup for it, which I don't think they do. And they immediately scramble. If Micro Times that snake bite correctly. That could flush the players out into bad position. Now the Viper ultimate's been used. Boogie has been spotted, and the attackers are slowly getting dwindled down. The push out from Micro. Spots another, loses the bullets. One more!
Wow!
And Chase, just from out of nowhere, finds pick after pick after pick. That wall right there, I was kind of wondering what's it for from Yanagi, as the spike was actually planted for, you know, ground level. But we got to see POV of Chase, because he was just ripping and tearing bodies left and right.
Absolutely, with that big gun of his, then that's just paramount to how they've been winning a lot of these fights. Again, some of these a little mistimed, but my goodness, that's disgusting. That's gross.
What a flick. Whew. What a transfer.
And now we have a reset here, Aster, which I believe GameLab is statistically more consistent on the pistol rounds. I could be mistaken, but in any case, this is supposedly their stronger side. Or not stronger side. Actually, yeah, they're slightly more effective on the defending side. I'm not entirely sure if that was GameLab we were looking at. But in any case, we do have the drone being expended by Kevzi here, trying to flush out as much as they can, but a well-timed blade here on the side of Dreech. And that's just the value of KO, right? When you have perfect timing, it just becomes such a problem. And I see some of the players in the defending team a little anxious, a little antsy of actually trying to peek this Viper smoke. And as tempting as that sounds, it is ill-advised. We still have a Molotov on the side of Dreech here. As he might just use it here. Full contact and Chase.
No.
He continues, Asarai. He is not willing to stop this rampage, and that's a third kill for him again. Is he going to go for the 4K? Derek not going to get scanned out. He is very, very healthy. And a few taps to any of the heads of these players is going to prove problematic on the side of GameLab. And that's the first tap onto Fall X. A little low in HP is Derek. But Owen Cutie, you could say the same thing about him. No heal whatsoever in sight. 35 seconds, and GameLab.Alpha, they are playing this to the numbers, by the book. And I feel like that's one of the biggest things that they've worked on, because we remember them and really identify them as a team, at least in the early weeks, to be super committal. And now they have just added layer upon layer. Derek tries to go for a cleaner duel here, but Chase, that is back-to-back 4Ks for this man.
So the thing, right, when you're a defender on the A side and your opponent has opponents that has players, agents that can actually play hard on 410, you need to have someone on 2F holding both generator and maze entryway. Because if you're in the position where Dritch was, he can't really look in front, to the left, to the right, and right on top of him. It's just too many angles, and his position is not really optimal for that. So having that 3-stack not being cleared out by utility, as well as them being allowed, or them allowing themselves to play that, you know, in a really good crossfire position, was so well placed for GameLab.Alpha.
What surprises me the most is they still committed after getting caught by the 0 point. I mean, they had all the time in the world to really reassess, maybe even posture up for a rehit. But with everything being said, Asarai, things unfolded the way they did, and I love the activity of GameLab.Alpha here. Once again, taking orb control and just really stopping this push before it starts. Boogie's gonna get spotted out, but with that slow orb being thrown, yet another delay tactic being thrown here. Blurred, once again trying to be the spearhead here. A little blunt with that classic, and now they are just being thrown into the cheese grater, my friend. An action PH. Well, what did we expect? It is the eco round once again. But a very, very good capitalization of it. No bodies lost. Orbs have been farmed. And they are going to be looking very, very good going into this one. The question is, do they scale well? They have a pair of Bulldogs and a Marshall.
I think they do. Right, at least with the weaponry.
They're going to have full belt of utility too. So that's going to be another thing that Action PH have to worry about.
Yeah. Now Action, this is the perfect time for them to really build back what was lost in these couple of rounds. But GameLab.Alpha have proven themselves to be quite the team. Okay, there's the fight. That's going to be the catch on Owen Cutie, giving any chance for him to just get back and play safe. Fall X wanting to just fight this as quickly as he can. The blade's right there. Can already see Action PH. They have the lead. They don't really have to force the fight. Gets spotted out. FallX, no more utility to allow him to cross, so it's going to be a forced fight against Blurred and maybe even a couple of his teammates if he's uncareful.
Wow.
But FallX is hitting it. He's going to be able to get back into the site. Now that deters or removes a lot of the bite that Action PH should have. And look at Action PH. They're second-guessing themselves. They're dissuading. Yes, Derek is finding some picks or at least some map control onto A, and that's why they're calling the rotations right now. But they haven't truly cleared it out. Boogie and 3 other players of GLAB are now congregating on the A side. I think they've read this very properly. Now that they're just force-stacking it, if APH read this, they can still have time to rotate back. But once we hit about 25 seconds, it's going to be full committance. What utility do they have? There's a molly, there's a couple of darts, and there is a huge wall for Yanagi to utilize with, but it's easily broken through by the defenders. GLAB.Alpha is doing everything so incredibly well. That drone gives information. They're peeking through bit by bit, and they are dismantling the offense. They didn't really need to hold the angles defiantly. All they had to do was jiggle, jiggle. He falls. Gotta what a wiggle, wiggle. It shows.
That's not how it goes. But in any way,
well, it shows. You knows.
Of course, you had to go for it. I applaud him, you know. I applaud you, Asteroid. You are testing my patience. And definitely in that situation, the patience of GameLab, once again, just have to really give them credit where credit is due. They have learned how to maximize their temperance, because in another iteration of them, especially at the start of our official circuit, they would have probably taken that duel. Again, it is a rough assumption, but statistics have proved us right, I guess. And FallX, I love the aggression, trying to go for the more elevated angle here. Not as uncommon as it used to, but Action PH, they back out, they prioritize the things that they can take concretely, and that's going to be the orbs here. Owen Cutie, who's had a few problems taking forward space safely, is going for yet another committal position. Not really the biggest problem, as it is an eco, and Micro's already fallen, so Action PH, they kind of have to just reset here.
Gonna have to try to reset right now, but they still have to deal with FallX that holds top yellow with an op. All he has to do is wait, but because he's by himself, he has to peek so many of these angles, to be honest. I don't think there is going to be time for that drone to clear him out. And look at Owen Cutie already hearing the rotation, playing Action PH like a fiddle.
No way.
I don't think, oh man, he is able to cross this perfectly. But again, Owen's already found out his location. One more to go. And Kev's, all right, he's fine to pick. But the thing is, it's so dismantled. He has to run in. He heard maybe the rotation, saw the rotation away from FallX, but at the same time, just did not know that Boogie was there to double up. APH, they're starting to lose control of the game, as well as just, I guess, just the ability to read the positioning as well as the rotations of GLAB.
I want to look at FallX's perspective there. That had to be the most frustrating operator POV I've seen in my life. There were so many close calls, and it's just like, dude, relax. Give it an extra second. And every time he looks away, he's like, they're not there. No, FallX, they are. And with that being said, despite the slight timing issues, the op did prove value by just being there. The presence is enough to dissuade Action PH. And Owen Cutie suffering the same fate as you've had in previous rounds. Again, the first to fall for GameLab.Alpha. I feel like that's something that they have to address very, very quickly, Asteroid. They do have Boogie with the res available, but I feel like this is such a hard rotate for him and a hard commitment to really get into it. He's already on the opposite side of the map. And GameLab, they do have a pretty decent double up here. There are no flashes, no drones, so check him out. So Chase could be the hero. Gets one, but Treach still here. Close combat, gets one more. But the defenders, they fall just a little too divided as FallX. I feel like this should just be a safe call.
They have the money to do it so, but the thing is, he doesn't know that Derek is on the late lurk on mid, and he's not going to know about it, so he's not going to clear out the corner. Derek finds one, deciding to maybe pick up the operator, but it's a very long shot for him to try to pick it up and give it to Blurred, especially now that Blurred needs to be always pushing onto the side with a rifle. That was much better off if they can. So again, GameLab.Alpha, they have the money. Fallex is back on another op, but they are starting to dry out with their monetary capabilities here. APH slowly building back the lead, or slowly building back, if ever. And Derek having that lockdown is definite good next step to get things started on this round.
They need to breathe a little bit here, Asarai, as both these teams, they're honestly kind of freezing in place. Owen is still pushing the tempo here, and I like it, but if Derek clears it, then maybe that's a sign that he should stop peeking it. But man, Derek not checking his corners. Again, just the adamancy of Owen to push and just be in forward spots has finally netted him some value. And now Action PH, they will be discovered here. There's no way in hell a rotation from mid is going to be happening with that Viper's Pit in place. And with the sandwich in place, Asterai, GameLab have no reason to move an inch. Well, maybe not in the open, you know what I mean? Maybe not dying like that either. As Action PH looking far more impressive despite the early man disadvantage. They've severed the head, or at least a few of the heads of GameLab.Alpha, and unhindered.
Yeah.
Not at all.
GameLab.Alpha not respecting the cut of noise, not able to read appropriately what was happening. All, again, APH had to do was wait for the wall to break, and once it did, you already saw how quickly they just, again, fall and tumble. Owen Cutie, I mean, I get the heroics as to why he would push through there, but without the rest of his teammates, he can't really find the picks necessary to do so. Dritch in a firefight right in himself, 3 versus 1. And Fallex just forced all the way back to save the operator once again. APH should be able to equalize this. And this game, very unpredictable right now. It's been fairly neck and neck all throughout.
I am curious how frustrating it is for both teams here. As you mentioned, these patterns are pretty erratic. It has been incredibly unpredictable.
Oh, that's...
And once again, trying to play peekaboo and Viper's Fist like that, not a very common sight. But right now, Astra, I feel like there should be some semblance of normalcy. As we do have Derek's lockdown available. Kevzy has the counter Hunter's Fury if the need may arise. We have a res on Boogie, so straight
has an
picks.
op.
Well, that he does, that is a save from the last round. So that could provide some value now. A pretty standard angle, and wow. Yet another situation where Jet players cry, as the 0 point is completely going to nullify the Blade Storm here. And I love the patience again by Action PH. They know they have all these resources, so no need to push the tempo. Boogie, he wants to keep going though. And once again, the confusion continues, Asarai. Fallex is going to be a victim of the Hunter's Fury, and that's 2 detains. That is going to be the scariest thing, and they're going to be chopped up by Blurred. Again, these rounds have been such a big surprise for all of us. Boogie still has that res if he wants to use it. Fallex is going to get returned to the field, and Boogie wants to recharge that Owen Cutie. He's going to fight a free kill on Derek again. That is as frustrating can be. And now the utility is going to sandwich Kevs. Yanagi gets 1, but Boogie, that's a 4th, and that's going to be 4 more kills, closer to another res here.
You know, GameLab.Alpha, we talk about 3 primary players, Boogie, Fallex, and Chase. But Owen Cutie, this game, his mid-fights against Derek, his lurks have been just booming right now, Raf. It's saving GameLab so many times. Look at that. 2 players get detained by the Killjoy ultimate, but because Owen's timing was so immaculate, APH could not find the right footing to fend off the retake of GameLab.Alpha.
Not at all. Again, a ravenous horde, Asarai, despite being contained, you know, for a few seconds. Just enough to give them a breath. But with Action PH still within the vicinity of taking this lead away, they have to remain calm. And I love this timeout just to get their bearings straight. Pollock still has the blades available. Dreech has that counter KO ult. The null command to really rub it in, but no reason to do it. I feel like if they were counting the orbs, then they should know that there is nothing close to anything happening here. But in any case, GameLab could potentially use this just as a snowball tactic, Asar. It's impossible for Action PH to get any meaningful ults at this rate. But you never know. I mean, again, Action PH, one of the strongest things they have is pop-off potential. We just have not seen it in this map particularly.
In GLAB, it's about erratic positioning, and just the flow of them is the word, man. It's just erratic, unpredictable. You never know what's going to happen in APH right now. They're trying to play default. Their setups are there. You can really see it. But this is also the reason why GameLab wins series against Puggers, who also plays the same style as them, because they just play even more so what was already there in that sense, right? And look at this. Ooh, that's a big catch by Blurred, though.
I did look,
chase.
And we found a pick here, but GLAB, 4 letters! That APH are going to have so much problems with Fall X from the sky, raining knives, and providing so much space for GameLab just to be a little more comfortable here, Asarai, as both these teams have 4 on the floor. Oh, Beauty might just change that, but not in the favor of his team, apparently. Boogie has already found his way towards Kitchen and could potentially go for a double flank here. GameLab, they do have this KO ult if they would choose to expend it, but I feel like that's highly unlikely. A double up has been found on the side here, on the side of Action PH. They're very, very compact in this retake, and they're already aware of a potential flank, but they flooded through orange. Maybe, just maybe, they burned that ult. Volx makes it possible. Getting Yanagi here, who's had a bit of a struggle game. Volx has had the opposite. Still cannot find this duel. The dance is continuing. Micro gets Dreech. And Volx, suddenly he's running out of juice here. But they line up! And is he gonna get the ace? And bow down to GameLab as Action PH. They could not find any sort of mercy from the Jet player here. And Fall X, he just uses Blades, Asterai, and he only needs 3 more again just to have it back.
He had 7 bullets in his in the chamber of that Vandal. Let's look at that replay real quick. Look at that. 4 bullets to expend the 2, and then the flick onto Derek.
What is this insanity? Again, you can feel the Anthrax in APH's face. They're slowly getting poisoned by GameLab here. And they are slowly losing their touch. Fall X, the taker of souls.
I mean, if the X is, you know, Roman numeral, that means that he's had 9 versions of himself, and we are seeing the 10th version of Fall X come into play.
Well, you're slightly off the mark there. The saying is fall down 7, get up 8. But
what?
You don't know that one?
No.
Wow.
Tell me about it later. But
oh my goodness. But in any case, I'm not shaming or anything. Oh man, we are having way too much fun on this desk as GameLab, they are just having the time of their lives here too. Brimming with confidence, potentially could cause an overheat here. But they will keep adding gasoline to that fire as Fallex gets one, but Micro will finally slay him. And Oh My is the only thing that Action PH can do here. Blurred has a slight window of opportunity here. Dreech has already shown his concern. Owen is going to cross, and that's why you look both ways. You might just get run over. 3v3 here. Blurred is still commanding a presence here, but Chase still with that Spectre, running everybody down. And Blurred can't find an angle here. Oh no, a crossfire could be set up. They tap, they don't look the right direction. Blurred has to be a hero. He finds the first, he's reduced to 20. He has a dash. Is he gonna find it? And both the Jet players, they come alive. And Asarai once more is at a loss for words. GameLab.Alpha had it in their hands, and Action PH, they had to fight back.
Man. What a risk from Blurred, but it pays off. I don't know if he heard that Dredge actually went and used the rope. That's why he looked right on top of him, but experience does, and it pays off.
Oh man.
I think he saw him too on 2F. That's why he immediately looked at the ropes as he was coming back from that kill on Chase. Oh, but that was a pivot point. Because either one of these teams lose that last round, their monetary goes to the toilet. So huge things to come from them. Dritch, the push out, gonna be close. Chase right beside another one. Play with me, I dare you. But immediately the back away from Yanagi. Although Sheriff will find its value. Another jiggle here. Look at the plant right now. There could be the short, but it's not hitting Kevsey. What is happening here? Just pure pandemonium, pure chaos. But the number is still in favor of APH. Oh no. As Chase tries to get closer. Now he's spotted where the rest of the opponents are. They're going to try to defuse the spike. There's the wall. There's the boost up. But it's going to be easily broken here. That's the thing. I mean, it's horizontal. If it was vertical, maybe.
I was worried that it would have provided extra cover for the defuse there. I'm actually really surprised Chase didn't initiate it. You saw how close he was to the spike, and there was still a pillar. And once again, this game has been so difficult to read, even with the resources we have here. Bogey has that res available, but 3 big ultimates on the side of Action PH. Yanagi has a res in his back pocket too. The Viper Spin, which has been very successful on the side of Action PH, is going to be present. And once again, just a little bit of confusion there. GameLab, definitely a very unorthodox team, as you mentioned, and they are looking to employ similar strats, I suppose. But right now, their defense not leaning towards anywhere Action PH is going for.
Ooh. Both teams now have some respectable amount of utility utilized, and you know that, again, Action PH are able to optimize that if need be.
True.
Whenever Micro has his Viper's pit, it almost seems like APH can literally string these rounds in. That being said, this is APH's time to bring it into match point. Fall X, again, by himself, just having the help of Dritch jiggle the angle here. But look at how spread Dritch is. They don't really have any mid control, but they have to risk the positioning of it. They hear the rotations. There's going to be blurred. The flash is right there, but Fall X once again. He's going to get the heal. Hold on, blurred. Oh my god, the timing for the Cloudburst was just not that good. And they could call back the rest of the attackers right now. They could go all the way back. Hold on, Fall X is still in a bad spot. And that is awkward as awkward can be. Chase needs to deal with Derek here. If he does not, the rotation is going to come in full swing for the rest of APH. And of course, you know Chase will convert. He needs to hold the offense right now. Spots out 2. Here's the utility here to his side. He gets in a little bit closer, but Blur denies him. Boogie finds another 2 versus 2. One around the corner. And it seems like GameLab are overheating in this particular fight. It's all down to Dritch. And look at the double up for APH. Gonna go around the corner right now, and they will not know about this. They might think that he's still somewhere on screens, but you can already see Kevs looking at the right direction at the right time, and APH are here. Once again, 12-11, match point.
Match point. The confusion continues, Asarai, as Action PH, as you mentioned, capitalized on the overextensions of GameLab.Alpha there. They had 3 people on the side, just fairly disjointed on the swings there. Clear advantage, very clear advantage, but once again, confusing decision making. I'm not entirely sure why they decided to force the res, especially when there was still a snake bite present. And this is a timeout on GameLab.Alpha. They have to kind of ease the nerves a little bit, just to calm down, because as you mentioned, they did have a big momentum swing, and we're very close to finishing this map out and potentially the series. But now Action PH, they are ready to go.
They have 4 big ultimates to utilize. If they can have 4 of any of the ultimates that they have right now, this is the one you want. Blur doesn't need to have his blades. He has the rifle already. That's perfect for him. Fall X, not sure if he's going to be able to buy anything other than maybe, from what it looks like, should be a Bulldog, perhaps? He's nowhere near his blades. Chase thankfully does have his...
He has enough for Vandal, honestly. Just no utility.
That's true, but would you really want that for Fall X?
You're right.
Oh, wait. No, he's get dropped. Okay. So it's going to be Dritch with the Spectre. That's good enough. In any case, not the ideal buy here for GameLab.Alpha. And APH, this is the perfect time for them to strike. They have 4 big utilities to utilize right now, Raph.
What they doing? I mean, honestly, the theme of the game has just been basically looking at the eye of the storm. You never really know when it's going to speed up again or if it's ever going to slow down. But textbook it is to burn that Killjoy lockdown first. And we have to see if GameLab responds to this. The plan still has not been committed on the side of Action PH. And we are going to see a massive flank here. The alarm bot does get knocked down. FallX has already made his presence known. They are going to get choked in that funnel. But wait a minute, they trade Hunter's Furies, but Chase, he gets a big double kill here in Action PH. They are mighty struggling. Overtime we go. Unless Kevzy has something to say about it. This is still a post plan. Every single thing is going against his way, though. That is going to make him blind as all hell. And GameLab, they will keep this map going. Go for that overtime.
GameLab.Alpha, again, they could just literally sweep, just steal the rug from underneath their feet. The call there was, you know what, guys? We know they're going to commit to a site. You know what? They're going to have full confidence into just fighting a site. So why not just go and flank them hard? Even if we get spotted, we can close the distance. They won't really fight us because they're still occupied in, you know, planting the spike and setting up, that we will be able to close that distance and start the fight.
What I'm really confused with is that GameLab have the winning formula. I mean, the way they played that Lotus map should have been indicative of the way they should have played in the rounds that they've, I guess, dropped in this map. When they play super compact and when all of their firepower is compressed, they become a death ball.
Yeah.
But there have been so many times where they were so isolated from each other that it just doesn't make sense.
People tend to forget, again, GameLab.Alpha is technically still a fledgling team in terms of Valorant. So
that is true.
With that being said, I mean, the adjustments as well as the reads have been quite astounding. To say at the least, that is huge for FallX. Even bigger. The cojones on this man is just absolutely massive as he picks up the 2K. He just didn't flinch, controlled the spray, and knew already that it's all there. The quick rotation from APH here, they need to respect, again, where the rest of GLAB will go. But the thing is, they're picking up straws right now, Raph. Kevs, thankfully, though, because he's clearing up hard right now on A main and risking his life to do so, he knows it's going to be a full-blown B push. 40 seconds. GameLab, they could actually go into a trap here. There's still plenty of time. What? Wow. Was FallX hitting shots through the air? I mean,
Boogie.
I mean, I did see Micro's HP just go lower. Was that Boogie all the way? In any case, 2 versus 5. Kevs, quick take, but a quick trade nonetheless. Derek by himself.
Like I said, man, when GameLab, they compress, they become a pretty much orb of destruction, a critical mass per se. And Derek, he is helpless to stand against majority of GameLab's forces. And there you go, FallX capping off the round. He is the opener and he is the closer. This is the 4th quarter in GameLab. They are turning up the heat here. Action PH in a bit of a scramble, but their offensive side has been that much better too. So this could still keep on going. GameLab, they have to keep their composure once again. This is not the first time where they have been in the winning position, but just have not maintained that temperance.
Yeah, this is where it gets incredibly difficult for you. Whether you're on the match point, series point, that's where it gets stressful, especially in overtime, because you have the fact that if you lose this, we go on to overtime, another overtime, right? And the mental strain starts to really stretch out how well the fortitude or how well the patience of a team is. So we'll see if GameLab.Alpha can do that. APH on the flip side here, they're still threatening. You can see the performance of, look at that, Blurred, Kevs, and Micro hovering 24, 24, 23. This just looks indicative again of how still willing and able-bodied APH truly is.
Yes.
Absolutely.
I
You're
agree
right.
with every point you've made, and again, just the volume fragging from all the players really on Action PH. And, you know, I honestly feel like, once again, I don't want to put a microscope on Yanagi, but he has really been lagging behind his teammates here, just to be very blunt about it. And that's not a knock on him. We've seen him explode. We've seen him be the hero many times. Makes me wonder why they don't keep him on a second initiator role here. But Owen, who has a knack for taking so much forward space on the defensive side, is going to be the lone warrior on B.
Wow.
And he will best blurred in that duel. Fates at least.
Oh no.
And now GameLab, they are ramping it up. Kevzi is going to somewhat band-aid the solution. The unorthodox positioning of GameLab has been working out, but slowly getting equalized by the man with a bow. And his arrows have been finding their mark. A clean 3v3. Kevzi's one Mortal Hunter's Fury. This is only winding down as Derek is going to find yet another one, but Dreech, one more for him. Kevzi gets a bit of a bonus.
No time.
No time indeed, Asarai. But Dreech, wow, still gets another one for himself, but ultimately, yet another overtime.
Got a little bit confusing there because of the mix of colors, but
overtime.
At the end of the day, APH able to just again hold it for as long as possibly can. Kevs, as well as you saw Derek there, was so good. The trades, I think this is one of the weaknesses for GameLab as well, is that their ability to clear corners together is much weaker than their ability to clear corners by themselves.
See, the thing is, they're very, very confident, and the belief to win the fight, no matter what the situation, is outstanding. But belief is
it's a fickle thing.
It's a heavy sword, you know.
Yeah.
And it cuts both ways. Sometimes you just gotta go with a textbook play, and GameLab, they honestly have not been falling back on that as much as they should have. Still, this is an incredibly competitive game, and it still is anybody's. We are slowly hitting that boiling point, though, Asarai. It's this time, Action PH, a little more aggressive towards that middle position of the map. GameLab have stagnated just a little bit. They do have an alarm bot there as an early warning system. And if they do get caught out, that is going to do so much damage. But no, it only catches Owen. Strangely enough, Action PH, they now have to concede mid, but this is a crossfire that is just waiting to happen. Fallex once again getting that initial kill, and Boogie's gonna come from somewhere. Unbeknownst to Action PH, the walls, they've been broken. The enemies, they are inside. The plant, not committed though. And here we have Yanagi looking to get his gears going.
The extra man right now for GameLab.Alpha gives them an extra edge on where am I supposed to pick. Dredge is putting himself in no man's land right now. He is by himself, basically in the site looking to fight.
Don't do it.
Hold on. The defuse is starting. Dredge has to start stopping that, and it just absolutely happens. Micro's going to be here in the corner, gets the flash, even though he finds picks left and right. There's just so many angles. There's walls, there's traps, there's opponents. He's making noise, spots out Fall X, yes. What? But again, he has to jump over this, and he's going to get traded out.
No way.
He was going nuclear here, Raph, as he would say in your words. But again, time was just not in his side. And deja vu, second time for today. Series point once again for GameLab.
GameLab, the writing is on the wall. When they play by their numbers, they become unstoppable. But they have been running in the 90s and honestly been kind of leaving each other behind on the trades, as you mentioned earlier, which has been a problem. But man, Micro nearly solidifying his legend there. But yet another tail that will fall to almost, as GameLab, they reassess their situation and they understand that this defending side has been absolutely so incredibly vulnerable for them.
Yeah, it's been very volatile as well. So what's going to be the adjustment? We know that Fallex will never go for an operator here because he needs to be the starter for the team. He's already 26 kills. Having an operator right now would be the biggest risk. Again, that being said, you never know. In any case, he's already hovering or has already purchased himself the Vandal. Timeout is already done. We are back again to series point here, Raf. It's do or die because whoever loses this, obviously, we'll see them next time. We'll see them next split. And whoever wins this has a shot at a rematch against Oasis and a shot here, Raf, to get into the grand finals. How about that?
And they hear, at least Fallex hears, the Jet dash up. Actually, unknown if he knows what type of hype or depth that he's taken. And Chase, very preemptive drone here. Very, very wise to do so. And there's a lot more safety in the play of GameLab here. Once again, Owen really loves those one-way angles, Aserai. Again, I love the belief. It's just, it can be an incredibly fickle thing as there are 3 angles ready and waiting to pounce. They don't go for that main route, at least, as Maze looks to be preoccupied. And wow, Owen succumbing to the temptation. He does find one, but that is going to be smokes away on the side of GameLab. So these retakes are going to be brute force. Vision is going to be against them. The darts are going to fall. Kevzy's going to eat one. The second does not connect. Fallex will have to make his way towards his team to make this an even 4v4. And we have Chase slowly crawling in from the rafters here. Kevzy escaping with his life. We now see the hit come into fruition here. 0 Point's going to knock that dart away, but not before Fallex gets tagged and Chase. A little confused here as Boogie's trying to hold the line. Blurred and Kevzy, the top performers. Dreech, he's about to make his legend known. That's one for him, he swamps! But too close for comfort as Micro finishes him off. And GameLab.Alpha still cannot finish the game. Action PH, they refuse to let this go.
They are not giving up. Where was Fallex actually taken out of? I think he was trying to also fight the angle there, but there was just a solid wall for him to start defusing the spike while Dritch was getting the attention and picking off, the players of APH one by one. Unfortunately, as you saw, he had to swap weapons, didn't have any bullets left in the current rifle that he had. In any case, I don't think we have any more timeouts. It's all about the fight right here. And it's all about perseverance. GameLab.Alpha proving that they got what it takes. And look at that. APH just do not know where to look on defense. Unfortunately, Fallex finds the position. Problem with Fallex, though, he tends to overheat. Look at the positioning right now. Kevs make some waves, but only a bit of a splash. Derek and Micro. 2 against the world.
Oh, dear.
Derek, okay. That's a huge pinch. This will make the players of GameLab.Alpha look the other direction. But Fallex respecting. Derek trying to reposition right now in belt and could find Fallex, which he does. And the isolation, the pickoffs, Raf, is working little by little. Micro respecting the angle here, and GameLab might be a little bit too overheating. But no, Chase and Dritch will not be denied. They still have the angles, they still have the utility, the flash, everything to delay. The wall is already down, so even if Derek is already on the side starting to defuse, there's no time. They're just playing with him right now. And once again, for a third time, we're going to go for the third movie here. Series point for GameLab.Alpha.
Trilogy, third time's a charm here, Aserai, as GameLab. They have to reinforce their defenses because, my goodness, this has come to a point where it should be a little frustrating for them, to be honest with you, to not finish this game out. Again, they've had such a dominant run when it comes to the offense. But them trying to figure out the APH push has been escaping them. What do they have to do here? Once again, everybody is really showing up here. Owen loves to hit those super aggressive angles. Maybe, just maybe, have to tone it down a little bit to allow his teammates to assist him in these fights. And now Micro could be walking into a maze of death. And I love the patience here. He feels that something is amiss. He feels that there could be somebody watching him. And Owen Cutie, once again, unwavering. And he could potentially find a pick here, Aserai, and he hears everything. But still, not changing his position at least.
Yeah.
And it slows down just a little bit.
I love the repositioning here from Owen Cutie, because you said how he likes to go for these off angles. but at least this time it's not a one and done. If he's able to drop that back down, he's going to be able to at least get back into cover on screens. But because of his heroics, this is going to give Full X perfect positioning just to fight in this angle, and they are getting dismantled, Raph. Even if Derek does find Full X, the damage has been done already. Derek and Kevzy just alone by themselves. Kevzy's been spotted on mid. Chase doesn't need to chase for the kill.
Where
He's
did
gotta
they go?
play this contained. and Cutie misses the shot. But again, GameLab.Alpha, they're not overreaching. They know they have the numbers. They know they have the time. They know they have the control of this game. And they're forcing APH to run in, chase us, fight us, and clutch this round if you want to keep yourselves in the tournament. But there's too many factors, too many opponents, and GameLab.Alpha, how were they able to do this? They win the series. In the second game, the map, that icebox that Action PH is known for.
Oh my goodness indeed, and there is just way too much firepower on the side of GameLab.Alpha to contain an Action PH, man. They had their moments of glory, but they really just could not find their footing, unfortunately. And that is one of the dark horses of the tournament. They're not dorks like you. Anywho, Asteroid.
Hey man, you're the one that mentioned it, so you know what I mean?
Anywho, Asteroid, just to, once again, put our sights to where it matters here. GameLab.Alpha, again, they really had, I wouldn't necessarily say the smoothest run to the finish line, but they finished it. They got the series in Action PH. They are unfortunately sent home.
And again, that bit of repositioning here for and Cutie was, I think, just absolutely necessary for them. And GameLab having so much faith in him that they didn't reposition once he started hearing, the players of Action make a bit of noise on A. Doubling down and tripling up on B long was the best possible decision that they could make, and it definitely paid off.
Yeah, and as we mentioned, right, GameLab as a collective, it's just so difficult to duel against. Fallex is an absolute monster. Dreech has proven to be able to just eke out the most narrow victory in the most impossible situations. And GameLab, they've been convincing on how resilient they are despite everything that's been thrown at them. But again, this is still kudos to Action PH for hanging on as long as they can. Just could not find a solution to how unorthodox GameLab have been playing.
Truthfully enough. Or maybe it's because as well, Action PH weren't able to find the information or get the information that was truly necessary for them as well, right? The setups and such, they weren't able to really clear out. A couple of the final rounds for Action PH there were more about the contact rather than getting proper information on what's on the site, right? It's going into the unknown. They're basically doing Elsa here at this point. And up against GameLab, well, it's gonna, put him in a bind, put him in a freeze, in a stasis.
The thing is, Action PH, the way that they handled GameLab in the comeback is to basically approach them in multiple angles, and that just seems so absent in the latter rounds, where you mentioned divide and conquer and just basically try to outmaneuver GameLab, knowing that they're going to be hyper compact, but once again, it escaped their mind. And Fallex, man, he has been absolutely crazy with all these shots that he's been landing. Again, has been an absolute beast of a player for GameLab. And just,
oof, what a clutch.
Clutch too. Blurred, you could say the same thing about him. And honestly, a lot of players on both these teams, but when it came down to the wire, when it came down to just the staring contest, GameLab just had that much more patience.
And I gotta say, patience really paid off as well for Owen Cutie. But of course, we're gonna give way to his teammate that delivered the win with GLAB Unlimited. It's Boogie with the final blow there. But again, going back to what I said with Owen Cutie, he really stepped up here. He might not have the explosive, entry and defense that Fallex had, in this entire second game, but his ability to get that flank, to hold the site by himself effectively, and basically make Action PH second guess was, I think, a very, very important thing that allowed GameLab.Alpha to do what they did.
That's true. And again, the gravity that a lot of these players have just cannot be contained, and none of the players on GameLab could have been ignored in an isolated case. And they leverage that so well, Asrai. Again, when you have contact plays upon contact plays, you kind of have to pull your weight when it comes to fragging, and everybody showed up on the side of GameLab.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, and it really does, again, show with just the performance. Again, well, it's probably going to be the panel that discusses everything that happened in that particular series. I really love how GameLab.Alpha, one of their metrics is they're just the best right now in Lotus, to be honest. Like,
that is true.
Right? They're undefeated in Lotus right now. I mean, there are some other teams that are undefeated in Lotus, but the way that they go about it is so unique that it just makes me, like, you know, in awe.
And a rematch is in for them in their
true.
next matchup, guys. But I feel like that's enough of me and Asarai. We will be passing you on to our very, very beautiful panel. So there you go, guys. We'll see you around.
Overtime! Ay, napatay. Siyempre, wala tayong game 3 ngayon. Pero ito talaga, guys.
Overtime
Hindi
naman
nyo
tayo.
maide-deny. Overtime. Kasama yung mukha ni Vil. Kasi almost. Para na rin naman yung sa bilang ng mga overtime rounds natin. Halos kalahati na rin yun ng isa pang game kung tutuusin.
Kaya nga talagang ang daming nangyari. Puro aimers. Ang bibilis. Parang, ano yung tawag doon? Anong term doon?
Kitikite?
Hindi kitikite. Pwede na kitikite yung centipede. Ang bibilis Crawlers.
Pero kung tutuusin dito pa lang sa game number 1 natin sa Lotus, ha? Top 10 anime betrayals yun, Ray.
Oo. Kita mo ba yung wall na yun?
Nice try, Chase.
Naintindihan ko lang din na nagkakamali ang GameLab.Alpha, pero bawing-bawi naman sa Icebox, HG.
Definitely. Nakita natin kung gaano sila kalupit, pero dito yung mga highlights in which they really amplified so much sa pag-on ng switch dito ni Folex. Ilang beses siya dito nakakakuha ng multi-kills, and then there's the follow-up, and then the anime betrayal na naganap sa kanila para lang ma-evade sana yung trip war na yun. But then again, it's still a round, it's still 10-2 na nagsimula sila dito for the first half.
Ito nga hindi lang si Folex yung nag-pop off dito, si Boogie. Ang ganda ng mga opening yun. Sulit na sulit yung mga run it back niya. Lahat kumpleto.
Laging meron, no?
Ito nga lang, alam ko, itong mga to, medyo nakabawi na sila din dito sa Icebox. Pero overall from both sides talaga, maraming pagkukulang tong mga teams na to na kailangan talagang ingatan nila, especially knowing na ang susunod ay makakalaban ay yung Oasis Gaming. At hindi pwede yung mga ganyang pagkakamali.
Yung mga pagkakamali kasi dito is yung mga maliliit na butas ng GameLab.Alpha in which may mga anggulong hindi sila nababantayan. May mga anggulong inuuna nila dito kaagad na mapitas yung mga nagde-defuse, pero bukod pa doon is also the fact na parang hindi nila iniisip dito yung tamang objectives first, but they are relying mostly on the times na kailangan nila talagang tumutok muna, pumatay muna ng players from APH.
And remember, itong GameLab, free-flowing nga ang kanilang stats, di ba? Anong nag-work? Mag-work para sa atin. Pero going up against Oasis, yan yung kailangan nilang i-check para bukas sa best of 5 series natin. But going on the other side naman, APH, kung kailan pa kailangan nilang manalo para makapunta sa lower bracket finals. Hindi pa sila nagwagi. Ang dami nilang pagkukulang ngayon. Hindi online si Yanagi. He's really underperforming nga. Kumbaga, sa mismong Icebox map, kung saan na dapat talagang nag-pop off sila kasi map pick nila yon.
On the opposite side naman, itong si Folex, online na naman.
I love this
Matik talaga. Pero yun naman yung napag-usapan natin Pag si Folex, pag si Boogie, online tong dalawang players na to, halos guaranteed na kaya nilang i-lift up yung spirits ng buong team, di ba?
This is what is, kung ito yung meron sa GameLab.Alpha Kung gaano sila ka-explosive, hindi ito masolusunan ng kabilang team. Lalo na't nag-online nga dito si Nabugi. Dagdagan mo pa na hindi lang siya lagi na nag-iisa. There's always Dritch para magbigay ng mga utility usage niya with the null command. There's also the blinds para magkaroon sila ng space. And ultimately, napipin down nila ito every time na magkaroon na nga ng momentum dito ang APH. And sayang nga lang ito, no? Dahil APH has already the potential na magkaroon ng win sa overtime. But then again, almost is never enough.
There's just a lot of mistakes yung sa side ng APH, parati silang nasa aiming, inaasim nila yung dalawang members. Mahirap nga i-asim si Folex together with Boogie. They have such incredible talagang aim. Hindi na natin itatanggi yun. So instead of just playing it passively, getting that to teamwork instead of like doing their individual aims against GameLab, ang dami talagang naging mistakes ng APH. At dun pa sila pumalya. Sa Mapic dapat na alam nating best effort na nila, di ba?
Kung tutusin na nag-overtime na tayo, parang yung nagiging winning condition na yun ay pigilan itong mga teams na mag-plant. Kasi nga, once na ma-plant nila, nakukulangan na talaga ng oras din na mag-retake itong mga defending-sided teams natin. Kaya ingat na lang talaga tayo dyan. Pero eto na nga, ready na yung ating interview dito. Nakakatuwa kasi si Boogie pa nga ang makakausap natin dito. So welcome to the panel show, Boogie! Hi, Boogie!
Hello po.
Napakalupit mo talaga, Boogie. Lagi na lang MVP, napaka-consistent. Pero last time, nakausap namin yung inyong IGL/recruiter/everything else in between na si Owen Cutie. So gusto ko naman malaman yung perspective mo dito. Sa tingin ko kasi, marami pa kayong kailangan din i-improve. And ang makakalaban nyo bukas, Oasis Gaming. Natalo nyo na sila dati. Tingin mo, kaya nyo kaya ulit matalo ngayon?
Para sa amin po, we got nothing to lose. So, kayang-kaya pa namin manalo sa Oasis.
Uy, kayang-kaya. Tingin mo may mga bagay na kailangan yung pag-focusan bago pa kayo pumalag bukas?
Tingin na lang kami ni Pogi nun siguro, focus na lang siguro sa strats kasi malakas sila sa mga strats na binibigay nila sa amin. Kaya counter na lang namin.
At ito, may tanong din ako sa'yo, Boogie. Kung merong isang pinakamalakas na player sa Oasis Gaming, sino sa tingin mo yung pinakamalakas sa kanila?
Si Sabi po.
Bakit?
Habi 8K. Habi 8K.
Bakit?
Flex din siya, same sa akin. And masakit tumutok. Kaya gustong-gusto ko siya makalaban ulit.
So, pwede.
Salamat sa head-to-head namin bukas. Alam na namin kung sinong pagtatabihin
Phoenix
dito.
versus Phoenix.
Kung ilalabas na naman, alam mo yun lang. Kita mo kanina, ang head-to-head namin si Draxy, pero hindi na nilabasan sa match nila. Ikaw, HG, I'm sure may katanungan ka rin sa ating bisita ngayon.
Okay lang bang tanungin kung anong gusto mong sabihin sa Oasis para bukas sa laban nyo? Best of 5 yun.
Wala naman po akong gustong sabihin kasi mga idol ko sila. Good luck na lang sa atin.
Gusto ko yan.
Naku,
Satisfied na ako.
Hindi yan Baka mamaya ganyan na naman, pero turbo na naman.
Turbo na naman.
Mahirap
Hindi po ako nanduturbo si Owen lang po.
Pinapakita niyo ba si Owen?
Nagturo, dinamay yung show.
Ayan na nga.
Si Boy Turbo.
Si Turbo man, lumabas pa nga. Sino yung kumakaway sa likod mo? Yan.
Si Chase po, si Chase.
Hello, Chase.
Hello, Chase.
Hello, hello.
Ano yan?
Ay, struts? Ay, nireveal. Nireveal.
Bakit one-liner lang yun nandyan sa ilalim ng mat?
Nako, pakiklip po, pakisend sa kalaban.
Ano yung naglabas ng strat? Yan? Sa Maritas pa nila nilabas. Sa atin pa.
Mali yan, Mars.
Ano yan, Chase? Ano yan, Chase?
Ano yan?
Mousepad daw po, benta.
Mousepad.
Malaki kasi
Sige
yung
po,
space
may na
nila
lang,
doon Naku, Boogie, ito yung paboritong parte ng ating mga nagiging bisita dito. Ayan na nga, naglalabas na ng
Babatiin
ba ulit
May,
si Tita May? Oh!
Shout out, Tita May.
Asan ba si
Tita May
Asan
ba
ba si
yun?
Folex? Labas ulit natin si Folex.
Folex, tawag ka! Shoutout kay Folex, tsaka kay Tito George Yawades, tsaka sa family ko.
Yeah.
Sa supporters, bye-bye.
Hi, Folex.
Hello po.
Hello. Siyempre, shoutout ulit natin si Tita Folex.
Shout out mo si Tita May.
Ay, shoutout nga pala kay Mama. I love you, Ma. Maraming salamat. Pati na rin po sa girlfriend ko sa JC. Bracelet Bob. Ayun. Thank you.
Thank you. Ito naman si Boogie, may nadali agad yung shoutout. May chance ka rin.
Ay, sorry pa.
Take two. Action. Ay, natalo nyo pala yung action. Sige, take two. Isa pa. Shoutout ulit.
Shoutout sa supporters ng GLAB, sa family ko, si Kuya Paul, Kuya Charles, mga tropa niya sa BTB, si Kuya George, Yawades, isa na tumulong sa akin pumunta ng Manila. Tsaka wala pa akong jowa so wala.
Mayroon ka bang gustong quality ng jowa na hinahanap mo ngayon? Malay mo, nandyan na yung mga fans mo, new fans.
Marunong din daw
Chinita
tumutok.
po, tapos short.
Short hair.
Short hair na chinita.
Okay, noted.
Sige,
noted.
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 Ilalaban natin yan mamaya.
Sige, maraming salamat, Boogie.
Thank you po,
Na-reveal
thank
na
you
yung
po.
stats nyo
Thank you,
by
Boogie.
Owen Cutie. So, maghanap na kayo ng bagong stats ngayong gabi.
Tinago niya eh.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you po. Thank you. Bye-bye.
That was so fun.
Oo nga, ang cute-cute no? Ang energetic din talaga nila. Hindi pa sila pagod in considering na ganun tagal yung laro nila. Parang tayo pa yung napagod.
Okay, napagod para sa overtime nila sa totoo lang. Tapos, paano pa kung nag-pearl yun, no?
Ay, ang sarap talaga mag-predict ng panalo na naman ng GameLab.
Masaya si Tayville din.
Oo,
For once,
2-0
hindi
eh,
sila
diba?
umabot ng Game 3. May overtime tulad nga ng pinakita natin kanina. Pero, tapos na. Tapos na. Tingnan naman natin kung ano nga ba yung itsura ng brackets natin. Alam naman na natin kung sinong maglalaban bukas. Pero para sure, Ray, Oasis versus GLAB.
Ay, kakas namin ni Honey Glaze yan bukas. Sa Matic, best of 5 nga pala yan sa mga hindi nakakaalam. Ang lower bracket natin together with the grand finals this coming Sunday na naghihintay na nga lang ang NAOS. Best of 5. So, abangan natin yan. At remember, Throwback Thursday lang, HG, na ang GameLab, nung naglaban sila sa Oasis, sila lang yung nakatalo sa kanila. At tignan natin kung shaken up ba nila yung, ano na ngayon, yung momentum ng Oasis or kaya talagang Oasis may bago na silang
Ngayon pa naman, ang hirap nito for game or for Oasis. Ano, galing sila for a really big of a loss mula sa NAOS. 2-0 yun, like
Not only that, ito na nga, di ba? Straight to the point. Ito yung magiging matchup natin bukas. Para sa akin nag-shift talaga yung mentality na itong Oasis ever since natalo sila ng GameLab.Alpha. Nakita ko na parang nagsisimula na silang mag-hesitate, na wala yung confidence na lagi nating nakikita nung nag-start yung regular season natin. So, kaya nga kanina yung prediction ko was for NAOS kasi mas mas convincing yung mga wins ng NAOS, laging 2-0 kahit
sa playoffs, no?
O kahit sa mismong rivals nila, sanay tayo 2-1 close game. Pero kanina hindi na sila nagpatawad, na figure out agad nila dun sa fracture kung ano yung nangyari, tapos tinapos nila. Tama naman yung sinabi ni Savi sa interview niya see you at the finals. Lower nga lang.
Very convincing nga naman. All in all, I am excited sa mangyayari bukas. Kasi guys, totoo lang, para talagang 4 horsemen of apocalypse itong mga tropa natin mula sa GameLab.
Ganun na nga yun nangyayari, no? Paiba-iba yung dark horse natin kada araw.
Abado na, bis.
Oo, ngayon ito na, GLAB na. Pero magaling talaga, props sa GLAB. Coming from the open qualifiers, coming from a team na wala pang background dito sa ating official circuit, galing nang pinapakita nila sa atin and I hope to see more of them, which is exactly ano mangyayari bukas. So abangan natin yan guys, but before we close the show, nais namin magpasalamat sa Riot Games and Mineski Philippines for organizing this event.
Siyempre, pasalamatan din natin dito ang Grab Unlimited. Get free delivery in every store, every day kung nakasubscribe kayo sa Grab Unlimited.
Yes guys, and syempre, ang VCTPH natin is sanctioned by Games and Amusements Board.
Maraming salamat. Lagi din kayong pupunta dito sa live stream natin kasi may giveaway! Meron tayong 790 Valorant points o kaya naman 1,650 Valorant points panghulugan sa iyong Oni 2.0 bundle. AJ, simulan mo na nga. Ano ba yung mechanics natin para makuha to powered by Grab Unlimited?
Napakadali lang guys. Like and follow nyo lang dito ang VALORANT Esports Philippines and syempre yung Grab Food PH FB pages. Syempre, i-share nyo nang i-share yung ating mga live stream. Gamitin ang following hashtags na VCTPH, VALORANT Challengers PH, and Grab Unlimited.
Hashtag maganda si Ray, hashtag maganda si Honey Glaze, hashtag maganda si Likeable, syempre. At Ray, ano pa yung isa pa nating mechanic dito?
Syempre guys, comment nyo sa live stream yung team na niroot nyo ngayon. Nakita na nga natin ibang teams, pero bukas make sure to comment kung GameLab ba or Oasis Gaming ang sinusuportahan nyo. And ito pa guys, yung winners natin, ina-announce yan every end of the playoffs broadcast from March 7, syempre ngayon na lang, 10 to 12, 2023. So abangan nyo yan. Tapos ano na yan, sabi ko nga, Oni, di ba? At pang battle pass din.
Kompleto, saktong-sakto dahil bagong act na naman tayo dito sa VALORANT. Diyos ko Lord, huwag yung palalampasin. Last 2 days na lang yung remaining natin. Parehong best of 5. Tingnan natin kung kaninong sumpa ang kakagat bukas, pati sa following day. Kay Ray ba o kay Vil? Kasi parang pagpag na tong si Ray. Tapos na?
Graduate na ako guys, character development. Promise, since regular season, puro halos 2-0. Ilan lang tayo nakapag 2-1? Like, at 2 matches lang. The rest 2-0. Tapos ngayong playoffs, wala pa kaming map 3, guys. Clean streak. Malay nyo 3-0 bukas, pero di ko alam kung kaninong team.
Wala
Knock on wood muna. Knock on wood.
Ngayon kasi wala namang curse. Meron namang Honey Grace blessing. Kaya,
Yeah.
Ay? My God.
2-0. Sana magtuloy-tuloy.
Napakalupet. Magkakaalaman ulit bukas ha. So wag yung palalampasin yan, guys. Pero here on the panel, Ray Ray, Honey Glaze, and Likeable signing out. You're Maritres. Say goodbye.